Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if the Basilisk unleashed Harry Potter's godlike bloodline. Here is short summary. When Harry defeats the Basilisk, something ancient awakens within him, a legendary bloodline long believed lost to history. With new powers stirring and a mythical family stepping out of the shadows to guide him, Harry's life takes a dramatic turn. No longer just the boy who lived, he becomes the heir to a destiny that will shake the wizarding world to its core. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Fawkes was watching how Harry Potter, the boy whom Albus Dumbledore had caused so much pain for, was bravely destroying the diary that had nearly enabled Tom Riddle to get a physical body back. It was an abomination of magic, he knew that well, but this situation had been foretold by Lady Rowena, and so he would let it play out until the dark shadow in the boy's scar was gone. He could feel it, Albus knew about it too, but contrary to him, he didn't think that there was a way to save the boy. Basilisk venom was one of the few ways to destroy such a soul shadow. And now it raced through the boy's body and he could see the scar pulsing under the onslaught. Only a few seconds now. He was ready to neutralize the venom as soon as possible. There was the scream he had waited for, and the shadow left the boy's lightning bolt scar. He started dropping his tears into the wound immediately. It was a race with time. Once the wound had closed, he used his powers to have Harry lie on his back and cried some tears into his mouth. The boy really needed some major healing for all the shit Albus' choice in his so-called home had caused. Once that was done, he turned to the red-haired girl that had been ensnared by the diary. She would wake up soon, now that the diary was gone. But her mind really needed help. All the stupid stories she had been told growing up about Harry Potter had distorted her sense of reality. Not to mention the influence of that dark book she had written in all year. Well, perhaps she could do with some mind healing. He flew over to her, and before she could wake he sang and tried to undo some of the idiocy the girl's mother had caused in her plans to make her family rise in importance. Once he thought it was enough for now, he flew back to Harry. He needed him more right now. Harry woke up in a strange place where nearly everything was a form of white. Where the hell was he? He also noticed that he felt better than before. He wore clean robes that fit him perfectly, but they were definitely not his school robes. He also didn't wear his glasses, he noticed, and still he could see perfectly. The best part was that the dull pressure that had been in his head for all his life was gone. It was freeing in a way. "I see you noticed the changes," a kind female voice said, and Harry spun around to look at her. She was a beautiful woman with long, shiny black hair, a gorgeous figure, and wore an old-fashioned green dress. She smiled at him. "You showed real courage facing your death, Harry. I couldn't be prouder to call you my grandson." "Well, many times great-grandson, but who cares for the details?" she asked, making a dismissive hand movement. "You are my many times great-grandmother. Who are you and where are we?" Harry asked, a bit confused. "Well, this is what humans have dubbed limbo. It is a gateway between the world of the living and the world of the dead. You are here because currently it is being decided if you move on or go back to your body. That Phoenix friend of yours is doing his best to make sure you live. And the old guy is stubborn as hell to prove Rowena's prophecy right. Well, he was her familiar when she was alive. And for whom I am the High Priestess of Avalon, Morgane," she answered, "but many called me Morgana Le Fay." "Morgana Le Fay, like in the Dark Witch that fought against Merlin?" Harry asked, shocked. "Ah, those stories have been passed down with a few changes to what really happened. Merlin wasn't even his real name, it was a title that the leader of the Druids of my time got. I got along with the first Merlin I met, his name was Taliesin, really well. We did many great deeds for magic in England together, but his successor, with his interference in politics at my brother's court, really got on my nerves. Coldrenor wasn't the most powerful man ever, and he couldn't hold a candle to Taliesin. Why he was chosen, I never fully understood. But enough of that. As I said, I am the High Priestess of Avalon. I am tasked with keeping the balance of magic in the world, or was it in my time? Sadly, my Aunt Morgause got to my son Mordred and turned him into a monster. I never should have allowed him to grow up with her, but I was in emotional distress over the manipulations my other Aunt Vivian had used to make me sleep with Arthur, my brother. She wanted to have a child with both the powers of me and my brother to ensure that the old ways didn't die under the growing influence of Christianity. As if the goddess could be that easily pushed aside. She always finds a way to be remembered, Morgaine said fondly. For Harry all of this was completely new. He had never heard that part of the story. He had a hard time accepting that he was descended from Morgana Le Fay. And who was that goddess she spoke of? Then he noticed a wailing that came from under some kind of bench. It repulsed him even if the wailing should have made him want to help. That thing is still here. Well, it will definitely go on into death. It will get a straight ticket into hell. Such an abomination of magic shouldn't have been allowed to be created. Thank the goddess that it was destroyed by the basilisk venom, Morgaine mumbled, making Harry look even more confused. I can tell that you have many questions, Harry, and I will do my best to answer them, but our time here is limited, and I need to tell you some important things first. Magic is suffering greatly, thanks to the stupidity of the people in your time. Magic gets her power from the earth itself, but with how people destroy large parts of it, she has problems retaining her powers. And it isn't simply the fault of the mundanes, the magicals do their part as well. Nature can and will strike back with natural disasters and will cut down the number of stupid mundanes where it is necessary. But magic, as sentient as it may be, needs a certain number of magicals to recharge. The problem is that, thanks to the Dark Lords Grindelwald and Voldemort, the number of magical people in Europe has been cut down horribly. Magic has tried to counter that problem by increasing the number of mundane borns, but it isn't an optimal solution, because they don't believe in the true nature of magic, that it is sentient. They think magic is just a power given to them to use as a tool, but it is so much more. The old houses understand that, but they went about solving the problem the wrong way. They try to kill off the mundane borns or to push them away from the magical world. And without somebody to restore balance, magic will cease to exist in Europe in a few generations. With Europe's magic gone, the world won't be in balance anymore and catastrophes will be unleashed that will end all life on Earth. Therefore, it is vital that somebody ensures that the madness ends. Magic can choose a champion among those that live in the times when the balance is threatened. About every 500 years a challenge for the magical people is set up. Normally that should have been Grindelwald. You see, he could have been stopped early on, if only Albus Dumbledore hadn't shied away from his destiny, Morgaine revealed, surprising Harry. Gellert Grindelwald was a young man with a lot of bitterness inside of him. He wanted the mundanes to pay for his suffering, but he could have been stopped, if Albus Dumbledore hadn't been blended by the lure of power and glory in his youth. Now, the two became friends when Albus had just graduated from Hogwarts and was pushed into a difficult position and Gellert was visiting his Aunt Bathilda in Godric's Hollow. Had Albus seen the darkness in Gellert at that time, he either might have turned him away from the darkness, or not have given him more ideas how to conquer the world. He regretted that a lot after in a fight between his brother Aberforth and Gellert that got completely out of hand. His sister Ariana, who had been hurt so badly by mundane children that she feared to use her magical powers and couldn't control them properly, was killed. It ended his dreams of leading a revolution to bring the magical people to the top, ruling over the mundanes. The point that caused most of the problems was that he didn't want to fight Gellert early on. He was the most powerful wizard who was not following Gellert. He was the chosen champion. But he nearly failed completely to fulfill the task set for him. He should have stopped Gellert after seeing his darkness and spared Europe the slaughter that was the Second World War, Morgaine explained to Harry. So, if Dumbledore had simply taken out Grindelwald early enough, a lot less people would have died. Harry asked shocked. Yes, you were taught in primary school how the war started, weren't you? She asked and got a nod. Gellert imperioused Hitler to kill off as many mundanes as he could, and sometimes one of Gellert's magical political opponents. The whole genocide was driven by finding a group of people who made easy scapegoats. The Jews were just unlucky to fit that category. The only intention was to make the mundanes kill each other off in masses. Millions died in that war. While Gellert's puppet killed mundanes, Gellert went after his opponents that were magical. Thousands of witches and wizards died fighting him and his followers. Albus only acted when the cries for help were too loud to ignore anymore. He could have ended the war early on once Gellert started the attacks. Many didn't realize that he had started early on by laying the political base to succeed. The pursuing of ethnical minorities and killing of imperfect people wasn't that focused until the war started and distracted everybody. Harry had a really bad feeling where this would lead. Normally only a few hundred would have died, if Albus had acted once he found out that Gellert was killing people all around him. But he only decided to act once he found out that Gellert had won the allegiance of the legendary Elder Wand, one of the so-called Deathly Hallows. Your invisibility cloak is another one, and the last one is the Ring of Resurrection. You can read up more about them in the book, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. It's a book of child stories that are based on things that really happened, though of course they were a bit modified. The story you want to look up is the Tale of the Three Brothers, Morgaine told him. Back to history. As Albus, now, could no longer deny that nobody but him had any chance to defeat Gellert, he acted and dueled against Gellert in April 1945. Many years after Gellert had started his campaign. The first signs were shown in the 20s, which means Gellert had over a decade to kill people. The escalated World War II was only the visible escalation of his actions. Albus' skill won over Gellert's power. It showed clearly, because the Imperius on Hitler broke, but it was far too late to really undo the damage. Europe's magic had suffered and nearly couldn't take the loss of magicals. On top of that, the Mundanes had to rebuild after the war, which cost natural resources and therefore more magical power. Harry noticed the grave look on her face. There are good reasons why areas that are full of natural life have a higher magical population than others. Nature itself is magical. Every plant, every mineral, every animal has at least a little connection to magic and helps keeping the world in balance. Even people who can't use magic have some. Nothing alive can't not have some magic, because it is what allows us all to live. That's also the reason why nobody has managed to recreate life artificially. In the tiniest cell there is magic. Not always enough to have an effect, but it is still there. Scientists have tried to research how life came into existence. It's simply that magic came into being, she explained, fascinating Harry. Now, it wouldn't have been that bad, if only Albus would have prevented Voldemort's rise. But that man was never one for action, he was a man of words. Not necessarily a bad thing, but useless if you have to face a real danger. Had Albus taken out Gellert early on, Voldemort would never have risen. He was a product of the harsh life in the non-magical world and the wizarding world, ignoring magical orphans until they went to Hogwarts. Tom Riddle was born to Merope Gaunt and Tom Riddle Sr. in 1926 during the last minutes of the 31st of December. His mother, who had been left by his father, after she had got him to marry her using a love potion and stopped giving that potion to him, had died shortly after giving birth and naming him after his father and her father. When Tom was a small child, the world economy crisis happened. It was a first strike of Gellert, to be honest. He wanted to weaken the Mundanes and make them more desperate for solutions, no matter how violent. Now, the magical world of Great Britain was fairly isolated from the problems of the Mundanes. They had their own economy, and while many mundane-borns call our world backwards, we live that way because it worked for centuries and kept us in balance with the world and magic. During that time there were very few mundane-borns. Your generation only had about 40 children in each year at Hogwarts. Back then it were about 200, Harry's eyes went wide hearing that. That was 5 times as many as today. I can understand your surprise. But, back then, the wizarding houses had a much bigger choice of partners to marry. Families normally had about 3 children, which ensured that the population grew slowly. It was a good balance. But Gellert killed off about half of the magical people on the continent in his crusade against the Mundanes, because the others opposed his way of reaching his goals. That is the reason for the current imbalance. If that had been all, magic would have been able to recover from that blow in a few decades. Probably 50 years later the damage would have been undone. It would have been hard, but with the numbers of children being bigger than the number of old people dying, it would have worked. And some countries had been spared, like England, Ireland, Scotland, Norway, Sweden, Portugal and Greece. Gellert didn't get that far. People started rebuilding after Gellert was locked away in his own prison. Albus was celebrated as a hero, but he still was wary of taking real action. He didn't want to be tempted by power again. He didn't trust himself after his sister's death. With the imbalance of magic, sadly more children in magical families were born as squibs. It also was due to many couples being too closely related. The marriage arranging between families, which formerly hadn't really caused problems, now did. In that situation Voldemort's rise happened and, from the late 60s to the early 80s, he killed a third of the British magical population. That was too much for magic to take. While she had managed to somewhat balance out the loss of strength, by creating more mundane borns in your mother's generation, she couldn't take that hit like before. Therefore, she, in a last-ditch effort, made sure you were born, Harry. I said the test happened every 500 years. You could say this one never ended, even if Gellert was defeated. And, as the first champion failed to protect magic, it was decided to revive the old blood of the priestesses of Avalon, Morgaine stated gravely. Wait, you mean I have to save the world? But how? I'm nothing special. I only am average at school and I don't learn easily, Harry protested the idea. Morgaine smiled at him reassuringly and stroked his hair, which was a completely new feeling for Harry. He had never had somebody touch him like that, gently and lovingly. It felt really nice. You have the blood of Avalon in you, Harry. And the reason why you didn't notice your true powers, until now, is that they were leached off of you by the soul piece that accidentally was attached to you in your scar. The wailing creature you noticed before, is its representation. Voldemort only survived the backfiring of the killing curse, because a piece of his unstable soul split off from the main part and latched onto the only living thing in the room, you. Otherwise the events of your first year at school wouldn't have happened in the way they did. The Wraith wouldn't have been able to possess anybody without the magic that was transferred to it from you. It would have existed, true, but without help it wouldn't have stood a chance in hell to do anything. That is the risk making more than one Horcrux, which is what Voldemort used to stay anchored to this plane. If you split your soul more than once, it loses power and is not able to function on its own. Making more than one Horcrux might sound like a good idea, as it reduces the risk of the soul being destroyed if somebody finds out about the Horcrux, but, in reality, as soon as the main soul is forced from its body, in that case it is helpless. But the Basilisk venom killed it off as it did the diary. The diary was another Horcrux, a soul anchor, the most abominable form of magic. True black magic. Magic normally is just that, magic. There is no dark or light magic, it's the intention of the user that makes it good or bad. But there are a few very strong exceptions. Voldemort made 5 in total, he wanted to make 6, to have 7 pieces of his soul, the most powerful magical number, now he is down to 4. You need to find them and destroy them. You will know them when you come across them, she assured him. Now that the soul piece in you is destroyed, your true powers will show. You will be stronger magically and physically, your mind will be more powerful, which means easier processing information and using mind magics easily. But how would I learn to use all those powers? I mean, I have to return to the Dursleys, and they won't like me having more power than before. And I can't use magic, or I will be expelled from Hogwarts, Harry said exasperatedly. You will have all the time and support you need, Harry. You will be taken back in time to my brother Arthur. He will make sure that you are trained physically with aspirants for becoming Knights of Camelot. The training normally starts at your age, thus you will fit right in. I will personally train you in the full use of your magic. 1 year there will have you healed from the abuse you suffered in your childhood and be ready to begin your task. You will never return to your mother's sister, because each summer Fawkes will take you back to us. On the outside nobody will notice that you aged a bit faster than others, but once you graduate, you will be about a year older than your peers, she explained. Harry was shocked. He would be trained by Morgaine and King Arthur's knights. That was incredible. He felt a little better about the task before him. At least his grandmother was willing to properly prepare him and give him the training he needed. The one downside is that you can't tell your friends or anybody else the whole truth until you are ready to face Voldemort. He will attempt to come back again soon, with the help of his followers. But by that time, you should have a good chance against him, especially as he can't leech off your magic anymore, Morgaine said with a smile. Harry nodded. He kept his family life a secret anyway. Keeping time traveling a secret didn't seem so hard. Now I promised to answer some of your questions, Harry. We have a little time left before you will wake up. I got the information that Fawkes was successful in healing you and now your body simply needs a little time to recover, Morgaine said. You said I was your descendant. So, as Mum was mundane born, my dad was a descendant too, right? He asked and got a nod, Why wasn't he chosen to do this? I mean, he was alive while Voldemort was killing people. He fought against him. James didn't have the right mindset for this task. He was a good man and powerful in his own right. I mean, he defied Voldemort 3 times and lived to tell the tale, which was really rare. But he also could be cruel to others he didn't like. Your Professor Snape was one of them, not that some of his actions weren't justified, but he was really arrogant in his youth. He had some of the powers you will have, but not all. His instinctive understanding of transfiguration and runes were part of his heritage. For this task, which is more than simply killing Voldemort, a person with a pure heart is needed, and you have such a heart, Harry. Avalon's magic can never be used by a truly selfish person, she answered. When I go back in time, will you tell me more about my family? He asked. Of course. I will tell you all I know, she promised. Harry felt strange. Ah, you're waking up. One thing before you go, be careful around Albus. He is too lost in his great plans to see the individual. Fawkes will help you whenever he can. And now that your mind is free of the parasite, put more effort into your studies, please. That's also a request from your mum, Morgane said. I will. Till the holidays, grandmother, he said and vanished from the white plane. Harry opened his eyes to see Fawkes sitting on his chest, spending warmth to him while a little away he heard sniffling. Hey, Fawkes. Thanks for saving me, Harry said gratefully and got a happy trill from the phoenix that nuzzled his cheek with his head. Harry. He heard Ginny asking hoarsely. He turned to face her while slowly sitting up. Hey, Ginny, I'm glad I was on time to save you, Harry said kindly. She threw herself into his arms sobbing. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have written in that diary. It was all my fault. I didn't want to do those things, but he made me. I should have shown the diary to Mum and Dad, but it was so nice to have somebody listen to my worries, who didn't tell me I was stupid crushing on you. Fred and George made fun of me all the time when you were there, and Ron was jealous and didn't want me to be around you. I don't know why I was so stupid. Dad warned me to not trust anything that I didn't know where its brain was. They will expel me from Hogwarts. But I wanted to come ever since Bill went, she babbled while crying into his blood-stained robe. I thought you died, and it would have been all my damned fault. They won't expel you, Ginny. I will tell them the truth. Nobody can expel you for something you did while the diary controlled you. You didn't do it willingly, he tried to calm her down. Let's get out of here. Ron must be going spare with worry by now. Ron is here too, she asked. Yes, we were separated when the idiot Lockhart tried to obliviate us with Ron's damaged wand. It backfired and the ceiling caved in. I was on this side and Ron on the other. He said he would try to get enough stones out of the way to give us a way back up to the castle, Harry explained. For Harry, the next few hours were like a blur. Ron and Ginny went back to the castle with Fawkes' help, and they took the amnesiac Lockhart as well, and they found out that Dumbledore had returned. Remembering what his grandmother had told him, Harry only told Dumbledore what had happened in the chamber and that he had blacked out from the venom before Fawkes' tears had healed him. There was no reason to tell that man anything he didn't need to know. And confronting him wouldn't do him any good either. He wasn't strong enough yet. The one highlight was that he was able to free Dobby from Lucius Malfoy. Serve the git right for trying to get the Muggleborns killed and the Weasleys blamed. Harry celebrated with the others the end of the terror after changing clothes and taking a shower. There was no way that he would go down to the Great Hall looking like he had been in battle and got the short end of the straw. He had won the fight, even if he didn't want to air the news to everybody. If asked, he would tell the truth, but he wouldn't boast. That simply wasn't like him. He had done it because Ginny's life had been in danger and things had happened so fast that there had been no way to let the teachers take care of things. Not because he wanted to be a hero. Ron of course told everybody what he could about their adventure, and how he had been down in the chamber with Harry. He let him enjoy his moment of glory. Ron had been brave going down there to save Ginny. And he had freed the way back for them. Had Lockhart not been such a bastard, Ron would have helped him against the Basilisk and Riddle. It led to Harry getting more looks of awe though, which made him uncomfortable. He was happy though when the petrified students were coming back. Justin admitted what an idiot he had been and apologized to Harry. Hermione hugging him and Ron while saying, "You solved it," over and over again was also really nice. Hagrid appeared halfway through the feast and was greeted with cheers and applause. Nearly as many cheers as the announcement that exams were cancelled after the horrendous year that they had gone through. Thanks to Harry and Ron's massive points winning for saving the school from the Basilisk, Gryffindor again won the House Cup, though Harry was more concerned about how he would spend his holidays. And how he would get back to his grandmother's time without alerting anyone. The last few days Harry took care of a few things he knew he wouldn't have time for during the summer, as he would be away. First was looking up proper information on the new electives and the teachers that would teach the classes. He was thoroughly cured of taking divination after finding out that an insect-like teacher called Professor Trelawney, who liked to predict students' deaths each year, was the teacher and that real seers were rare. He directly decided to take on another subject. As maths had never been his favorite class in primary school, and arithmancy sounded a lot like it, he decided to go with ancient runes. It sounded useful and fascinating what you could do with it. Thus, he went to Professor McGonagall and told her about his decision to change from divination to runes. She nodded and wrote the change down in his file and then sent him on his way again. There was a strange development concerning his eyes. After a week, during which his eyes had tingled and itched a lot, he didn't need his glasses anymore. When he asked Madame Pomfrey, she told him that it was probably a side effect of the phoenix tears that Fawkes had used to save his life. And boy had she been angry to hear he had been bitten by a basilisk and not been sent to her for a thorough examination. She remedied that part immediately. Harry liked not having to wear his glasses anymore. He remembered too well how Dudley and his gang had always mocked him for them, next to breaking them constantly. Another thing was that he read up a bit on the legend of Camelot. If he would go to that time, he should know a bit more to not stand out too badly. Blending in with the other people would be invaluable. When Ron and Hermione asked what he was doing reading so much, when the end-of-year exams had been cancelled, he simply told them that he found that time period fascinating and wanted to know more about it. With not having to review for exams, he had the time. Hermione took its stride and praised him for wanting to learn. Ron didn't understand and declared him barmy. Harry didn't need to have worried about the way he would manage to get away. When he left the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross, Fawkes appeared just after he had said goodbye to the Weasleys and Hermione. He settled on Harry's shoulder and with a flash of white flames he took Harry together with Hedwig back in time. Camelot. When they reappeared, the travel hadn't felt uncomfortable at all and was much better than using the flow in Harry's opinion. Harry saw a very different landscape surrounding him. There were no built roads, for example, only sandy or rocky paths, made by people walking along them for some time. He noticed that the trees looked much healthier than many in his time and some of the animals he saw were extinct in his time, so he could safely say that the time travel had worked. "I am happy to see you, Harry," he heard his grandmother's voice. Where had she come from? She hadn't been there a moment ago. He turned towards her voice and saw her standing next to two horses. One was white and one black. From the saddles on the horses he guessed that the white one was his grandmother's, as it carried a woman's saddle while the other one had a man's saddle. How did he know the different kinds of saddles? He had never been close to a horse, because Aunt Petunia didn't like animals in general. "I guess you wonder about some of your new knowledge, Harry. Well, that's part of our family's magic. The knowledge of our family is too valuable to be lost, in case a child loses its parents before they can teach it all it needs to know. So, in case it happens, the child gets access to a kind of mental library. There is common knowledge like which plants are edible and which aren't, how to avoid dangerous situations the child isn't prepared for in basics of geography for example. But it also includes spells that are unique to our line, rituals that help us do our duty to magic and so on." Morgane explained. "You couldn't access it, thanks to the soul piece of Voldemort, because, if you had had access to it while that leech was inside of you, he would have had access as well and that would have been too dangerous." "I understand. That must be a really complicated bit of magic to have it ingrained in a child's blood like that," Harry pondered, and Morgane nodded smiling. It was an impressive magical achievement to have that knowledge accessible by all children born of Avalon blood. "It's great to see you again, grandmother," Harry said smiling. "Come on, we need to get going. We have a lot to do and my family is eager to meet you. I told Arthur that I would bring you today or tomorrow, so he could get to know his nephew. We have decided to present you as my son from one of the lords that I slept with as part of my duties as a priestess." As you can see, I am too young to pose as your grandmother, and as you are a child of my line, it doesn't really matter how distantly related we are. Blood is blood and it is important, she explained. Harry nodded, ecstatic that he would have a mother here, even if she was his many times great-grandmother. He wondered what her duties included that she slept with men, but he was sure he would learn it soon enough. He knew that this time had different ethics than his and he needed to be open-minded. Additionally, she followed another religion than Christianity, which meant that things that were unthinkable for Christians were normal for others. Not that he was really taken with any religion, as fanatics that used any religion as their justification for violence against others simply didn't sit right with him. He looked at the black horse. It looked great, but he had no clue on how to ride one. I guess you are worried about not knowing how to ride a horse, Harry. Morgaine again seemed to read his mind. Yes, I have never been close to a horse and have no idea how to ride one, Harry confirmed. It's easy enough to learn, as you already have a good sense of balance. We will start slowly, and I will teach you the basics while we travel to Camelot. Don't worry about highwaymen and other untrustworthy folks. Nobody would dare attacking a priestess of Avalon. The old ways are still strong. Being the sister of the king helps as well. Now, I have brought some clothes that are more fitting for this time period, Harry, Morgaine said and handed him a sack. You can use the bushes to change into them to not stand out while we travel. And I think your owl would like to travel on her own better than being restricted to her small cage. Hedwig hooted, agreeing with her statement. Harry nodded, let Hedwig out, and took the sack from Morgaine. He went behind the bushes and looked into the sack to see what was inside. He saw that the clothes were made of thick wool. Good for traveling. A brown pair of pants that stuck close to his legs, which would probably come in handy for riding. A long-sleeved, dark green shirt, brown, soft leather boots that went up to his knees and were held in place by silver buckles on the outside on top of them, and a dark green cloak which was held by a brooch in the front. He had seen the crest on the brooch on Morgaine's brooch as well, so he guessed it was either the crest of Avalon, or his family. He put the clothes on and put his old ones back into the sack. He stepped out from behind the bushes and walked to his grandmother. No, he should start thinking of her as his mother to avoid slipping up. You look good in them, Harry. Just like a young nobleman should, she told him, appreciating his looks. Thank you, mother, Harry replied, which made her smile. By the way, if I pose as your son, who is supposed to be my father? It was a good question. Lord Benwick of Ceredigion. He was my partner during the Beltane blessing 14 years ago, therefore is easy to believe that you are the child from that union. On top, he died defending his family 8 months after that, so it is easy to explain why you were raised at Avalon and not with your father's family, like it is normally done for sons of priestesses. We normally only raise our daughters at Avalon. In your case, I have cleared with Taliesin, the current Merlin, that he will back my story. Nobody outside of Avalon will suspect anything, and he is the only one that travels around. He is sometimes helping Arthur with the ruling of the kingdom by giving advice. He will back up that you were taught like any other nobleman and instructed in the basics of the Druidic traditions. As you are only going on 13, that is normal, she informed him. Some of that knowledge will come instinctively to you, some I will tell you during our travel. Harry nodded. He already got some information on the blessing rituals that the priestesses of Avalon did, and while it was completely different to what he had learned of proper behavior in his time, he didn't really have a problem with it. Probably a side effect of having access to that mental library, as he dubbed it. He listened to his mother explaining how to mount his horse. She told him that he should decide on a name for him, and then they set off towards Camelot. Traveling with his mother was an interesting experience for Harry. Wherever they went, people bowed to her and many asked for help with one thing or another. Some wanted blessings for their children, others had illnesses that their local healers couldn't heal. Morgaine took the time to help them all and showed Harry how things were done. He helped out with easier wounds, like when they helped with the aftermath of a fire in a small village. He remembered clearly how to brew a potion to cure burns from his classes with Snape, to his surprise, and he immediately set to work once he had collected the ingredients, which could be found in any forest, which was a relief, and handed out the finished salve to the people. He was overwhelmed with their gratitude for something so basic. Many blessed him for his help and were happy that a young lord like him took the time to help the common people. Many were even more impressed when they found out that he was the nephew of Arthur Pendragon and his mother not any priestess of Avalon, but High Priestess Morgaine herself. They were given some freshly baked bread and dried meat by the grateful people. It humbled Harry how far a little help went with these people. He swore to not take anything he had for granted in the future. They reached Camelot the next day, as the stops they had made had caused his mother to decide to spend the night in a village a few hours away from Camelot. The people had happily offered them a place to sleep. They told them about a problem with a nest of poisonous snakes that they had found. Harry offered to take care of the problem for them. After talking to the snakes, he found out that there was a high rat population in the village, which was why the snakes had decided to settle there. Harry asked them if they would promise to not bite the villagers and keep the rats under control. The snakes readily agreed with that. Harry informed the village leader of the deal he had made with the snakes, and to his surprise this made the villagers very happy. They didn't fear his talent and thanked him. They seemingly knew that snake speakers were rare, but that they were the only ones able to protect villages like theirs from poisonous snakes like the ones they had found. Normally dealing with a nest the size of the one they had found cost a few men their lives, because snake bites were hard to treat without antidotes, which were really expensive. From his mother Harry found out that parselmouths, or snake speakers, as they were called by non-magical people, were revered, and if one was found in a village, they made sure he or she was treated well. Snakes were a common danger in these times. Harry wondered how that had changed so much over time. Perhaps because with time other ways were found to safely dispose of them, and with growing religiously motivated wars and condemning of magic because of it, people changed their behavior to not stand out of the masses. Not to mention that, thanks to the story of Adam and Eve losing their place in paradise, because the snake seduced Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, they were seen as evil by Christians. Well, he was happy enough that he would live in this time where the people accepted magical abilities as given and liked those that used them to help others. Camelot was grand. The castle was bigger than Hogwarts, and the stone shone white in the morning sun. Harry had got used to riding a bit, even if his butt and legs had been sore after yesterday. He knew he would learn it soon enough. Every nobleman had to know how to ride a horse, as they were the fastest way of traveling in this time. There was no flow network, no apparition, and no portkeys, as his mother had informed him. In some ways that was nice. It made magicals appear like the other people and not stand out so much. Owls were still, or rather already, used to deliver letters, which made sending messages faster than the muggles could, though here they were called non-magical or mundane, which Harry admitted sounded nicer than making them seem a completely different species of humans. Camelot wasn't only a castle that sat alone, it was surrounded by a big city. The castle, which towered over the city, sat in the middle. They easily passed the guards at the gates of the city and rode towards the castle. Morgaine was greeted by some people and they stopped sometimes so she could chat with them. Harry was introduced to a lot of them and politely returned the greetings. Finally, they reached the castle. "Good morning, Lady Morgaine. How are you today?" One of the guards greeted her warmly. "I am well, Sir Gawain, thank you. It's lovely to see you again. Are you doing well? Did Arthur inform you of our visit?" she asked. "Yes, he told all of the knights to look out for you. And I'm quite well, milady. So, I guess this is your son that you announced to him?" Sir Gawain asked. "Yes, this is my son Harold, son of Lord Benwick of Ceredigion." Though he prefers to be called Harry, Morgaine introduced him. "Good morning, Sir Gawain, it's nice to meet you," Harry greeted politely like he had learned from his mother. "The same to you, Harry. I heard you would start training to become a knight. I hope you will put your full effort into it." "Becoming a knight of Camelot isn't easy," Gawain replied. "I definitely will," Harry stated sincerely, which got an approving nod from Gawain. "The king said to tell you that he was awaiting you in his rooms. He is busy working out a treaty with the barons of the north," Gawain informed Morgaine. "Thank you, Sir Gawain. We will leave you to your duty," Morgaine said pleasantly. Harry and Morgaine rode through the gate and into the inner bailey of the castle. One of the squires that were training there took over the two horses and Morgaine led Harry into the castle proper. There another squire took care of their cloaks after Morgaine told him to bring them to her normal rooms. She knew that Arthur had the rooms next to her suite cleaned for Harry. Harry was very impressed with the castle. While Hogwarts looked like an old castle with a lot of history, this one looked new and full of life. He followed his mother, a bit tense about meeting King Arthur. He wondered how he might be. A guard at the entrance to the king's office went inside to announce them, and soon they were asked inside. "Morgane, it's lovely to see you again, sister. And you must be Harry. Morgane told me all about you and why she brought you here." Arthur greeted them warmly. "It's good to see you too, Arthur. You look like you didn't get enough sun though recently. Are you doing too much paperwork again?" she asked, hugging the young king. He had short black hair and brown eyes. His clothes were more practical than showy, Harry noticed, and the only outward sign that he was the king was a golden necklace he wore. Harry could see the crown sitting on a pillow next to the desk, which was overflowing with documents. His sword was at his left hip. "Not everyone can be as blessed as you in avoiding too much paperwork. The new treaty is being difficult to finish, as the barons want a lot of privileges that I'm not willing to simply grant them. I need to read them all thoroughly to make sure nothing untoward is added in them. But now let me see my nephew," he replied, grinning brightly as if this was a great prank. "Hello Harry, I'm Arthur Pendragon, but while you are here, please call me Uncle Arthur. It's great to know that my sister's line will continue so far into the future." "Thank you, Uncle Arthur," Harry answered, smiling. "I'm happy to be here. It beats staying at my mother's sister's house by far." "Yes," Morgane let a bit of that slip in her explanation why she conspired with a phoenix to get you here during your summer holidays from Hogwarts. "To think that the school those four started a few years ago will be that successful. I wasn't fully convinced when Sir Godric asked for a leave from the court to pursue his idea with his friends, but hearing how important this has become, I am glad I let him go with my blessings," Arthur said. Harry was stunned. The founders were alive in this time and his head of house one of King Arthur's knights. Perhaps he would even meet them one day. No, he had to concentrate on the here and now. This was King Arthur he was meeting right now, and he was telling him to call him uncle. Nobody would ever believe him if he told the story, not that he would without his mother's permission. "I will introduce you to the members of my court tonight during dinner. Tomorrow you will start your basic physical training to get you to the level you need to be at to start training to become a knight. You will be given to one of my knights as a page until he deems you ready for harder training as a squire. You will have some duties like all the others in training to become a knight. Don't expect special treatment because you are family," Arthur warned, and Harry quickly nodded. "Typical duties of a page are taking care of the armor of the knight you are serving, doing message runs, taking care of the horses in the stables, serving during dinner and doing errands. Some of them overlap with the duties of a squire. It depends if the knight in question trains one at that time. Normally your training takes 4 hours each day in the morning, starting at 6, half an hour for eating follows, then you get some duties for 2 hours before lunch. Then you are trained in basic weapon use early in the afternoon. As you are also going to learn your mother's skills, you will go to her after your weapons trainer dismisses you. Each page has to do dinner duty for 2 days each week, the other evenings you are free to follow your likes. That's all right with me, Uncle Arthur. I don't want special treatment. If I am treated like everybody else, I am perfectly content with it," Harry said. Arthur saw the sincerity in the boy's eyes. He wondered how long it would take until the girls caught sight of him. Once Harry got over the effects of being underfed by his abysmal relatives, he would be quite handsome. Many daughters of the lords would try to win his favor. It would surely be amusing to watch. Too bad that he belonged to the future. But with how Morgane had described his life mission, it was really important that Harry learned to fight both non-magically and magically. He couldn't imagine that magic would die if Harry failed. It was an everyday part of their lives. And he wasn't stupid enough to believe the horror tales of magic being the work of the devil. Magic was simply a gift certain people were born with. Even he had some, though he hadn't been trained in using it a lot. He used it with Excalibur and by sensing people's intentions when they came for an audience with him. In battles it was also useful, as it allowed him to somewhat predict his opponent's movements before they used them. The way one used magic made the user good or evil, but not the magic itself. If only the stubborn priests would accept that and stop preaching condemnation for those belonging to the old ways. He was for having freedom of belief and a coexistence of both religions. He pondered which knight he should entrust with Harry's training. He would need a good, but strict teacher who pushed him beyond his limits. Lancelot was too nice for that. Gawain had 2 squires already that he taught, Percival perhaps. His former squire was getting the rights in a week, so he would be free to take up a new student. Edmund also was a possibility. He had no squire right now and he had complained that none of his pages had the talent to become a good knight because they were too whiny for the training. Good, then go and get refreshed. I will see you at dinner. In Morgaine, Guinevere asked me to get to see our nephew too before he is introduced to the others at dinner. She is in the salon organizing the summer feast, Arthur said. We will go and see her once we are refreshed and rested a bit, Arthur. Until later, Morgaine replied. Harry bowed like he somehow knew he should and followed his mother out of the room. After a short visit with Arthur's wife Guinevere, who was a very nice blonde woman and welcomed Harry into the family, Harry was free to explore the castle on his own. He was told, if he introduced himself to anybody, to give Harold of Ceredigion as his name. It would take a while to get used to be a noble in this time. But he was looking forward to learning how to be a knight. For him a knight was someone who had the power to protect innocence, and that was what he wanted. He didn't like the tuppety that came with fighting a lot, it was just a necessary evil. If he could become strong enough, he reasoned, some fights might even stop before they began, because nobody wanted to risk making him angry enough to have to deal with the instigators. That was his reason to become strong and skilled in both magical and non-magical fighting. The castle was huge. It would take a while to get used to it. But he had found his way around Hogwarts quickly enough, after getting lost a few times in first year. And Camelot wasn't as confusing as Hogwarts was. No direction-changing staircases for example and no dud secret passages. He wondered what his training would include. He knew he would have to do a lot of hard physical training, because those armors were heavy. Without enough muscle mass he couldn't fight in one of them. He met a few pages running around doing errands for the knights and sometimes others. And still life here seemed peaceful. More than his life in the future had been so far. Privet Drive only appeared peaceful, he had suffered there. Hogwarts had one adventure or the other waiting for him and somehow, he always risked his life in the process. This would definitely be hard to do, he had no illusions about it, but at least here he would have a teacher who wanted him to do his best and succeed. He would have somebody he could ask for advice without feeling too awkward. He had a mother in this time, which made everything worthwhile. And Morgaine was nothing if not patient and happy to teach him all he wanted to know. It was a strange feeling. Normally he should have felt completely out of place, not knowing how to face this new time. But he didn't. He felt right here, as if he belonged here. Admittedly not everything was great in this time. People led hard lives and had to fear thieves, highwaymen and other criminals, but they were being forced back by Arthur's knights, sheriffs and governors. From what his mother had told him during the journey, the area a day's riding distance from Camelot was already really safe. There were wild regions, but Arthur was working on helping the people there by either forcing the lords to shape up or replacing them basically. A lord was responsible for the people living on his land and somebody shirking that duty didn't deserve the title. In the evening, after taking a bath, Harry put on the clothes that his mother had told him to wear. For dinner Harry had been given a higher class outfit representing his status as the son of a lord and the high priestess of Avalon, not to mention the king's nephew. They were more elegant than his traveling clothes. His trousers were black now and he wore a white long-sleeved shirt under a dark red vest. On the left side of the vest over his heart the crest of Ceredigion was embroidered and on the right side the crest of Avalon was shown. A black leather belt through lashes at the vest held his trousers up. He wore shorter, soft black leather boots than for the traveling. When his mother came to inspect his looks, she was satisfied. She wore an elegant-looking red dress which had the crest of Avalon on her right shoulder. She wore delicate golden jewelry with small rubies in the earrings and necklace. "Yes, you are looking good, Harry. We can introduce you to the court now," Morgaine nodded contentedly. "Thank you, Mother. I only hope that I don't make a fool out of myself," Harry replied. "Don't worry, you will do fine. Just be polite and try listening more than talking," she advised, and he nodded. He and Morgaine were led to the great hall where dinner would be held. The hall was sparsely decorated, it was more functional than grand. Harry liked it. It was homely, even if the number of people there was a lot like eating in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. He could see Sir Gawain, who had greeted them at the gates, talking with two other men. About a dozen pages were carrying plates with food and pitchers with drinks. He guessed doing duty during dinner time would be taxing, but as everyone who wanted to become a knight had to go through it, he didn't mind. From what he had found in his mental library, it was meant to teach the aspiring knights humility and patience. No matter what family name a page or squire had to start at the bottom if he wanted to become a knight. It was a much better system than in his time where the influence was simply given with birth and depended on money. Here even the son of a minor lord could achieve great things, if he worked enough for it. Sure, there were things that weren't as advanced as in his time. Women for example didn't have the same rights as men, though many still had a lot of influence. Look at his mother or Aunt Guinevere. Compared to that, the children of lesser pureblood families would never get into the truly important positions at the ministry, and don't get him started on those not being purebloods. One's blood wasn't as important for one's life here as one's dedication. Even the son of a farmer could get into a fairly high position if he was determined. There were two boys working in the stables that were the sons of farmers. They got training in caring for the horses, as they were talented in it. If they did well, they would one day be in charge over the stables, a well-paid and respected position. Society was still a bit elitist, but it was slowly changing. Harry also noticed that at the table for the squires his new acquaintance Daniel of Gloucester was sitting. He remembered their meeting. Flashback. After exploring the inside of the castle a bit, Harry had gone outside to explore the grounds. He watched the training of the knights for a while before walking towards the stables. There it was quiet. He heard the snorts of some horses, but the majority was outside. He read the plates on the stable doors. There was the name of the horse and the knight it belonged to written on each one. In the back he heard strained breathing and found a brown horse sweating heavily. It seemed to be in pain and Harry was worried. He thought about getting somebody to help, but somehow his newfound knowledge told him that the mare was close to giving birth to a foal. The big belly was a telltale sign of a pregnancy. He saw that the mare lay too closely to the wall for the foal to be born, and she was close to pressing it out. He did the first thing that came to his mind and levitated her a little distance away from the wall. It didn't take long for the foal to come out. Harry was awed seeing the little horse being born. But something still wasn't right. The sack around the foal didn't tear, and if nobody did anything, it would suffocate. He quickly, but carefully, entered the box and went around the mare who was breathing heavily from giving birth. He took the birth sack and tore it open at the head of the foal. It started breathing quickly and he knew that it had been close. Had he gone to get help, the foal would probably not have made it. It felt good knowing that he had managed to save this young life. After completely freeing the foal, he stepped back to let the mother get introduced to the foal. Now that he had the time, he saw that it was a dark-colored foal. He wouldn't be able to say if it was black or really dark brown because of how wet it was. The mare suddenly stood up and started licking the foal's fur. "What are you doing here?" A harsh voice suddenly spoke up behind him and a young man appeared. "I heard strange sounds coming from one of the stables in the back and went to see what was going on. I noticed that the mare was about to give birth, but was too close to the wall, so I made her move a bit away so that the foal had space to be born. Once it was out, the birth sac didn't tear, so I did that for the foal to be able to breathe. After that I let the mother and child get used to each other. I was told I could have a look around the castle and the grounds," Harry answered. "These stables in the back are for the horses of the king and queen. Nobody but the ones responsible for them are allowed to come here. You should know that," the young man explained, now a bit friendlier. "Sorry, my mother and I only arrived today, and the king didn't say anything about areas where I wasn't allowed to go to," Harry explained, not wanting to be treated differently for being the king's nephew. Though he guessed it wouldn't be kept a secret for long. "So, you were introduced to King Arthur already? That's unusual. What's your name?" "I'm Daniel of Gloucester, by the way. Squire to Sir Lancelot," the young man introduced himself, offering his hand to shake, which Harry did. "I'm Harold of Ceredigion. Nice to meet you, Daniel. I am going to serve as a page to one of the knights from tomorrow on. So far, I grew up with my mother, Lady Morgaine of Avalon," Harry introduced himself. "Lady Morgaine, so that is why you were allowed to go where you wanted. King Arthur is your uncle," Daniel realized. "Yes, but I don't want any special treatment, so could you simply treat me like any other page? I want to earn any respect given to me for my achievements, not because I am the king's nephew," Harry asked. "I can do that. I'm glad that you aren't a stuck-up pampered prince. We get those a lot of times. Some of the richer barons think that they are better than others and that their sons deserve to be trained by the best knights of the Round Table, like Sir Lancelot or Sir Gawain. Not that it helps any. The knights decide themselves which boys they take under their wing, Daniel told Harry, grinning. Now let me see the foal. You seem to have done a good job. It is already trying to stand up to drink. We can simply watch and only interfere if anything happens. By the way, Harold, how old are you? I am 13, and could you call me Harry? I like that better than my full name, Harry answered. And you? 18. I am scheduled for taking the rites of knighthood in 2 months. Sir Lancelot is really thorough with his training. Others were knighted when they were 16 or 17, but I don't mind waiting a year longer, if it means I get the complete training Sir Lancelot can give me. I mean, he is the best of the knights of the Round Table. It's a real honor to be trained by him, Daniel raved. Harry smiled. He could imagine how exciting it had to be trained by one of the knights of the Round Table. They were legendary and not only in the wizarding world in his time. Everybody knew the story of Camelot, though some of it was exaggerated as he now knew. Daniel took Harry for a tour of the stables and Harry tried to memorize the layout. Daniel said that cleaning the stables was part of the duties of the pages and that it was done thoroughly twice every month. The other days the stables were only filled with fresh straw and the horses were given their hay and oat in the mornings and evenings. Water was given 4 times a day. After feeding in the morning, at noon, after feeding in the evening and the last time before everybody went to bed. The horses were important for the knights and needed to be in top condition in case the knights had to go to battle at a moment's notice. Harry listened intently how the pages and squires had to clean the horses every morning after they were done with physical training. It seemed that most of the duties of a page were to the knight's horse, armor and weapons. Well, he had never been somebody to shy away from hard work. Once they had finished the round they returned to the stable and saw the foal drinking from its mother. Harry smiled seeing that. He thought that it was really cute. Flashback end. In the great hall they were led to their seats next to Arthur and Guinevere. Arthur introduced them, Harry more than Morgane, as most knew her already, to the assembled people. Many looked at Harry with interest. As far as they knew, he was the firstborn son of Lady Morgane. Her other son, Mordred, who was raised by Lady Morgause, was younger than him. They mostly appreciated that the king's nephew would go the normal way to become a knight of Camelot. It was seen as a sign that the royal family was closely connected with the people. The food was great, and Harry made polite conversation with the other guests when he was asked something, but mostly he kept to his mother's advice of listening to learn. Training hard. Morning came too soon. Harry was down at the exercise field at 6, together with 21 other pages. He still didn't know who the knight he would have to serve was. But the physical training was the same for all of them. Thus, the knights rotated doing the morning drills. A second group, consisting of the squires, was in the neighboring field doing their drills. One of the 2 knights that would observe the morning training stepped forward. Some of you are already used to this, some of you are new. For those who don't know me yet, I am Sir Percival. He was a tall man with dark brown hair and a mustache. He wore his hair in a ponytail and wore simple clothes that belied his status. The only sign was his sword that was at his right hip. You are all hoping to one day achieve the honor of becoming a knight of the Round Table. It is a long way until that time and getting in top physical shape is the base. Therefore, don't even think of slacking in your training. We will start with running 3 kilometers for warm-up. After that we will do stretching and muscle-building exercises. Now, the ones that have been at this for some time know the route. You are running route 2 today. You have at most 30 minutes. As we have new pages in this group, we will refrain from strapping weights on you today to get to know the route. From next week on, you will each run with 5 extra kilos on your back. The weight will be increased over time. Get to it. Sir Percival called out and the older pages took the lead. Harry was now very grateful for 2 things. First was all the running away from Dudley and his gang, second the fact that Oliver Wood was a training maniac. Those 2 factors had given him decent stamina. He had a good level of endurance and was about average in this task. It was clear that the older pages were much better and used to doing this. In fact, most of them looked very relaxed while running at the head of the group and were talking to each other. The new pages were mostly trying to keep contact to the leading group, as they were the ones knowing the way. Still, He was the best of the new pages. He finished the 3 kilometers with about 3 minutes time left. It was hard and he was trying to regain his breath while the others returned one after the other. You will have to do better in the future. Eric, you are normally faster, I expect you to show your full abilities again tomorrow. Don't hold back just because you didn't have to wear your weights today. Peter, you need to work on running at a steady pace, otherwise you waste too much energy. John, more steps that are shorter and quicker, your long steps hinder you more than they are useful. Richard, work on your breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, otherwise you risk stitches in the side. Sir Percival addressed the older pages and they all nodded. And while I know that today the morning run was actually very easy for you, as you are used to working harder, that should be even more reason to present your abilities much better. I won't pass that on to your teachers, as the new pages needed to get to know the route and thus profited from your relaxed training pace, but I don't want to see this repeated, just because you don't have to wear weight. I want to see your full speed tomorrow for morning training. After all, you basically only ran as fast as you did with weights. The older pages nodded in acknowledgement and it was clear that they wouldn't repeat this low performance attitude the next days. The second night that was around now took over. Now to the new ones, you are a sad bunch and will have to shape up a lot to get anywhere. The only one to at least keep up with the older pages was Harold. Still, you need to work up your endurance too, Harold. Even out your breathing and run at a constant speed, otherwise you tire out too fast. Now start stretching, following the exercises we show you, the second knight said. He had long red hair that he wore open and a scar that looked like a jagged cut on his chin. I will make sure you all learn how to not make a fool of you in Camelot, as sure as I am Sir Brian. Sir Brian turned out to be a ruthless taskmaster. For 20 minutes the pages had to stretch each part of their bodies, and then Sir Brian barked out commands for strength and speed exercises. 30 push-ups were followed by a 50-meter sprint out of the crouching position, then 50 knee bends, quick-paced side steps through wooden rings in a 40-meter line, then 30 pull-ups on a bar. Harry sweated heavily under the harsh training. He wanted to fall down in pain more than once, but he saw how Sir Brian reacted to that when others did, so he bit through. After 2 hours Sir Brian finally let them rest for 10 minutes, which included getting a large cup of water to replace the fluids they had lost from sweating, while he instructed them on the correct technique to use a staff, the first weapon they would be schooled to use. He demonstrated the correct grip and how to spin the staff to move it through certain positions. Then he started the drilling on technique, and the moves that had seemed so easy when Sir Brian had performed them were a lot harder to do themselves. Many hit their neighbors while trying to control the staff. Harry learned to keep an eye on his surroundings, because being hit by his neighbor during the exercise hurt. Thankfully they only had to perform 4 moves at the moment. A thrust with the staff forward, while holding it with both hands parallel to the ground, from that position turning it upwards and to the left, which would be needed to block attacks later they were informed, then upwards with both arms, again for blocking, and last the staff turned upwards to block from the right. It still took a lot of concentration. They kept doing training with the staff for nearly an hour and Harry really felt his arm muscles. They were aching horribly. But there was still 1 more hour of training to go. And by now he was hungry. He would need to make sure to eat something light before starting training in the morning. The only thing they were allowed between exercises was a cup of water each. None of the pages realized that other knights were watching to decide which of the new pages they would take up as a student. To make this possible, there were intentional holes in the tall wooden fence that separated the stables from the training fields for the pages and squires. Those candidates that were absolutely hopeless after a week of training would be pushed into the normal training to become skilled foot soldiers. The others got until the end of the month to prove themselves. Only the best would continue to train becoming knights. There are a few talented ones in the beginners group, but more than half are lacking, Sir Gawain commented, tying his blonde hair up again. True, I miss the fierce determination in some of them. Without that they won't go far, Sir Edmund agreed. He was shorter than the others by a head, but muscular. He had short black hair and a full beard. That or sheer stubbornness. Some can make up natural talent with that and hard work, Sir Lancelot added. True, but those are really rare to find. If you have such a student though, he normally goes far, Sir Gawain admitted. What do you think of Lady Morgaine's son? Lancelot asked. Not bad. He seems to have good basic endurance and the will to see this training through. Though it is clear that beyond physical training he didn't learn anything about fighting yet. Probably he was trained more in his powers than fighting. That wouldn't be strange for a student from Avalon. Percival now spoke up. Who is going to train him? Gawain asked. We aren't sure yet. The king is considering 3 choices. Percival, Edmund and Robert. Lancelot answered. At least they will have a good chance to get him to a proper level fast. The boy is driven and doesn't think anybody owes him because of who he is related to. Gawain grunted, thinking about 2 boys he didn't like because of their arrogance. That's true. My squire Daniel told me that Harold has helped one of the king's mares with giving birth to her foal and reacted properly when the birth sac didn't tear on its own. Shows that he doesn't hesitate to get dirty when needed. Something those spoiled brats should learn quickly, or they won't last long. Lancelot agreed with his friend. Harry wanted to sleep. He wanted to sleep so much, but he still had work to do. Of course, on the first day of him becoming a page the stables were due for a complete cleaning. And he was sure this was a test to see if the pages would complain about the dirty and stinking work. After having got a good late breakfast, they had been taken to the stables. The older pages led the horses outside so that the younger ones could start clearing the stables of the dung. 2 carts were used to bring the dung to the dunghill, and the older pages were the ones manning them, so the younger ones had to work getting the dung out with pitchforks. Harry privately thought that the dung smelled better than Dudley's room, which he had been forced to clean up more times than he cared to remember. Thanks to the high number of horses, clearing up the stables took the full 3 hours till lunch. Today, as it was known that the stable duty always took longer than other things, the early morning training had only been done until 9. Then some breakfast, and then they all had to work in the stables. On other days the morning training would take an hour longer. After that they had to put fresh straw into the boxes before being allowed to go cleaning themselves up, which was needed for them to be allowed to eat in the kitchens. Lunch was a fun affair. Harry got to know the other pages better. He made 2 friends in Cameron and Frederick, who were also just starting out. Wilbur and George, also new pages, he couldn't stand though. They thought they were so high and mighty, because their fathers ruled over big baronies. They all exchanged some stories and wondered which knight would be in charge of them. Normally it would be decided once the first month was over. Wilbur and George were sure they would impress one of the most famous knights. After all, their names were important. Harry just wanted one, who would teach him properly, so that he wouldn't be killed at once when he had to face Voldemort again in his time. Though he didn't say that. Weapons training consisted mainly in teaching about how to properly care for a sword the first day. A sword needed to be in top condition for the knight to rely on it in a fight. Hence, rust, shards and dulling of the blade needed to be dealt with regularly. The pages were relieved that instead of strenuous training this time they had to do more precise work in repairing as much damage as possible with sharpening tools, putting oil on the blades once that was done, and exchanging leather at the grips. After the weapons master, today Sir Gawain, dismissed them, Harry went to his mother's rooms to get started on his magical training. When he knocked at her door he was called inside. "Hello Harry, how are you feeling after your first day of training?" Morgane asked kindly. "Exhausted. I knew it would be hard work, but this was much more than what I had expected. I'm still happy that I managed to get through it. I just fear that I will be sore tomorrow," he answered and rubbed his shoulders. "That's normal in the beginning. Just persevere and you will be fine in the end. Now we will start your training in the magical arts of Avalon. Before you can learn spells that have a chance to help you in a fight, you need to get in harmony with your magic. Therefore, you will start with meditation. I want you to undress until you only have your underwear on," she instructed, and he followed her orders. "Good, now sit down in the circle I drew on the floor with herbs. Look at them and tell me which ones you recognize from your studies and which you simply know." Harry looked concentrated at the herbs before naming the ones he knew. He got nods for those he could name correctly, others he was corrected on. The mixture consists of 21 herbs that have either calming effects or induce trance. The reason that there are 21 of them is that the number has power, as it is 3 times 7. Both 3 and 7 are powerful magical numbers. Now I will pour hot water over the herbs, which over time will let them set free their effects. I want you to control your breath. Close your eyes while sitting in a lotus position and count to 4 before breathing in, then count to 4 before breathing out. Once your breathing is smooth and in the rhythm I told you, try feeling your magic. Feel its flow, feel its warmth and feel its power. It will take some time to reach that state, but you have time, she instructed, and Harry did as he was told. He lost feeling of time while breathing in the fumes of the herbs and trying to feel his magic inside of him. He could sometimes feel sparks of it, but never the flow his mother had described. Too soon he was called out of his meditation. He felt refreshed to his surprise. A good attempt. It should have helped you to smooth out some knots that were caused by your training. This kind of meditation actively relaxes your muscles and gives them time to heal from overexposure. Now let me put some healing salve on your muscles so that they will be ready for another day of training tomorrow. I will also teach you how to make the salve. From what my visions showed me of your life, to let me prepare your training here properly, your teacher in potions so far was an idiot to not teach you and your classmates proper techniques. That will be one of the first things I remedy until you are ready to use magic actively. Which will probably be in about 3 months. Before you don't find a balance of your magic, I won't start you on that, she stated. Harry just nodded and let her rub the salve onto his back, legs, chest and arms. A warm feeling spread from the salve and he enjoyed it. He was told to apply the salve each day after practicing meditation. That night Harry didn't have duties, so he accompanied his mother to dinner. From what he had been told, he was on dinner duty on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. With 22 pages in the castle, 9 of them had to serve during dinner each evening. As today was Tuesday, he could enjoy sitting with the adults and listen to their stories. Harry really enjoyed his time in Camelot. The first month was the hardest, as he had to get used to his training schedule. The group didn't learn many new things besides basic skills for pages that would come in handy later as knights, but next to fighting with a staff and, in the last week of the month, wooden knives to simulate real ones later on, they all learned how to ride a horse properly. They had 2 training horses that were used to not give beginners too hard a time. They learned to keep balance in the saddle if they couldn't already ride, which was true for most of them. Harry and 4 others were the only ones not being able to properly ride a horse. They could stay on the horse's back in the slower gaits if the route wasn't difficult to follow but didn't have experience for more. The main reason for that, as Harry learned, was that their families didn't have many horses. Those that they had were normally needed for farming or their fathers used them all the time, not giving them the chance to practice a lot. While knights were generally horsemen that governed some estates for the king, it didn't always mean that they had a lot of land to call their own. Some only had a few farmer families living on the land and didn't gain a lot of income from that. Meaning, they couldn't afford to keep lots of horses. One reason why some of them tried to have their sons trained in Camelot to become knights. It was a lot more cost efficient. If a boy was accepted as a page by a knight, the costs of the training were paid by the king. Sure, the lords had to pay taxes to the king, which in the end also paid for this, but it was still a lot cheaper than having to do it on their own. But the boys learned quickly enough, even if they didn't have a lot of previous training. After the month was over, Harry had no problems at all keeping upright in the saddle no matter how fast his horse went. His trainer was content with that and told him he would start learning jumping over obstacles next. 2 others would also learn that, while the last 2 needed a bit more training. Of course, the arrogant twats Wilbur and George made fun of those just learning to ride, but Harry and Cameron shut them up quickly when they sparred with the staffs. Cameron had learned fighting with one from his uncle, who was a master with that weapon, and Harry had a knack for learning new things. And his hand-eye coordination was unparalleled by any of the other pages. Probably why he was so good at playing Seeker. Overall his trainers were happy with his progress, as was his mother. He had made a lot of progress with getting in harmony with his magic and the spells he had learned during the past 2 years at Hogwarts were much easier for him to do now. While the real magic of Avalon was still out of his reach, normal wizard magic wasn't, and once every week Morgaine would test how much he had improved with his control over the spells by making the use of the spells harder by having Harry train using the spells without the incantations. She wasn't a friend of the crutches as she called the incantations. They were good for learning the spell, but as soon as a student was capable of using a spell, he should work on doing the spell wordless. After that, once the magic was in harmony, he could work on using the magic without a wand. From her lectures Harry learned that using magic was all about intent and connecting with one's inborn magic. For example, making things levitate only needed a thought from her. No hand gesture, no incantation, only a simple thought. She didn't even need to concentrate on it because her magic knew her so well that after the initial command it kept doing her bidding until she told it otherwise. It took years to get to that level, but Harry would be able to do it in the future. She revealed to him that she wasn't the most powerful witch ever, she just was the first one to be completely in harmony with her magic. The same was true for Taliesin, the current Merlin. He was powerful, but he surpassed all others before him, because he was in complete harmony with his magic. Harry had only met him once when he came to Camelot for a short visit, passing through on a journey. Harry had liked him immediately. He was like a kind and wise grandfather and he was sincere about his wish to help people. To Harry's joy the foal he had helped being born grew well and was the pride of Queen Guinevere, whose mare was the mother. It turned out that the father was King Arthur's stallion, and everybody hoped that the foal would also grow into a powerful battle horse like its father. For now, the young stallion was happy to follow his mother around the paddock and the meadow where the mother mares with the foals were kept. Hedwig had also become very popular with the women of the castle. Not only was she beautiful, she kept the mice and rat populations down. Arthur had decided to get some more owls and a few cats, as with keeping a high number of horses, rats and mice were a real problem in the castle. Harry also offered to get a few snakes for the grounds, but his uncle decided to leave that for when there was no other option. Snakes were feared by many and while they would quickly get the upper hand, they would not make life at the castle more peaceful. Though whenever a snake got lost in the castle, Harry was called. It was put down positively in his reports as a page. Sir Edmund, who was responsible for Harry's training, kept a book where he marked down Harry's progress in the fighting arts, his stamina and his performance during his duties. So far that report was good. Harry did as he was told, didn't complain about the difficulty of training and did whatever jobs Sir Edmund had for him. Harry thought that even if the work he had to do was hard, at least Sir Edmund didn't emotionally abuse him, beat him for things he had no control over, and if he really messed up, he would be doing additional harsh training instead of being starved, so it was at least productive. Sir Edmund was known to be the strictest knight in regard to training somebody. Harry thought it might have to do with Uncle Arthur wanting to stop any rumors that Harry didn't earn his knighthood once he was ready. Anybody who managed to pass Sir Edmund's training deserved to become a knight. Harry was currently working through the new balance exercise Sir Edmund had given him. It was meant to both teach balance and strength. He had to walk over a plank which was just wide enough for one of his feet, and he held a 2 meters long pole which had a 1 kilo heavy stone tied to each end. He had to hold up the pole while walking over the plank. The plank was about a meter above the ground. So far, that didn't sound too difficult, but after mastering the first stage, he was being pelted with small sand-filled sacks by the other pages. It was much harder to either dodge, while keeping balance, or ignore being hit, while still keeping his balance. And, to make things more interesting, there was a 1 meter deep pool of water under the plank, meaning, whenever he fell, he would get wet and the plank got more slippery with each new attempt. Each page had to go through this kind of training, and during the last month they had done so with the basic exercise. Now that they were declared fit to become knights one day, if they kept up their training like before, the exercises they had to do were getting harder. For example, they all had to run with weights in the morning, their physical exercises increased in numbers of repetitions and some harder ones were added. Their duties also added to their working out schedule. Carrying heavy sacks of flour down into the cellars of the kitchen was hard, as was chopping wood for the fires of the castle. While in summer there wasn't as much that was needed, they were storing a lot for winter. They also got to do exercises that tested their dexterity and their endurance. Their riding skills were constantly improved, and sometimes they got to deliver goods from the castle to the surrounding villages on horseback. The group of new pages had assembled after morning training was done, to be informed which duties they would have to perform for the morning. Harry was allowed to go with a group to a village that was about 3 hours on horseback from Camelot. He had only been given general clearance for this type of duty after his riding skills had been declared adequate by Sir Brian. The village had been hit by bandits and the villagers had asked for help from the castle. While the 3 knights that had accompanied their group had gone to search for the bandits, the pages and squires were tasked to help with the rebuilding of the houses that were burned down. Listening to the villagers, it became clear that many had suffered burns from trying to extinct the fires. Seeing how they were in pain but still had to get their homes rebuilt, he turned to the leader of the village. Sir, would it help if I brewed some salve to treat the burns that many villagers have got when they tried to extinct the fires? He asked politely. It would certainly help, but do you have the knowledge for that, young man? I mean, even our village's best trained healers didn't know of a way to treat the burns, except for cooling them in water whenever possible, answered the old man, not to mention where would we get the things needed for something like that. The ingredients are actually very common and can be found in any wood. My mother and the druids on Avalon taught me how to make it. If you could provide me with a cauldron and a place to set up a fire safely, I will set to work as soon as I have collected the things I need, answered Harry. You are in training with the druids. Then you might actually be able to help us. I will see to it that you get the cauldron you need for this. What is your name, by the way? I'm Jacob Finning, the major of the village. I'm Harold of Ceredigion, page to Sir Edmund, Harry introduced himself. It's nice to meet you, nodded Jacob and then went to get things arranged while Harry set out to collect the ingredients for the salve. The other pages and squires looked at him with wide eyes when he started brewing competently and quickly created a salve that truly helped with the burns the people had suffered, once it was finished and had cooled down enough to be usable. They seemingly hadn't known that he could do that. Harry didn't pay them much attention. He used his rudimentary knowledge of healing, which had also been part of his studies with his mother, to help with problems some people had. After hearing that he had training from the druids of Avalon, many approached him for help with their ailments. Mild colds and infects were the most common. He told the villagers which herbs they should collect in the woods and described them if they didn't know them. He explained how to brew herbal teas for common ailments and how to clean wounds to prevent infections. One man was suffering from an infected wound at his leg and Harry had to do a small surgery. He gave the man some herbs to numb the wound as best as he could and to make the man slightly dazed and then cut it open. It was still painful, but not as much as if he had done it without the herbs. The infection went deep, and Harry had to clean a lot of pus from it. To the utter shock of some people, he asked them to get him some maggots to put into the wound. When asked why on earth he would put maggots into a wound, he answered that they lived from rotting flesh. They would only eat the rotting flesh and leave the healthy flesh be. On top they would only stay for a short while until they were ready to pupate, and shortly after that leave the now cleaned out wound as fully developed flies. It was a painless way to heal the wound, as otherwise he would have to cut out a lot of healthy flesh with the rotten parts. After all, he didn't have anything to disinfect the wound properly, as these villagers didn't have anything like alcohol to use for that. When one of the squires accidentally stuck his foot into a snake nest, Harry called the snakes that had attacked to defend their nest back and quickly treated the bite wound that the squire had got. Overall, the respect everybody had for Harry rose immensely from that day on. The villagers told the tale of the young page Harold, who was willing to help the common people and taught them basic healing techniques that they could practice without having to consult a trained medic. Those were rare after all. The pages and squires told how he could control snakes and helped with dealing with the bite wound. The bitten squire had only needed 2 days of rest before he could start training again once he was back at Camelot. He didn't suffer a fever or an infect, just the wound needed a bit of time to heal. After taking care of the medical issues, Harry helped cleaning out burned houses and repairing roofs. The knights needed 4 days to find all the bandits and either arrest them or kill them if they didn't want to give up. Of the 10 bandits, only 2 were that stupid. They weren't well trained, and after those 2 died, obviously the leaders of the group, the others were easy to overwhelm for the knights. When they returned to the village, it looked much better than before, and Sir Percival noticed that many gave Harry admiring looks, especially girls around his age. They were witnesses when an old woman begged him to help with a complicated birth. Harry blushed horribly and told her that he wasn't trained as a midwife, but it was to no avail. The villagers obviously believed that Harry was the one with most knowledge about medical treatment. It was true as well. Their squires and pages told the knights about Harry's actions over the past days, and they were impressed to say the least. Thus Harry, for the first time in his life, witnessed the birth of a child. From what they could find out, the normal midwife of the village was out to help with the birth of another child a day ride away from the village. The young woman hadn't been due to give birth for another 2 weeks, so nobody had expected it. Harry found that helping a child into the world was put down in the family library, hence he followed the instructions he was subconsciously given. The child was too big for the mother to press it out normally, so he asked for a bit of space. He knew he would have to use magic for this. Thankfully this could be achieved with a small transfer of magic into the birth channel. He only needed it to widen for a while to give the baby space to come out. And this was something he knew how to do wandlessly in disguise as a massage. The basic principle was similar to his meditation techniques. He needed to channel his magic for 5 minutes until the child was finally out. Other women took the child and took care of the mother. Harry was overwhelmed with what he had achieved. He had helped bringing a child into the world. He felt elated about it. Though when the happy new father asked the knights who Harry's family was, their awe of him increased tenfold. They didn't connect the name Harold of Ceredigion with the name of Morgaine of Avalon. The news that the king's nephew had started training as a squire in Camelot had spread around. Just not a description or his name. Though worship of his mother Morgaine as the high priestess of Avalon was far greater than his relationship with the king. To honor his deed, the young father decided to name his son Harold. It really touched Harry. The knights congratulated him on helping here in the village, and it was another very positive report for the file Sir Edmund kept on his training. Morgaine watched happily while her son trained in the Inner Bailey. He had now been here for 4 months already and it showed. He had hit a growth spurt and, thanks to being rid of the leech and getting proper meals and physical training, he was becoming very interesting for the younger girls in Camelot, be they maids or noble daughters. She had heard giggling more than once in hushed whispers when her son passed a group of girls. She was sure it would be similar when he returned to Hogwarts in 8 months. Time magic was really incredible. For the people in this time, Harry would only be gone for 2 months, in which he would accompany her to Avalon for some rituals she needed to perform and wanted him to learn. The rest of the year he would be training under Sir Edmund. She had to return to Avalon again in a week and would leave Harry here to continue his training. His magic was now in harmony with his body and he was starting to practice the easier skills Avalon taught. He could influence the wind to change direction as long as it was a soft breeze so far. It was nothing on her control over the elements, but everybody needed to start at the bottom and work his way up. Harry knew he needed to continue practicing both his magical and non-magical skills. According to Sir Edmund's estimations, Harry would be ready to be promoted to squire after 1 year of training. That meant he would start after returning from his 3rd year at Hogwarts. She would tell him how he could continue with his training even when he was at Hogwarts, as it was essential. Sir Edmund would be most displeased if his student, after just getting ready to train as a squire, fell back in his physical strength. His skills in brewing had shot up impressively. She had found out that with good instruction in a relaxing atmosphere while brewing, Harry was really good at this art. He now could make the herbal salve that helped with sore muscles all by himself, could make simple pain-relieving potions, some basic potions for common illnesses like colds, menstrual problems, morning sickness, and disinfecting salves for wounds. Contrary to Harry's positive development, Arthur and Guinevere still didn't manage to conceive a child. For some reason, no matter what she tried to help Guinevere, she couldn't get pregnant. She knew it wasn't Arthur's fault, as his fertility was proven by Mordred's existence. But from her examinations, Guinevere was healthy and should be able to get pregnant. The only other possibility was a curse, but she couldn't determine it yet. It was one reason she needed to return to Avalon. She wanted to address the goddess with the problem and see if she showed a solution. While nobody was pressuring Arthur and Guinevere so far, if they didn't have an heir to present to the lords within 2 years, they might be told to simply try having Arthur have a child with another woman. Something that would break Guinevere's heart. Not to mention Arthur's, as he loved Guinevere deeply. Hence why, for now, they had thought up a solution that would satisfy the lords and make them shut up. It was well known that Harry was Arthur's nephew and, as he was her official oldest son, he would take the position of crown prince until the problem with Arthur and Guinevere was solved. Not that they would tell Harry very soon. He should concentrate on his training, and she knew he disliked too much attention. He was already confused how to take the deserved praise for his accomplishments in training. Nobody knew that Mordred was Arthur's son and the real heir, thankfully that included Morgause, but she knew how her son would turn out under Morgause's tutelage, and there was sadly nothing she could do, as she had given up all rights to her son in her distress about having been used by her Aunt Vivian to get a powerful child. At that time, she hadn't realized that Morgause was far worse than Vivian. Morgause had thought that Mordred was her firstborn son, and, as Arthur and Guinevere didn't have children at the time, they were Still just engaged back then, she had taken the chance to have a possible heir to the throne under her direct control, to raise him the way she wanted to. At the question of the identity of the father, Morgaine had thankfully managed to just tell her that it had been her last partner during the Beltane rites and that the magic had prevented her to know. Her complaints about her aunt messing around with her life were explained by ensuring that Morgaine got pregnant for sure this time around, probably because her partner was specifically chosen by Vivian. As long as Arthur didn't acknowledge Mordred, he had no claim to the throne, except as her second son. In this time there was no way to prove who the father of a child was, and Mordred didn't look a lot like Arthur, he looked more like her father. That was why in the future he would duel Arthur for the throne, stating it was his birthright. She didn't know if bringing Harry here to learn was changing things, but she hoped some things could be avoided. The future would be a much better place if Arthur lived longer. Sometimes having the sight wasn't all that great. It was as if she had already lived through this life several times, and even if she tried to make things better, she always failed at some point, as if she was cursed. The main problem was that no matter what she tried, Guinevere didn't get pregnant, which left the throne open for usurpers and those thinking they could bully their way to the top. Camelot was surrounded by white fields. It had started to snow in mid-November, and by now everything was hidden under a thick blanket of snow. The morning training of the pages now consisted of regularly cleaning the bailey of the snow. Some also had to use their horses to create a basic path to the closest village in case somebody needed help from the castle. As shoveling the snow to areas where it didn't hinder people was really taxing, the normal strength exercises were replaced by it. Thanks to the stored wood, the castle was kept warm all the time. Though transporting the wood to the rooms with the big fireplaces still took some time. The knights that had stayed at Camelot, most were only spending a few months of the year at Camelot, the other time they lived at their own estates, were getting very creative to keep the pages busy. Right now, only Sir Brian, who didn't have a big estate, Sir Edmund, who was courting the daughter of one of Arthur's advising lords, Sir Gawain, who had just returned from patrolling the borders, and Sir William were staying at Camelot. As winter was the least likely time to be attacked, as the attackers would have lousy conditions to get to the castle, there was no need to keep as many knights at the castle as usually. Many had taken their squires and pages with them too, so the remaining ones had to do more of the duties that they normally shared with the others. But the overall number of chores had gone down, therefore it was still manageable. Harry was mostly studying the books his mother gave him. He helped shoveling the snow each morning and then helped with carrying the wood to all the fireplaces in the castle. After that he studied more to learn the magics of Avalon. He was getting better and better. But there was still so much to learn. Next to learning small elemental manipulations, he learned how to create water from the very air by manipulating the tiny water molecules in it, a feat that needed utmost concentration and a very intricate knowledge of how air was built. It wasn't simply one element, there were many different gases that combined the air everybody breathed. Harry was surprised that chemistry was so useful to know in magic. His mother explained that a lot of knowledge had been lost over time. Magic and science didn't oppose each other, magic built up on basic scientific facts. The best transfiguration masters knew the objects they transformed down to their very elemental structure. Transfiguration was, as Harry learned, changing of one matter into another through influencing the materials one had available with magic. But there were limits. It wasn't possible to conjure food, because food was created from living beings, be they plants or animals, and magic, while being able to give spark to life, wasn't able to copy it. It was possible to duplicate existing food though by splitting the tiny spark. The best ones using those spells could multiply a basic meal that was enough for 3 persons to feed 3,000. Hence why, even if one transfigured a cup into a dove, it wouldn't be a real dove. It would be a cup, which's structure was transfigured to look like a dove and take its mannerisms, but it didn't live. Life needed a soul, and that was only achieved by natural reproduction. Harry learned a lot about biology and natural balance. How predators and prey kept each other to a limited number. If one kind was too numerous, there wouldn't be enough prey and more predators would die from hunger. That would allow the prey to grow in numbers again, which would lead to more predators. Nature had a way to keep balance, and humans needed to be careful how much they took to not destroy that balance. Harry also learned a good number of basic runes and how he had to carve them to charge them magically. His mother explained that a skilled rune master could theoretically create a runic array that encompassed a whole castle to heat it from one common source. Harry liked the idea and worked on creating such arrays for use in larger areas. It was complicated, as he needed to have the runes strong enough to contain the power from the source of warmth, but also give it out to keep a stable temperature in the rooms. It took him a month to get an array perfected that would work for 3 rooms. He was allowed to test it with the study of his uncle, his bedroom and the salon where Uncle Arthur greeted guests. The main fireplace in the study was the source for powering the runes. After one failure, the second attempt worked, and it saved some firewood as only one fireplace needed to be kept going. Soon Harry installed those runes in key areas of the castle. After all, a castle was really cold during winter. He also started keeping a journal where he wrote about his experiences and his learning progress. He wanted to have something to look up things if he forgot some details. The residents of Camelot were very grateful for the indoor heating. It made working much easier. Morgaine was really proud of Harry's achievements. He was learning quickly, and it would definitely help him in the future. Harry was working in the stables, cleaning all the horses and making sure that they got exercise. With the grounds being completely covered in snow, there were many possibilities. The younger ones could go and play on the meadows. The thick snow blanket would prevent that they hurt their legs from the frozen ground. The older ones he normally took for 20 minutes into the indoor riding arena. Thankfully one of the old barns had been remodeled, as Uncle Arthur had realized that, if the horses didn't get proper training during the winter, they would need much more work in spring to get into full battle readiness. And that wouldn't do, in case an emergency came up or anybody wanted to wage war against Camelot. Peace was still shaky and there were regular fights that Uncle Arthur had to deal with. With as few pages and squires as there were, the ones that were there had to take care of all the horses. Harry basically had 6 horses each day, which he had to ride to keep them in training. While 20 minutes weren't much, with the number of horses and riders it was all they could do. There were only 4 pages and 3 squires living at the castle at the moment, and some needed to keep doing jobs in the castle too, so they normally did the riding in shifts. Harry, Cameron and Ewan were riding their horses in the morning, Richard, Walter, Simeon and Charles in the afternoon. With each horse taking up 20 minutes of riding and 10 minutes of getting ready before and after working with them, they were each using 3 hours to get everything done. Thankfully clearing the bailey of snow wasn't a problem currently, as it hadn't snowed for a week. Therefore, the cleared parts of the ground stayed in that state for now. We will be in good form for the Beltane race with all the training in the saddle that we get, Ewan commented. Definitely. I doubt the others at the estates of their teachers get as much practice. I don't think that they have an indoor riding arena like Camelot has, Cameron agreed. I think Sir Gawain and Sir Lancelot have small buildings where they can let the horses run around in a circle. They use them to train young horses who haven't been trained to carry a saddle yet. It is quite a good idea to not give the young horses much space to run away, Harry told them. They might be used for limited riding practice too. I think they have cleared the inner area of some straw storage buildings for that. That would make sense. You only need dry ground to practice, and if they have sand in the middle they could use it like you said, Ewan agreed, pondering how that could work. Still, we are better off, even if we have a lot more work than during summers. I so hope that I win that race. Not only are the prizes always really great, you get a key, from one of the prettiest girls around. Last year Daniel won and got a key, from Lady Georgina. He had a dreamy look in his eyes. Ewan was 15 and Sir William's squire. His short red hair reminded Harry a bit of the Weasleys, but it was another shade, more a reddish brown. He was currently the oldest boy at Camelot. It was a well-known fact among the other pages and squires that he was horribly taken with Lady Georgina and had been crestfallen when she had key at Daniel after he won the last Beltane race. We won't make it easy for you, Cameron promised, and the 3 got a good laugh out of that. Basically, every page and squire dreamed of winning the Beltane race. It was a great honor and the winner always got a privilege granted. Daniel had got the assistance of the king in courting his chosen bride. The father had been a bit apprehensive that the young soon-to-be knight had wanted to court his 15-year-old daughter, but with the king supporting it, he would have been a fool to not accept the obvious honor he was given. Now Daniel, who had been knighted by now, and Rachel were engaged and planned to marry next spring. Sometimes the privilege was set up beforehand, Sometimes you could ask for a favor that wasn't too far-fetched. Harry wondered what the prize would be next year. The Crown Prince. Harry stirred his horse only by subtle shifting of his weight and soft commands with his legs. He really wanted to win this race. The prize was astonishing, and he wanted to win it. 1 week of training under King Arthur himself in all aspects of leading the kingdom. From politics to economy, fighting to strategy. All pages and squires of England had been invited to participate in the race, which was taken on horsebacks. Harry was a good rider and he knew that, but there were others that were also very good. The course they had to absolve was long and he needed to keep his horse from running itself tired too early on. He was a bit behind the leading group, letting others outpower their horses first. He was going for a steady pace, which he knew his horse could keep up for 3 hours on end if necessary. It was the same horse he rode when he had come to Camelot 10 months ago. He had arrived in June and now it was April. Beltane to be precise. He knew what this day meant, but he wouldn't participate in the activities around the fires that would be lit once darkness fell. Beltane was an important day in the old religion and couples would unite and say, Godlike activities, blessing the earth for the next year to bring good fruit. He didn't feel ready for that kind of action at all. He was uncomfortable enough with the adoring looks the girls gave him now. He was growing a lot and it made it harder to coordinate his body. Thankfully he wasn't the only one having to deal with those problems. Having a mother who had no problems with telling him exactly what having say, with a woman entailed, he was probably better informed than most others and knew how to please his partner once he felt ready and wanted to be with a girl. As the king knew that many of the younger teenagers wouldn't be included in the evening activities, he had set up this race for them to enjoy and have the chance to win an incredible prize. He had trained every day since he had been told that Sir Edmund would be the knight to train him with his horse to get an understanding between them. No matter what the weather was, he was doing drills or exploring the surrounding forests in his free time on horseback. He had named his horse Thunder. Now he would hopefully reap the results of all of his work. They were going on to the last kilometer and the front runners were finally slowing down. No wonder when their riders had pushed them to top speeds for over an hour already. The course had been 15 kilometers long and all that distance going gallop wasn't easy on the horses, especially as they had to cross 2 rivers and climb 3 hills in the process. Harry had prevented Thunder from going all out in the beginning and had only kept close to the leading group to not be too far behind. He knew that Thunder was strong and came from a line of excellent battle horses. That would pay off in the end. Now he let Thunder go, giving his head free. Thunder jumped at the opportunity and let his powerful legs pound the ground, constantly gaining speed and getting closer to the leading group. Now that the others were tired, there were fewer chances of the other horses trying to bite or kick Thunder when he overtook them. To his immense pleasure, Wilbur was in this group and he shouted at his reddish-brown horse to run faster and not let Harry pass them. It didn't work and Harry overtook the group. 100 meters from the finish line he left the last one of the group behind him and Thunder wasn't about to let this lead go. He rushed forward and they crossed the tape that symbolized the finish line first, Harry pumping his fist into the air to the cheers, applause and stomping of legs of the spectators that were assembled there. He was greeted by a massively grinning Sir Edmund, who complimented him for the great race and thanked him for winning him a good amount of gold and silver from the other knights that had bet on the outcome of the race. Harry laughed. He had no problem with his teacher betting on his success. Once all the others had reached the finish, Harry was led towards the area where the prize would be handed over. Not only would he get the 1 week of training, there was also a trophy in form of a new leather saddle and headgear for Thunder. Lady Beatrice, the 15-year-old daughter of Lord Gregory of York, was handing the prize over and gave Harry a key, on the lips. He blushed heavily, not being used to that kind of open showing of attraction. And Beatrice was really pretty with long honey blonde hair and warm brown eyes. Some of the others had looked more forward to getting the prize and key from her than winning over their competitors. And they were a competitive bunch. It was obvious with how some were protesting Harry's victory, but they were quickly shut up by the knights whom they served. Harry had won fairly and one of the things a knight had to learn was accepting defeat. There was no shame in being beaten by a better opponent. It should only make the loser train harder to win the next time around. The race was followed by an archery competition which was open to all people no matter if noble or commoner. It was really popular, and many knights competed with the others. Sir Percival and Sir Brian were among them. Harry wasn't that good at archery, therefore he had decided to skip this event. He was walking around with Cameron and Frederick. Both had been in the race but had ended coming in 10th and 12th. It wasn't bad, considering that over 70 had been in it. They all wore tunics today that showed their family crests on the back. Gloucester for Frederick, he was the younger brother of Daniel, whom Harry had met on his first day in the stables, and who had been knighted early last September. Ceredigion for Harry and Egremont for Cameron. They amused themselves taking in the things the vendors had to sell, and sometimes they bought themselves some treats. As they didn't have any duties today, King Arthur had arranged for the feast being served by maids tonight. They could do whatever they wanted as long as they didn't misbehave. They tried their hand at some of the games that were offered, and Cameron won a decorated green pillow at throwing balls at pyramids made of wooden bottles. Harry was surprised that the game had been around in this time. Another game was throwing rings at targets, something Frederick was good at. He got a hat for this. Harry had to talk to many people who wanted to congratulate him on his victory in the horseback race. He thanked them for their kind words and walked on once he had talked to everybody who wanted to. He had learned a lot about handling people during his time here. At 5 in the afternoon the big feast started in the castle gardens. Harry and the winner of the archery competition were guests of honor at the king's table. They got to sit to the right and left of the king and queen respectively. While Harry had sat with his uncle before, it had never been in a position like this. He was expected to talk with the other guests around him, and thankfully he had learned how to not embarrass himself and his family doing so. He gave evasive answers if his time living at Avalon was mentioned, but enough information to be convincing. Harry also overheard that while the celebration was welcomed, there was tension among the lords. They were not happy that King Arthur still didn't have an heir. Some were pondering about bringing their daughters for the king to choose one of them to replace Queen Guinevere if she couldn't provide the king with an heir. Harry didn't like talk like that. His aunt and uncle were very much in love and really wished for a child. Perhaps he could find a solution in the future. His mother frankly admitted that she didn't have that much knowledge of the future. She knew about some general things and some more details concerning her family's development, especially Harry's life, or things like the tests for the champions, but as she wasn't all-knowing, perhaps there had been a reason he could find for Aunt Guinevere's problems to get pregnant. Harry enjoyed the week he spent with his uncle immensely. He hadn't known the dimension of different things that being king included. Uncle Arthur was responsible for so many things. Thankfully he had reliable staff to help him deal with it all. He delegated a lot of jobs, but, to make sure they were done properly, he needed to know who was really skilled at which kind of work. Then he had to keep up his own training to not get out of shape in case he needed to fight with his knights in a war. It required serious time management. Harry was taught about politics and how Arthur managed to keep peace between the barons and lords, who all were looking out for their own benefit first. It was a balance act to not offend one by helping another one. Sometimes Uncle Arthur needed to use his power, but mostly he convinced the lords of his opinions in subtle ways. Harry was told about battles Uncle Arthur and his knights had fought to make Camelot as safe as it was today. Strategy lessons were given within the history lessons. At the end of the week his uncle asked Harry to follow him into his private study. After sitting down Arthur looked at Harry seriously. "Harry, you have now been here for quite a while and I think you overheard some comments that the lords made about me and your Aunt Guinevere not having a child to be my heir yet," Arthur started. "Yes, I think they are completely out of line. How can they think about forcing you to have a child with another woman than your wife? A wife you deeply love at that," Harry nodded disgruntled. "I know and I share your opinion on the matter. But, as this land stands and falls with the reign of my family, and the lords will only keep more or less quiet about the state of affairs for so long, Guinevere, your mother Morgane, Sir Lancelot and I thought about how we could stop all the demands early on. The main problem is that if I don't have an heir when I die, the land will fall in disarray again. Only my power and reputation keep the weaker lords in line and prevent them from battling each other for dominance," Arthur explained. "I have already planned to look up things about infertility caused by curses in my time. Probably this was documented somewhere as the story of you and Camelot is a really famous one, Uncle Arthur. I will do all I can to help you get the child you want so much," Harry promised. "Thank you, Harry. I hope that you will succeed in that endeavor. But it will still take some time until we can implement a solution. Hence why, for now, we will go a simpler way. We will present an heir that will be the next in line for the throne until I have a child of my own, Arthur said. Huh, how does that work? You can't simply adopt a child and then cast it aside when your own child is born, Harry wondered. No, you are right, I can't do that. But there is a much easier solution. I happen to have a sister who incidentally has a highly talented son, who would make a perfect heir to the throne to stop the talking of the lords for a long time, Arthur informed him, grinning, a son who has impressed all the knights at my court with his determination, talent and hard work, not to mention his attitude in his training. Harry didn't believe what he was hearing. You mean me? He asked disbelievingly. Indeed, I do. Think about it. While Morgane is only my half-sister, as we don't have the same father, she is my only blood sibling. And the Avalon line is the strongest of all magical lines. You are her oldest son. While I know that you are in reality her many times great-grandson, nobody else does. And the most important part is you are a blood relative. The lords know you as Herald of Ceredigion, son of Morgane of Avalon, high priestess of the goddess of the moon and Benwick of Ceredigion, an important lord. You are the best choice I have for an heir, if I can't have a child of my own. This will at least buy us 4 years of time. Time you and Morgane can use to perhaps find a medicine for Guinevere, Arthur explained. Harry tried to comprehend that news. From a logical point of view, he could see the benefits. Uncle Arthur would have an heir that nobody could complain about. He was closely related to him as far as the barons knew and from a respected bloodline. And he was training to become a knight like all young nobles and not getting everything handed on a silver platter. That had impressed many and Harry knew it very well. He was also becoming really popular with the next generation of lords, as he knew. Daniel of Gloucester was his friend as was his younger brother Frederick. Daniel was the heir to the title Lord Gloucester. Cameron was much in the same position as Harry would be now. His uncle, Lord Egremont, had only had 3 daughters who couldn't inherit the title, as it was only given to a male heir. Therefore, his oldest nephew was the heir until he had a son or grandson, whatever happened. It will only be possible until I have to take up my duties in my time. You are aware of that, Uncle Arthur? Harry asked. Of course. Your mission is too important to not support you in any way I can. But I can't really imagine that you would be ready for anything before you turn 18 at least. And by then we have hopefully solved this problem, Arthur confirmed. All right, I will do my best to not bring shame on you. I guess I will have to do more training in politics in the future, Harry sighed. Thank you for understanding, Harry, Arthur said smiling, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. The time had gone by too fast in Harry's opinion. Tomorrow he would return back to his time for the next 10 months. He had been really happy in this time. He would miss his friends, even if for them only 2 months would pass. He had packed all those things he wanted to take with him, like his new knives, which had been a present from his mother, now that he had passed the test that allowed him to go from being a page to being a squire. Sir Edmund would start him on that kind of training next summer when he returned. It had been turbulent 2 months after Uncle Arthur had announced that, until he was blessed with a son of his own, Harry would be the heir to the throne. Most of the knights heartily greeted the decision, as it finally gave the kingdom some stability in the line of succession, but some lords didn't look pleased. Their plans to force one of their older daughters onto Arthur were stopped before they could really implement them. But they wouldn't give up that easily. Now they planned how to get a daughter at Harry's age close to him. Sadly, the training as Sir Edmund's squire would take up a lot of Harry's time and he probably wouldn't have much time for a love affair before he turned 16. Not to mention that it would be really hard to maintain a relationship if he had to regularly go back to the future. He had trouble thinking that one day he had to leave forever. Perhaps there was a way around this. He was somewhat apprehensive to return to Hogwarts. The past year had helped him greatly in healing from the abuse at the hands of the Dursleys. He was more confident in his abilities and had grown a good bit. He didn't look much too young anymore. He was standing at an average height for his age and his mother had informed him that his real growth spurt would probably hit him when he turned 15. He had asked her how they would keep his major development over the summer a secret, as he looked totally different than at the end of his 2nd year at Hogwarts. She assured him that he wouldn't stand out too much. The excuse that he had seen a private healer at the recommendation. Of a wizard he had met in Diagon Alley at the beginning of the summer holidays would cover that part nicely. And as long as he kept up with his training, nobody would be able to say the further development of his body would be unusual. She let him know of one special room at Hogwarts, which was called the Room of Requirement. She had visited the founders while they were building their school and had had a talk with Rowena Ravenclaw. She had decided to build a room that could become whatever one wanted. The trigger would be passing the entrance 3 times while thinking hard what kind of room was needed. That room would be finished in Harry's time, he only needed to find out where it was hidden, but that was completely possible with his new magic sensing abilities, which he had trained under his mother's tutelage. He had been declared accomplished enough in the basics of the things she wanted to teach him that she would start his intermediate training once he returned for another 10 months. His body would only age at a quarter of the normal speed as long as he was here, the only exception had been this past year. Therefore, he wouldn't be much older than everybody else with each switch of time period. Next to basic weather manipulations, Harry now could control water and wind completely, feel the magical energy of nature, use many plants for brewing special potions, and he could determine with his new magical sense what ability each plant had. That was dead useful in brewing. He would have a much easier time now in his classes, even with that bastard Snape teaching him. Really, the gall of the man to sabotage so many children's knowledge of potions. It couldn't be called anything else. Harry and Morgane rode to the place where Harry had first appeared in the past. Fawkes would collect him and Hedwig from here. Harry had been given some good advice how to keep training by his uncle when he had no sparring partner. A small problem would be how to keep up with his writing skills, but there was always the possibility to work with Thestrals, which Morgane knew were living in the Forbidden Forest. Thunder would stay here in this time. It wouldn't work to take him to Hogwarts. Harry had no idea where he could put his horse without making Dumbledore suspicious. He would be suspicious enough about Harry's training and he would throw a hissy fit and try to guilt-trip Harry for not returning to the Dursleys over the summer. Harry couldn't care less. They had abused him, and if, thanks to that, they didn't have shields anymore, he wasn't the one to blame for that. He wouldn't sacrifice his happiness and health anymore only so that they could be safe. He wouldn't go as far as to not warn them if he found out about an attack or make sure they moved to another place if Voldemort really came back before he could properly tackle that problem, but keeping up wards for them, only to be abused in return. No, never. It was very clear to him how they would react, now that they knew he couldn't use magic over the summer. He wouldn't take a repeat of last summer ever again. He could go to a place where Voldemort could never follow him to. The time of King Arthur. No protection that the old man could set up could top this. Sure, this time had its dangers, but they were not as bad as a crazy megalomaniac wizard bent on killing him for whatever idiotic reason he had. From what everyone at Camelot knew, Harry was accompanying his mother to Avalon to get some more specific training in his magical gifts. It wasn't unusual that a page was allowed to leave for home once he passed the test for becoming a squire. Once Harry returned, Sir Edmund would get most of Harry's time to train him up in the fighting arts that knights needed to know. Proper etiquette was also part of how you became a knight, and Harry had to promise to prepare for that. He had got a book from his uncle to read while he was at Hogwarts. He knew he would be quizzed on it when he returned. They reached the spot where Fawkes was already sitting on a tree branch. "All right, Harry. It is time for you to go back. Remember what you learned during the past year and don't let others make decisions concerning your life. I don't really know what has happened during the summer in the future so far, as my only connection to that time is through you. I got all the knowledge I gained when you were sent to Limbo to meet with me," Morgane reminded him. "I know, Mother. I won't forget. I will keep up with my training, both magical and non-magical. And I will put more effort into my studies. Now that my mind only has to sustain me, it will be a lot easier. I will also keep on guard for whatever Dumbledore might do this year," Harry promised and hugged her. "Thank you for everything you did for me this year." "You're very welcome, Harry. It was a great pleasure being able to help you. You are a good boy and I am so proud of what you have already achieved," she said, moved and key at his forehead. "Be watchful and never forget what you learned and who you are." Harry nodded, touched about the praise and the show of love, and then called Fawkes over. "Please take good care of Thunder for me. I will miss him and you and all my friends," Harry said. "Don't worry, I will. He will be waiting for you when you return," she promised. Harry had Hedwig sitting on one of his shoulders. Fawkes would take the other one. His clothes were some that he had specifically ordered to not look too out of place in the future. He had a sleeveless beige shirt and simple black trousers. At first sight nobody would find anything strange about them. And he would have 3 days until the Hogwarts Express left to get new fitting clothes in his time next to his school supplies. Fawkes trilled and flashed them away in white flames again. Back to the future. Harry landed in a small side alley of Diagon Alley. He looked around and thankfully nobody was around. "Thank you for the ride, Fawkes. I guess I will see you at school." Harry addressed the phoenix that nodded and nuzzled Harry's cheek before flying off his shoulder and flashing away. "Hedwig, I think we should get a room at the Leaky Cauldron for the last few days and then I will collect my books for the new school year. I wonder what happened to my letter, as I wasn't here." Hedwig hooted assuring and Harry thought it meant another owl would deliver it soon now that he was back. When Harry stepped out of the small alley his eyes quickly found the numerous wanted posters of a man with shaggy hair who seemed to be a prisoner. He read the name, but it didn't ring any bells with him. He decided to do some research. He went to the cauldron and walked up to the bar where Tom the barman was cleaning the counter. "Hello, I would like to rent a room till the 1st of September, Harry asked. "Sure. That will be a galleon and 2 sickles," Tom said. "If you want 3 meals a day, it will cost 2 galleons and 5 sickles." "I will take the room with full meals, thank you," Harry said. "I was out of the country for the holidays, therefore I was wondering what the wanted posters were about." "You don't know. Muggle-born I guess. That's Sirius Black they are looking for. He was you-know-who's right-hand man when he was powerful. Deceived everybody back then, not revealing his true loyalty until the end. He pretended to fight against the Death Eaters at the side of Professor Dumbledore. Lost everything when Harry Potter defeated you-know-who. Most think he went insane then, as he killed a bunch of Muggles with one curse and a wizard, Peter Pettigrew, when he tried to stop Black. Pettigrew was like Black, a friend of James Potter at school, so I guess he wanted revenge for the death of his friend. I remember that group being here a lot of times. Especially when they sneaked out of Potter Manor during the summers. Old Charles had to get his son back so often, I think he was seriously considering putting tracking charms on the boy, Tom reminisced. Harry was struck by that information. He had never even heard those names whenever he had asked about his parents. So, Black was in some way responsible for their deaths? Harry asked, using a technique his mother had taught him to hide his feelings. It was better to not give facial clues if he wanted to get information. "Yes, I actually would never have thought that about him. He seemed like a good boy back then. He and James could have been brothers with how they behaved. But perhaps the pressure the Blacks put on Sirius was too much. Dark family the whole lot. His brother Regulus was a Death Eater too. Died, as far as I heard, early," Tom answered. "Now, under which name should I book the room?" "Harry Potter," Harry answered, shocking Tom. "Merlin, I didn't recognize you. You looked totally different last time you were here with Hagrid 2 years ago," Tom exclaimed, sorry for bringing up that story. "It must be hard for you." "No, I am glad that I know. Nobody ever mentioned the friends my parents had before. I only was told how much I look like Dad and have Mum's eyes. It's hard, but I prefer being informed of a potential danger rather than running into it blindly," Harry replied. "That's probably a good decision. But where have you been? The Ministry has been looking for you everywhere. They fear you could be Black's target," Tom asked. "Abroad. I went to a healer that swore to keep my visit a secret." "As you can see, the treatment worked," Harry answered without giving up too much information. "That it did. You for one don't wear glasses anymore," Tom remarked. "Yes, that's one of the major advantages I got from the treatment," Harry agreed, smiling. Tom then led Harry upstairs to room 11. "Could you perhaps keep my being here a secret as far as possible, Tom? I don't want to be swarmed by people. They will find out that I am okay soon enough when I return to Hogwarts, which is only 3 days away anyway," Harry asked. "Sure, a few days more won't harm anybody. Just make sure you don't wander off into places that are suspect. And tell me if you go into Muggle London, as I can then send somebody out if you stay away for too long," Tom stated. "I can do that, thank you, Tom," Harry agreed. The owl with Harry's school letter arrived that evening, looking a bit disgruntled at only being able to deliver the letter this shortly before the new school year started. Harry took the letter and soothed the owl's temper with some owl treats. Reading the letter, he saw that he only needed to get the 2 books for ancient runes, one for defense against the dark arts and the standard book of spells grade 3. With the school letter owl, another owl from Hagrid had arrived, and the book he had given him for his birthday was coincidentally the one for care of magical creatures. Harry wondered about that, but using his magical senses he realized that the book could be calmed down by stroking the spine. It was something only Hagrid could come up with. Was he the new assistant teacher for COMC? He would surely find out soon. Next to the books, runes required 1 set of carving tools and 1 special quill. He suspected that they were the more advanced versions of the ones he had been taught how to use by his mother for the studies in runes that she had him begin. Normally, that should give him a head start compared to other students that had never done anything like carving. He would get those tomorrow. For now, he ate the food that Tom had sent up. It was a stew with meat and tasted really good. Once he was done, the plate vanished, probably back into the kitchen. Harry took a relaxing shower and then went to bed. He wanted to be rested for tomorrow, and he had got into the habit to go to bed early, as he had to be in the Bailey for training every day at 6 in the morning. He would see where he could do his morning run here. Probably non-magical London's Hyde Park would work out best. From what he knew, Hyde Park was not even 2 kilometers away, and he could also jog alongside the Thames. He would use the time to explore a bit. His normal running distance was about 5 kilometers if he did workouts after that, but he could easily run 10 if he didn't do too much afterwards. Thus, he decided, as he wanted to know more about where things were, to skip working out for running a longer distance. Early the next morning Harry woke up like he was used to, thanks to having an alarm charm on his wand, something he had been taught by his mother. He put on his training pants and a short-sleeved shirt and went down. Nobody was awake yet, so he left a note for Tom where he had gone. He didn't expect anybody to attack him early in the morning while running. And if they did, they would get a nasty surprise. Hand-to-hand combat had been part of the training he had got over the past year. He wasn't really that good yet, but it was more than enough for common thieves. And to be honest, what kind of dumb thief would attack a jogging kid? There was nothing a thief could gain by doing that. His estimations of the distance proved true, and soon he could enjoy the scenery of Hyde Park. He took his time and looked around while running. As it was summer, lots of flowers bloomed, the trees were green, and the leaves swayed lightly in the soft breeze of cool morning air. He wasn't the only one there. He crossed paths with 3 other joggers. After running for 40 minutes, he went back to the Leaky Cauldron. He noticed that, even at 7 in the morning, there wasn't much business. Well, most guests probably were still asleep. He knew from last year that the ministry only had workers coming in at 9 normally, and the shops in Diagon Alley would also only open at that time, if not a bit later. The only business that opened earlier was Gringotts, which opened at 7:30. Time was money for the goblins. Upstairs Harry took a shower and took care of other morning business. He dressed in the clothes he had worn the day before and went down to get some breakfast. He wasn't overly hungry yet, as he was used to eating after 4 hours of training by now. But it would be better if he ate while fewer guests were there. He ordered a bowl of porridge with fruits, fresh milk and a cooked egg. Tom looked a bit surprised, but Harry got what he wanted. The fat English breakfast wouldn't do him any good after his exercise. He knew that from experience. He would only get stomach cramps. After eating he set out into Diagon Alley to get the books and equipment he needed for the new school year. His first stop was Gringotts, where he also had to take care of some family business. His mother had told him to claim the Avalon ring. It would give him allies in the goblins and other magical races. Only House Avalon had that kind of connection. All magical races had sworn loyalty to the Lord or Lady of House Avalon. And by right Harry was the next Lord Avalon. He wouldn't be able to use the title before he turned 16, but it would help him a lot. Not to mention that claiming the Potter ring on top of that would give him some much-needed political clout. Using his seats on the Wizengamot wasn't possible until he turned 17, but he could sit in on sessions with the ring and learn how the current members went about making laws and so on. Those sessions were normally held under the week, but the 3 major ones that required the full attendance were held on Saturdays. One in April, one in July and one in October. They all were in the week leading up to the important magical dates of Beltane, Lughnasadh and Samhain. It was part of his family library in his mind. The dates had been set up like that, as people in older times took them really seriously. The dates were celebrated for their magical power. Beltane, the blessing of the awakening earth. Couples came together in love to unite, say, you ally, to symbolize the fertility of earth to grant a good harvest that year. Lugnasad was the start of the harvesting period and marked the point of life at its fullest. Then Samhain was the day where the veil between the plane of the living and the dead was at its thinnest. Now, assembling the week before them eased arranging the meetings a lot, as people would do so anyway for the festivities. And in older times traveling had been a lot slower. While communication was easier for magicals than mundanes, thanks to Owl Post, traveling hadn't been different until apparition was discovered. And that had been a few hundred years after the Wizengamot was created. All the families that had been part of the founders of the Wizengamot were called the ancient and noble houses today. The title didn't hold as much power today as it did in the past, but it was still important. Therefore, Harry needed to learn how to use his political power properly, especially concerning his mission to save magic. From what his mother had told him, in more detail than she could in Limbo, there was a chance to prevent the worst if Harry managed to stop the pureblood idiots from killing off the mundane borns. And the mundane borns needed to accept that magic was sentient. It would be hard, but it needed to be done. On top of that, he needed to perform some rituals to strengthen the magic in itself. Some were not possible for him to perform yet. He needed to learn more about Avalon's practices first, but once he came of age, he would be ready from what his mother had told him. He reached Gringotts and entered. He saw that there was only one other customer, so he could directly approach the teller at one counter. Good morning, my name is Harry Potter and I would like to speak to my account manager as well as a member of the inheritance department, he stated politely but firmly. Further, I would like to go to my vault to withdraw some money, here is my key. The goblin took the key and examined it. It was the real one. Very well, I will have someone inform Korpnik and Copperarm of your requests. They will be available in half an hour. That should be enough for you to get some money. Gornik, he called out, accompany Mr. Potter to his vault. Harry was led towards the trail for the carts and soon was in front of his vault. He went inside after Gornik had opened it and collected a bigger sum, as he planned to get a complete new wardrobe of good quality. Hearing what magic could do, he thought about how cold he had been during winter at Hogwarts and how easily heating charms that were woven into the clothes could have taken care of that. He would see what kind of everyday clothes that weren't robes were available at the alley and then decide if he bought everything he needed here or if he went shopping in the non-magical world too. Once they had returned to the bank proper, Harry was led to an office down a corridor. The name plate on the door said Korpnik, Account Manager Potter, Longbottom, Peverell, Greengrass and Boot. After his goblin guide knocked, he was called inside. The office was filled with drawers at the walls, each showing a different family crest. Mr. Potter, I expected you 2 years earlier, but no matter, we have a lot of work to get done, Korpnik said. He was an older goblin with white hair, but a very intelligent and crafty look to him. I wasn't informed that I should come here, Korpnik. Had I been, I would have come. But 2 years ago, I just found out about the wizarding world and my position in it. Well, the part about being the so-called boy who lived. No matter, what do we need to do? Harry asked, knowing that goblins had little patience for small talk. First, you are scheduled for the traditional inheritance test. Copperarm left the documents for us to use, as he is too busy to be here for it. It will show which titles you can claim, and which vaults you can access. Most should already be accumulated in the Potter family vault, as your father had the same test done when his parents died, and he ascended to being Lord Potter. As you are the last of your family, we have to administer the test now, Korpnik stated. Harry nodded, understanding that. A normal blood test? He asked. Yes, Korpnik confirmed. Harry pulled one of his knives out of his boot, making Korpnik raise his brow a bit, and cut his finger without flinching. He was handed a piece of blue parchment and let 3 drops of blood fall onto it. Lines spread out from his blood and pushed the blue color away. After a minute the parchment was white with writing on it. Harry only raised his eyebrow, seeing that his first name was really just a shortened form of Harold. His full name was Harold James Potter and not Harry James Potter. Well, it made more sense this way. After all, his father had been from an important family and wouldn't give his son a nickname for his real name. Interesting, I didn't expect Peverell and Slytherin, Harry commented before handing the parchment to Corpnick. Indeed, an interesting turn, but not completely unheard of. Tell me, did you by any chance defeat Tom Riddle, who is also known as the Dark Lord Voldemort, 3 times? Corpnick asked, his eyes shortly having widened reading the parchment. Ah, if you count me surviving his killing curse as a baby, then yes, Harry answered. Once I prevented him from stealing the Philosopher's Stone in my first year and destroyed his host body in the process to keep him from killing me. Then last year I destroyed his diary and the memory of him that was preserved in it and killed Slytherin's Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. That would make 3 times. It is a magical law that if you beat the head of a line in magical combat with no rules hold 3 times, then you can claim the headship of the defeated head's house, as long as he doesn't negate that achievement by defeating you in turn. And yes, your reflection of the killing curse back on him counts, as it was a magical attack aimed to kill you, even if you couldn't consciously control what you did, due to your age, Corpnick confirmed. Well, as I can see, you can claim 4 titles if you choose so. Potter, Peverell, Slytherin and Avalon. The last one I didn't expect at all, but you seemingly did. Yes, I did. I found out a lot about my heritage over the summer, Harry answered, not giving up too much information, and I want to claim all of those titles. I have a mission to fulfill and need all the support I can get. Very well. I will call for the rings. Corpnick nodded and sent 2 messages. One would go to the department that stored the rings of the old families that weren't with the heads of the houses. The other one would go to Director Ragnarok. Having the future Lord Avalon at Gringotts required his presence. While they were waiting, Corpnick informed Harry about his holdings. They weren't massive, especially the Slytherin vault was basically empty, except for some books that couldn't be removed, but from which he could get copies. The main value next to the books was the size of the vault, which he could use to store valuables that didn't fit into the other vaults anymore, or which he simply wanted to be stored at the highest possible security level. All Founders' vaults had got that level, Harry was informed. The Peverell vault had been combined with the Potter vault already by his grandfather, so there was nothing to add to his vaults. The Avalon vault though held some treasure and many valuable books that couldn't be found anywhere else anymore. The Potter vault was a bit bigger than the Trust vault he was used to. It had been a surprise to Harry that his vault that was already so full of gold, silver and bronze coins was only his Trust vault meant for his schooling. The family vault would be accessible to him at 16. That wasn't a bad thing. He wouldn't need the money before that. His Trust vault was more than enough to cover his expenses for the time being. Though it wasn't as if, even with adding the whole Potter fortune, he would be a millionaire. He would do well, that much was for sure, but he couldn't buy anything he wanted and never work a day of his life. That would have been too boring anyway, he thought. The most valuable possession he inherited was Potter Manor itself. It would need some repairs after not having been lived in for a while, but that was manageable. At least he wouldn't have to worry about a house once he settled down. For the coming years he would have no use for the house and could get the repairs done. Over the summers he would be in Camelot training and the rest of the time at Hogwarts. Finally, 2 goblins entered, one looking like a normal worker, but the other wore a suit that identified him as really high-ranking. Director Ragnarok, thank you for coming this quickly, Corpnick said, bowing deeply. I got your message, and not greeting the future Lord Avalon would have been an inexcusable insult, Ragnarok replied. Harry instantly realized how important this goblin was. Good morning, Director Ragnarok. I'm honored that you took the time out of your busy timetable to greet me, he said politely while giving an indicated bow. The pleasure is mine, Scion Avalon. It has been long since your house had a proper lord or lady. We feared the worst reading the signs, after the last war the wizards waged, Ragnarok said. That is the reason my house was revived. I got the first training during the past summer to get ready to help magic to get back in balance and prevent it from dying, Harry revealed. The goblins will do everything in our power to assist you with that task. We may be restricted in what we can do, thanks to the treaties that were forced upon our people, but there are still many areas where we can be of assistance. While humans have scorned us for a long time, House Avalon has always been a loyal friend to all magical races, Ragnarok stated. I hope I can live up to those expectations, Director Ragnarok. I will do all in my power to succeed in my mission, Harry promised. Then I think it is time for you to claim your family rings. They don't have a lot of powers, but they will help you detect mind intrusions of any kind and block the intruder. Until you are skilled in the mind arts yourself, you should keep cautious though. They can't stop a really determined master of mind magics, Ragnarok warned. I will remember that, Harry said and took the offered rings one after the other. They were all beautiful and in the end they all fused into one overall ring. It had a red stone with a white stag in the background, a stone with a sword next to it. Harry wondered about the latter image. That is curious, Ragnarok commented seeing the new crest. That stone is the one holding Excalibur before King Arthur pulled it out of the stone and the sword should be kept at Avalon. But the Avalon line doesn't have any claim to the throne of Camelot. Harry suspected it might have something to do with him officially being declared heir of Camelot until Uncle Arthur and Aunt Guinevere had a child of their own. He just wondered if the crest would change if they found a way for the two to have a child. The shopping trip was going well. Thanks to all the training outside in the sun, Harry had developed a healthy tan, and thanks to the Horcrux being destroyed, the scar was far less pronounced than before. So even if his fringe slipped slightly to the side occasionally, nobody recognized him. It was great to just blend in with the masses. Getting measured for new clothes took a while, but he was happy with the clothes he found. It turned out that Madame Malkin had one assistant that was a mundane born witch and knew what kind of clothes would let him blend in if he needed to go into the non-magical world. He also got 3 sets of working out clothes. Thanks to certain spells on them, they had an advantage over those available in the mundane world. Like absorption and vanishing of sweat. That would be useful in winter. He would buy swimming wear in the non-magical part of London in the afternoon, as that was a lot better than wizarding ideas of bathing suits. That was simply too old-fashioned for him. Even at Camelot the pages and squires wore simple shorts when they went swimming. Not those horrible full-body suits Madame Malkin tried to sell him. He steadfastly refused. After getting his clothes packed up and shrunk, he left and headed for the bookstore. The employee seemed to want to hug him when he said he already had one of the Monster Book of Monsters and cried in gratefulness when Harry told him how to make the book behave. Harry got all of his books at half their normal price and decided to use that for getting some more books that interested him, like ancient curses and their counters, more books about runes and magical creatures, and some books about potions. He would normally have had to pay 20 galleons for all the books he bought, but now he paid 10 and was told to come again soon. Probably the fact that his information prevented the poor shop assistant from being bitten all the time justified that reaction. Getting a few general supplies like parchment and quills was last on Harry's list, and he did it quickly. Once he was finished, he carried his purchases back to the leaky cauldron and started packing them into his new trunk. Well, new wasn't really true. The trunk had been stored in the Potter family vault and had been one item that he was allowed to take out. His grandfather had placed it there for future Potters to use when they needed it. The trunk had 5 compartments without being bigger on the outside. One was a complete walk-in wardrobe, the second one a potions storage cupboard, the third a general storage area, the fourth a small library with a desk and comfortable chair, and the fifth was empty and could be modeled how Harry wanted. He also got a manual for the trunk which he found in the general storage compartment. Harry thought it would make a good room to train in when he couldn't go outside. The Scottish winters were hard and training outside would be difficult with all the snow they normally had. Harry walked casually in his new clothes towards the portal to platform 9 3/4. He had spent the past days with reading up on the first chapters of his new books. He knew his mother would be disappointed if he didn't do well at school, and shopping one afternoon in non-magical London. He had noticed that he thought the term muggle strange now. He had become so used to saying mundane and non-magical that he felt strange hearing people say muggle. The best part of his new looks was that he wasn't recognized when he went out, even in Diagon Alley. He noticed some girls looking at him interested, but they didn't immediately approach him or behave like fangirls. That was a major improvement to before. He had got somewhat used to female attention over the last year, after his mother had explained the reasons and helped him somewhat overcome the ingrained behavior from his time at the Dursleys. It was only a sign that he was attractive in their eyes and that for now they would like to get closer to him. Thanks to Uncle Arthur, he had some idea how to behave in female company and how to express an interest without making a complete fool out of himself. He also knew how to politely decline an offer, which was something he had already needed after winning the Beltane race. He had got offers of some pretty girls to accompany them to the Beltane fires. But he simply wasn't ready for something like that yet. He passed through the barrier, this time thankfully without incident, and pushed his trolley towards the train. He could see that more oars, he had asked Tom how they looked like, were watching the platform. Probably to protect the students from Sirius Black. Harry had tried to find out more about the whole story, but there had been disturbingly little information. It was as if somebody was intentionally suppressing all information on the Sirius Black case. Harry had wanted to get insight in the trial transcripts to find out why he had betrayed his parents to Voldemort, but he couldn't find anything in the short time he had been back in this time. He had asked for a copy of the trial transcript from the Ministry, but so far, he had got nothing. He hoped that they would owl him the copy to Hogwarts. Because if he didn't deserve to know the why, then who did? Funnily, there was still nobody who recognized him when he boarded the train. He looked for a compartment and hoped that Hermione and Ron would find him there. In case they didn't recognize his looks, he had placed Hedwig in a way that she couldn't be overlooked. After all, she hadn't changed. It was interesting to see how some other students passed his compartment and many of the girls around his age seemed to be interested, but also confused who he was. This was so much fun. It wouldn't hold, of course. As soon as the feast started he would be seen sitting at the Gryffindor table and then some would put the clues together, but until then he would enjoy the looks he got. Hermione and Ron passed his compartment twice before Hermione pointed at Hedwig and opened the door. "Harry, is that you?" she asked, not believing what she saw. "Yep, took you a while to figure it out, Hermione. And here I thought you would realize it when you saw Hedwig," Harry said, grinning. "How are you?" She seemed to start getting furious and relieved at the same time. "How could you simply vanish? Do you know how worried we have been when Professor Dumbledore came to our houses to ask if any of us had seen you? Where were you?" she berated him. Ron was wisely not getting into her way. "I was abroad to see a healer on recommendation of an older wizard in Diagon Alley. He said that I looked as if I needed to see one urgently. From there I went to Gringotts and asked if they knew a good one and they gave me the address and a portkey after I paid a fee of 15 galleons. That was only for the portkey, of course, the services of the healer cost extra. It helped a lot, as you can see. And I didn't tell anybody, because I didn't want that anybody interfered with my healing and dragged me back to the Dursleys. I had the best summer ever. The healer, sorry that I can't tell you his name, but I had to sign a contract to not reveal any information on his person or the clinic, not only took care of healing all my health issues that were caused by the abuse from the Dursleys for 10 years and 1 summer, but he also helped me get into a better physical form," Harry explained, knowing that this would take the wind out of Hermione's rant. "Abuse?" Ron asked disbelievingly. "Did you really think that people normally put bars on windows of a child's room, Ron? You and the twins had to break me out last summer and you saw how thin I was. I was the smallest boy in our year and that was not due to me having small parents. My father was pretty tall, and my mother also was above average height for a woman," Harry countered. "I have had the chance to really talk with my healer about it and he agreed with me that I would be best off to not go back to England before the school year was about to start. He had the power to keep me at his clinic for medical reasons, not that anybody asked for me there. And as I don't have a magical guardian that I know of, and the Dursleys were the cause for my problem, nobody needed to get informed." Hermione didn't look happy about that information, but it sounded like it was right. A doctor could take such measures. Her parents had once mentioned that in cases of child abuse that they spotted they could keep the child away from the suspected abusers, even if it were the legal guardians of a child if they could claim medical issues. "So, the way you look now is due to the treatment you got over the summer?" Hermione asked. "Yes, once the effects of the Dursleys' care were dealt with, my healer told me to take up a type of sports. I decided to go for sword fighting and staff fighting, because there was another patient, that one an adult, who practiced them and had offered to teach me. I'm not that far with a sword, but I'm pretty good with a staff. The clinic also had some horses and offered lessons how to ride one and, as I had nothing better to do, I signed up for them. I found out that my sense of balance from flying was pretty neat for horseback riding as well and I can control a horse in all gates now. I'm going to ask Hagrid if there is a way for me to continue at Hogwarts. It's a lot of fun," Harry explained, grinning. "Seems like you had a good summer then. Got to fly too?" Ron asked, now more relaxed. Not very often. The clinic, while a bit isolated from non-magical settlements, wasn't far enough away for clearly magical hobbies that were done outside. The area was popular for hikers, so flying wasn't really a possibility. And during the first month my magic needed to settle down again after the treatment. I learned some useful meditation exercises to get a better feeling for my magic because somehow the basilisk venom in combination with fox tears caused a strange reaction. My magic was in chaos and I needed to balance it out. I was even allowed to use some first-year spells to test the balance exercise's success, Harry said, and to be honest, I'm not used to getting to fly during the summer break. It wasn't that big of a loss to not fly regularly, like we did when I stayed at the Burrow last summer. All the advantages clearly surpassed the few disadvantages, if one can call them that. So, did you also get your homework done? Hermione asked. Yep. Everything is done. It helped a lot that I had some experts on many types of magic there. The healers were really proficient and one old woman was a history nut. I could probably give Binns a run for his money concerning the Camelot period of history. Her stories of that time were great. Much better than anything Binns ever tried to teach us. She made it appear so real, Harry raved. He had decided to early on prevent that his knowledge would seem suspicious. If he told Ron and Hermione up front that he had talked with healers about certain things, his increased knowledge in healing and brewing wouldn't be too strange. And he was aware that he could sometimes slip up about his time in Camelot. Hence, reasoning that the old woman had told him all she knew would probably take care of that issue for now. He would have to wait and see what happened next. Hermione seemed to be happy about that information. She always approved if somebody learned more. And Harry had already shown interest in that time period before the end of their last school year. Thus, him using the chance to learn more about it wasn't that strange. Ron seemed unable to understand how Harry could find history interesting but kept quiet for once. The topic changed to their expectations for the new electives. Ron was surprised to hear that Harry was taking ancient runes and not divination. But why? I thought you took the same subjects as I did. Ron asked. I looked up a bit more information after the threat of the chamber was gone. And I overheard some older students ranting about some Professor Trelawney predicting their death again. That didn't give me much faith in divination, so I went with runes, which I found to be much more interesting from the short description I found on the subject and what it could be used for. I didn't like maths in primary school, so I didn't think arithmancy would be a good choice for me, and I find magical creatures fascinating, so I kept that class, Harry explained. And why didn't you tell me? Ron asked. You said you wanted to take easy classes, which were care of magical creatures and divination from what your brothers told you. I didn't think you would want to learn a bunch of runes and how they worked together. It's a completely different language, Harry answered. Oh, well, I guess you're right there. I wouldn't want to learn another complicated language, Ron admitted. When the train slowed down before it was time to reach Hogsmeade, Harry and Hermione wondered what the reason could be. They had discussed the escape of Sirius Black and Harry had told them what Tom the barman had told him. Hermione was worried about Black possibly being after Harry, and Ron said something about his dad telling him that the Azkaban guards being ordered to protect Hogwarts because of Black. Harry didn't have a good feeling concerning them. His fear was confirmed when he saw the first signs of an evil his mother had warned him of. Soul suckers. But they should be banished. They had been imprisoned by Taliesin and his mother's Aunt Vivian, because they were too dangerous to be left roaming the lands. That seal should have held 5,000 years without new powering, thanks to the ambient magic of Avalon being used to create it. And the time of Camelot was only about 1,000 years in the past. Could somebody have tempered with it? Or did the losses to magic cause this? His mother had told him that strengthening magic and preventing it from dying was his mission. Whatever, he wouldn't let those beasts close to the students. He quickly called up his magic. While this would be something he would be hard-pressed to explain to Ron and Hermione, this needed to be done. Those monsters could kill souls of innocence if they were allowed to do it. Ron, Hermione, I am going to use something that I found out about at Gringotts at the beginning of the summer. I did a heritage test there and I am the heir of a few houses, and what I am to do falls under family magics. I need you to keep quiet about what I can do. It isn't dangerous, but I don't want it to be known to the wrong people. And that includes the teachers until I am sure which ones I can trust with this, Harry stated seriously. Hermione looked scandalized but nodded when she saw the look on Harry's face. When the monster appeared at their door, Harry blasted a wave of pure white energy from his body, directed through his outstretched arms in front of him, and confronted the now shrieking monster while having his body glow in the same white energy. Your kind isn't welcome here. You were banished by the Merlin Taliesin and High Priestess Vivian of Avalon, Harry darkly said. The crimes your kind committed were an affront to magic itself. The being in front of him shrieked harder, somehow knowing that this wasn't a wizard it should cross. Then Harry started chanting in Gaelic, the native language of the land he was born in, which made Hermione and Ron wonder what exactly he was doing, but they could feel the magic radiating from their best friend. By the power of Avalon, I hereby banish you and your kin behind the seal. Magic be my witness. I hereby freely offer use of half of my magical power to renew the seal my ancestors created. So I say it, so mote it be, Harry intoned, and not only the monster in front of him shrieked before being sucked into a vortex of light, all others of the same kind of monsters that floated around the train or were inside were grabbed as well and pulled away. Harry stumbled and sat down heavily on the bench in the compartment, feeling incredibly drained. Using half his power wasn't a feat one did carelessly. He had been warned by his mother that he needed to be very careful if he attempted higher-level magic of Avalon. It was incredibly powerful, but it took a lot out of the user. Especially one that was still in training like he was. When he was older, it would be easier for him to use spells like this one, but right now, he really had to rest. Thankfully he would be up to full power again in 3 days. And, which he also would keep in mind, he was to never use up all of his reserves. That would kill him and then he wouldn't be able to fulfill his mission to save magic, meaning, nothing would be won. Self-sacrifice, according to his mother, was stupid in most cases. It was only a very last resort if nothing else could be done to save himself and others he was protecting. And normally, once he was properly trained in the magic of Avalon, he shouldn't be in situations that might put him into that place. Harry, Hermione exclaimed concerned, what did you do? What language was that? I banished all the soul suckers back behind the seal from where they shouldn't have been capable of escaping before another 4 millennia were over. And it was Gaelic, Harry brought out. Does somebody have chocolate? I need some pure energy. Ron quickly brought out 2 chocolate frogs that he had bought from the trolley earlier. Harry ate them gratefully. I will buy you a few new ones at the first Hogsmeade weekend, mate, Harry promised. Don't worry about them. How did you do that? That was incredible. Dad said the Azkaban guards were really bad, Ron asked. I am the last of the Avalon line. I have the blood of the High Priestess Morgane in my veins. I found out after the incident with being poisoned and healed that I had access to some kind of mental library with my family's knowledge. It's a bit hard to explain, especially as the knowledge always comes to me unexpected. I have no control over it, Harry told them. Is that why you are so fascinated with the time period of Camelot? Because your many times great-grandmother lived back then. Hermione deducted and Harry simply nodded. I always wanted to know more about my family. After I got glimpses about that, I wanted to know all I could. From the heritage test I could confirm that Morgane of Avalon was my ancestor, which I had only been suspecting. I only knew the connection to Avalon and the legend of King Arthur was the only one I could remember hearing that name from, Harry explained. Wow, that's really cool. Do you know what that means, Harry? Ron asked excitedly. No, I know that my family was really important in that time, but I have no idea what it means today, Harry answered. That wasn't completely true, but it wouldn't be wise to give up all the information he had. He could hint at things, but he wouldn't go farther. The Avalon line is the most important and oldest line in Wizarding Britain. It even tops the Pendragon line of King Arthur. The Avalon line is said to be the guardian of magic itself, Ron exclaimed excitedly. What? Hermione asked shocked. How do you know that, Ron? My mum told us the story when we were small children. All kids raised in the wizarding world hear it as far as I know. It's like the tales of Beetle the Bard. Everyone knows them, Ron explained, though many thought that the line had died out. Some even blamed the lack of a guardian for a lot of magical incidents. Like the flood in winter of 1988. It was the worst one for some years. Dad said that the Ministry of Magic had noticed a magical outburst shortly before it happened. Some Muggles died because they couldn't escape early enough. Several magical families just managed to evacuate, as the Ministry gave out a warning about the outburst over the WWN. But some of their homes were destroyed. Some people are worried that worse events could happen in the future. And you think Harry could stop that? Hermione asked skeptically. I don't know if I could, but my family has indeed watched over the magical balance for centuries. And it will be my job to continue that work when I am old enough. It's part of my heritage, Harry said. Hermione was shocked hearing him say that. How could you be responsible for something that big? She asked aghast. Hermione, you have to understand that magic isn't just a power you have. The best way to describe it is that magic is alive. Every being has some magic in it, be it plants, animals, humans, even minerals. The amount differs greatly, but it is everywhere. If magic is in balance, things are going smoothly, but that only is the case if enough magic is available, Ron tried to explain. This was something he had learned from when he was very young. His parents had been firm to have their children understand how important preserving magical life was. All life, which was why the Weasleys were so supportive of Muggleborns in their society. Hermione didn't look as if she believed that. From what Mum and Dad explained to us, the reason Muggleborns exist is that even Muggles have some magic in them. If there aren't enough witches and wizards to have children that could help with getting the amount of magic out there up, magic makes it that more Muggleborns are born. In our generation there are a lot more Muggleborns than in previous ones. In Mum's year there were only 3 Muggleborns from what she told us, we have at least 12 while there are 40 students overall in our year. And Mum's year was at least twice as large as our year, Ron continued. But that can't be right, how can magic be alive? She asked protesting. It's true. Magic is sentient. Some families are more in tune with it than others. Mine is one of them. That's why we were chosen as its guardians long ago. There are different varieties of connections. Some have an instinctive grasp of a certain aspect like transfiguration, some can easily calm down even the fiercest creatures. Newt Scamander, who wrote one of our textbooks, Fantastical Beast and Where to Find Them, was said to have that special connection to all magical creatures. Others can see different realms of magic and appear strange to others because they can't express what they see properly. The possibilities are endless, Harry tried to explain. So, you want to tell me that because magic noticed that there were too few wizard-born children, it created more Muggleborns, using the fact that a little magic was already in the Muggles that had the magical children? She asked. That's right, Ron confirmed happily. Hermione still looked skeptic and Harry was sure that she would look that up in the library. But he got a promise of both his best friends that they would keep quiet about this. It was a strange sight for Remus Lupin when he saw the Dementor that had searched the compartment in which he had been sucked into a vortex of light and disappear. What the hell had caused that? The 4 students that had been in the compartment, one of them clearly Alice and Frank's boy from the looks of it, had been frozen by the Dementor and then suddenly, just after it had started sucking the happiness through the air, it had happened. He had left the children with some chocolate to get over the effects and had gone to talk to the driver. How could he have let Dementors on board of a train full of defenseless children? He had no idea what had caused the phenomenon he had witnessed, but he would inform Professor Dumbledore about it. He looked into the other compartments while on the way to the driver and saw a black-haired boy looking a bit exhausted while a brown-haired girl and a red-haired boy were trying to help him, it seemed. Probably one of the children that had bad memories that the Dementor had dragged up. But as he saw that the boy was eating a chocolate frog, he wouldn't need immediate attention. There were probably more like him on the train. Perhaps he should send a Patronus messenger to Hogwarts to inform Madame Pomfrey to have some chocolate bars and lots of hot chocolate on the tables for dinner. Most students would need it, he suspected. Albus Dumbledore pondered what the phenomenon that Remus had described to him could have been. He had never heard about something simply sucking a Dementor into a vortex. He would have to consult his books. The Dementors that were stationed around the school seemed to be agitated and frightened for some reason. He couldn't explain it. Those beasts normally didn't fear anything. Even the Patronus couldn't destroy them, it could only chase them away. There were stories about them having appeared suddenly from nowhere, but nobody could say where that had been. Approximately the time had been sometime at the end of Gellert's War on the continent. Could he have been the reason? Albus knew that he should have acted earlier. So many people had died, but he abhorred violence. He wasn't born to be a war leader, He was meant to lead the next generation by example and showing them that killing wasn't the right way. He had taken out Gellert when there had been no other choice, but he couldn't bring himself to kill. It wasn't in him to perform such a horrid task. Therefore, he had imprisoned him in his own prison Nurmengard for life. He feared what Harry would have to do according to the prophecy. Either must die by the hand of the other. Those were the damned words. If only there was another way, but in a way Tom was much worse than Gellert. He would have to wait and see. Harry was still very young and shouldn't be burdened with such a fate. Let him enjoy what he had left of his childhood. He had found out that Harry had got his letter around the end of August. That was a relief. Now he at least could be sure that the boy would return to Hogwarts. Though he would seriously reprimand him for simply disappearing like he did. It was much too dangerous, and thanks to his impulsive act the wards at Privet Drive were barely holding up. Harry would have to return there over the Christmas break to salvage them. If the boy only wouldn't be so reluctant to see that staying with his family was necessary for him. Harry stepped into the entrance hall and was overwhelmed with the intensity of magic that he felt. He had growled at the soul suckers that were positioned around the entrances of the school. Sadly, he couldn't take care of them right now. He first needed to replenish his power. While banishing the rest wouldn't take as much power as re-establishing the seal, he still needed to have his full power to attempt doing so for as great numbers as were here. To think that the fools at the ministry trusted demons like them to not turn on them. Through their new defense professor, who had been on the train too, he now knew why they were around. At least Professor Lupin seemed to be more capable in his subject than his previous two teachers. Hermione had been called out by Professor McGonagall for something, and Ron and he continued their way into the Great Hall. They sat down and watched the sorting. This time Professor Flitwick was leading the first years inside. Probably because Professor McGonagall was busy with whatever she had to discuss with Hermione. Probably how she would manage her 5 electives. It would be hard to fit them all into one timetable. He applauded for every new Gryffindor. Interestingly, nearly all eyes around him were looking at him, trying to figure out who he was. The girls with blushes on their faces. He knew he looked different, but it shouldn't be that much, right? Ron noticed it as well and considered it a great unintentional prank on Harry's part. He knew how Harry had hated the looks he had due to his lousy relatives. While Harry hadn't said much, discussing a few things with Fred and George after they had rescued Harry the previous summer, had put things a bit into perspective for him. Being older and used to not always believing what they were told, they tended to see more than others and think outside of ways that most others would. And when Ron told them about things he had noticed, things he was worried about, as Harry was his best friend, they had explained a lot of things to him. They had told him how even Muggles didn't consider locking up a child with bars in front of the window acceptable. While they might not know that much about them, they knew the basics, enough to spot inconsistencies. The fact that Harry's room had been turned into a veritable prison, one where he had been starved for days, was very worrisome. But the way their mother reacted to the mere mention of it, by automatically believing that they had made it up, reduced their hopes of being able to get Harry out of the place permanently. And after hearing from Ron that Dumbledore had refused Harry's request to not have to return there for the summer break, they just knew that their mother and father wouldn't act, even if they believed them. They followed Dumbledore's word without any refusal or thought he could be wrong. Ron and they had decided to subtly support Harry over the adults that were too stubborn in their belief that they knew best. Now that Harry had his new looks he would have had if not for the lack of actual care by the Muggles, things would be different. It was unavoidable. People would gossip once they found out that the new and good-looking boy next to Ron was Harry Potter. And gossip at Hogwarts was frightening. And Ron knew for a fact that Parvati and Lavender were the biggest gossips in their year and the two above them. They would spread the news, and if Harry told them how it was that he had changed this much, it would force the adults to act for once. It stood to be seen if their action would go along with Harry's new confidence. And a scion of House Avalon wouldn't be deterred like other children. Avalon's magic was too powerful to be cowed, and since it had awoken now, it would be interesting to see the results. Finally, the last student was sorted into Ravenclaw, and Professor Flitwick took the stool and the sorting hat away. Hermione joined them at the Gryffindor table looking very happy for some reason, but no question Ron asked got her to answer. Professor Dumbledore opened the feast and let the students eat before he would probably give some information, amongst it warnings about the Dementors as they were called now. Dumbledore looked over the Gryffindor table and he couldn't find Harry Potter immediately. Only by looking for his friends he got an idea that the taller, tanned and muscular black-haired boy sitting between them could be Harry. It was a shock. How could Harry have changed that much over one summer? He needed to find out, and that would only be possible by calling Harry to see him in his office. Probably tomorrow after his classes were over. Tonight, he knew he wouldn't get anything from him. He would have to see what the boy said where he had been over the summer. That he hadn't been able to track him at all was very worrisome. The boy couldn't simply leave. It was for his own safety and that of his relatives. He would have to ensure that Harry saw reason. Harry had to suppress a laugh when Professor McGonagall was handing out the new timetables the next morning. She seemed to have problems to find him. Some of the other Gryffindors seemed to have noticed too. Yesterday evening there had been many comments over Harry's new looks, among them from Oliver Wood that he hoped that Harry would still be fast enough to catch the snitch even if he was now taller and had filled out a bit. Harry assured Wood that his flying skills hadn't suffered at all and that he would see during their first training session, which calmed the Quidditch maniac down. The three girls on the team had complimented him on his new looks and Katie had flirted with him a bit. She had been surprised when he flirted back, but neither of them had wanted to back down. It led to some lecherous comments from the twins, who were quickly whacked over the head by Angelina and Alicia. They assured Harry that he looked great now and he shouldn't listen to a word those two jokers were saying. Finally, Professor McGonagall seemed to decide that, as he was sitting with Hermione and Ron, he had to be Harry Potter. "Mr. Potter?" she asked. "Yes, Professor. Did you have nice holidays?" he asked charmingly. "You had us all horribly worried with disappearing like you did," she scolded him. "I apologize, but I wasn't aware that a student needed to inform the school he attends to his summer vacation plans. As far as I know, what I do during the summer break is my concern alone. And you can't deny that getting treatment from a professional healer to deal with the problems growing up in a house where I was loathed for being a wizard and treated like an abomination was necessary," Harry replied politely, but firmly. It shocked his head of house. Not only his tone, but also the message. "What do you mean, Mr. Potter?" she asked shocked. "Well, let's see. I was smaller than all other boys in my year and a majority of the girls and neither dad nor mum were on the small side. That alone should have been a clue. I was skinny as hell and lacked all knowledge about my heritage. My hesitation to do my best in class should also have caused alarm bells to ring, especially as I know that I slipped up on some occasions. Not to mention that my first Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs," Harry listed. "I have come to understand that what my relatives did was wrong and child abuse. My healer used my medical issues to prevent me going back there to avoid them undoing the progress I made in the clinic where I stayed at for nearly all the summer break." He saw how she had paled drastically. She definitely hadn't put the clues together. "I have no idea who my magical guardian might be. I even only found out that I should have one after my healer asked me who it was, to inform him or her of my treatment there. So, by the way, could you tell me who it is, so I can get my permission slip for Hogsmeade signed? My healer has declared the Dursleys unfit guardians and forbidden me to have contact with them again. I will petition that I can take care of my business alone from now on, as heir of several old houses, but that will take a while to go through. As my magical guardian didn't see fit to contact me at all since I re-entered the magical world, I see no reason to keep him or her as my guardian. It would just be nice to get that signature for Hogsmeade before I get that procedure over with," Harry stated. "You were not informed who your magical guardian is?" she asked disbelievingly. "No, do you know?" Harry asked, having a suspicion. "I think it is Professor Dumbledore, but I would have to ask him to be sure," she answered. "If he is, I don't think he should stay my guardian. If he didn't think I deserved to know at least that bit, not to mention that he didn't take care of me beyond what he does for all students as headmaster of Hogwarts, I don't think he is suited as my guardian. A real guardian would have a lot more contact with his ward. Aren't there any relatives on my father's side of the family left?" Harry asked. "Not that I know of, Mr. Potter. He was a single child and your grandparents died before you were born. Your granduncle was killed in the war and the relatives of your grandmother are the Blacks and of them there are none suited to take you in," she answered. Like Sirius Black. Interesting. I heard he was my father's friend and as close to him as a brother. How did he go over to the dark side? Harry wanted to know. Where did you hear that? She asked surprised. Tom, the barman of the Leaky Cauldron told me. I stayed there for the last days of the summer break, Harry answered. McGonagall seemed to murmur about irresponsible behavior. Isn't it better that I am aware of a possible danger? Not that I think Black would be worse than those soul-sucking demons around the school. They did more damage than one man could ever do, and I would include Grindelwald and Voldemort in that category, Harry stated. Many around him flinched. They had listened interestedly, but the typical reaction to Voldemort's name was annoying. If you fear to hear Voldemort, cue flinching and squeaking, so much, call him Tom Riddle, that's his birth name. Half-blood wizard born to a witch mother and a muggle father. His memory told me that himself last year down in the Chamber of Secrets before he let the Basilisk loose on me. Many gasped hearing that piece of information. McGonagall swore she would talk with Dumbledore soon. Harry Potter had really changed, and she really needed to get to the ground of his accusations against his relatives. And she had to end this conversation, as he would now be bombarded with questions by his fellow students about the Basilisk he had mentioned, as that beast was a known wizard killer and could have caused a lot more damage than it did in the end. They had been lucky to not have to grieve for any killed students last school year. As interesting as this is, here is your timetable, Mr. Potter. I will ask the headmaster in regard of your Hogsmeade permission slip, she said. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Harry said and took his new timetable. Professor McGonagall continued handing out the timetables to the rest of the students. Harry had a look at his new timetable. He saw that his first class would be Ancient Runes followed by Transfiguration, after lunch Care of Magical Creatures and then History. That was okay for the first day. The only class that would be boring was History. Then he was distracted, as several other Gryffindors wanted to know what he had meant with the comments about the Basilisk and the memory of the Dark Lord that should be dead. Harry told them some things but excused himself when it was time to go to class. Harry watched Hermione and Ron walk towards North Tower where divination was located. He walked towards the West Wing for Ancient Runes. Hermione was in another class than him, hers strangely was tomorrow at the same time as Charms. It was probably a trick to let her be in two places at once. Perhaps time magic. He had experience with that from his summer break, after all. He would look it up. It was interesting. He saw that the other students that had the class with him were mostly Ravenclaws. There were only 6 other students next to him waiting for the class to start. 4 Ravenclaws, a Slytherin girl, who he thought was called Daphne Greengrass, and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. He found himself sitting next to Hannah, who told him, while blushing slightly, that the other Hufflepuffs that she knew had chosen this class had it the next morning, but her timetable hadn't fit like that, with her second class being Muggle Studies and her third being Care of Magical Creatures. Harry nodded. It would make sense that with 5 different electives they wouldn't be mixed by houses like in other classes. He knew that Hermione, the only other Gryffindor in Runes, was at the same spot as the other Hufflepuffs. And she had 3 classes put down at the same time Monday mornings. Arithmancy, Divination and Muggle Studies. Harry knew that Care of Magical Creatures had the biggest group of students, followed by Divination and Muggle Studies. Arithmancy and Runes had been seen as difficult classes, so a lot had shied away from them. Professor Babbling, their teacher, started them off with an introduction in the possibilities the usage of runes of all kinds offered magicals. It was basically a little more detailed than what his mother had told him when she had started him on runes. Though he doubted that they would do as practical an approach in class as she had done for him. No matter, they started with the Norse runic alphabet, of which he knew some runes already, but many he didn't. He made extensive notes on how each rune worked, its meaning and how basic combinations of runes worked. He didn't really notice how time passed and was surprised when the bell rang to announce the end of class. They only got memorizing the runes they had discussed today as homework. On the way to Transfiguration, Harry thought about having found a class he could really enjoy. Professor Babbling was really knowledgeable in her subject and made it interesting by giving examples what exactly could be done with the runes they learned. Otherwise the basics would have been pretty dull. One first had to get a good understanding of some runes to be able to get into the practical part. Harry knew that learning runes was a matter of constant, concentrated work. It took time to gain a thorough understanding of runes to use them like he had done in his heating array. A mistake could cause real problems. That was why his mother had checked his heating arrays twice before allowing him to place them on the walls. His first attempt had failed because of one rune that he didn't carve precisely twice. He corrected that one and then the array worked. Sitting in transfiguration, watching the rest of the class being subdued, was a really strange experience for Harry. What the hell had happened in the last 2 hours that he hadn't seen his classmates? Finally, Professor McGonagall, after only he had applauded for her animagus transformation, decided to find out the reason for the others' strange behavior. "Alright, what is going on? Why is only Mr. Potter applauding my transformation? You are the first class that didn't cheer for it that I ever had," she asked. The others looked hesitantly at each other. Finally, Hermione raised her hand. "Please Professor, we just had our first divination class and," she started hesitantly. "Don't say anything else. Which one of you is going to die this year?" McGonagall asked and Seamus nervously raised his hand. "Well, Mr. Finnegan, you seem to be in perfect health to me." Predicting the death of a student is the favorite way of Professor Trelawney to greet a new class. So far none of the students whose death she predicted left us. True seers are really rare and Professor Trelawney, well I generally don't talk badly about my colleagues. Harry could tell she wanted to do it very much. Considering the circumstances, you will excuse my decision to not exempt you from homework. Though, if you should miraculously die before next Monday, you of course won't need to hand it in, she tried to lighten the mood. Some of the others still didn't seem to be convinced, citing incidents that had happened in that class. Harry was so glad that he had dodged that bludger. After class Professor McGonagall told him that Professor Dumbledore wanted to meet him after his last class today and told him the password to his office, this time, acid pops. Harry and the rest of the Gryffindors, it seemed they all had chosen care of magical creatures, trooped down to Hagrid's hut where they were supposed to meet with him. It had been a surprise that Hagrid was the new teacher. Harry could have understood if he had become assistant to the former teacher first to get some idea how to go about teaching, but perhaps this would work out this way too. And if not, he would try to help Hagrid with his lesson plans. Harry knew that Hagrid knew lots of things about magical creatures, so his knowledge base couldn't be doubted. As they had the class with the Slytherins, sadly that included Malfoy, he was on guard for anything in case the blonde pest might try to give Hagrid problems. Harry had told all the other Gryffindors how to open the books, thus, after Hagrid had led them to a corral where he would bring the magical creatures they would study today and told them to open their books, the Gryffindors as one stroked the back of their books to make them fall still, smirking at the Slytherins. After all, if all of Gryffindor could figure out how to do it, how could Slytherin complain about it? It would look as if they were too stupid to figure it out. Harry could see the displeased look on Malfoy's face. Gryffindor 1, Slytherin 0. Then Hagrid came back with majestic creatures. They had the head and front legs of a hawk or eagle and the back of a horse. Long elegant wings spread from their sides. They looked powerful and intimidating. "Now, these beauties are hippogriffs," Hagrid said, and Harry quickly remembered the information he had read about them. The first thing you need to know about hippogriffs is that they're proud. Never insult a hippogriff or it could be the last thing you ever do. To approach them, you slowly walk towards them and stop at a distance, where the hippogriff can clearly see you. Don't blink too much, they don't trust you if you do. Then you bow and wait. Let them come to you, it's polite, you see. If he bows, you can touch him, otherwise get back, because those talons hurt. Now who wants to go first? Hagrid asked and most of the class was less than enthusiastic. "I want to, Professor," Harry said and stepped forward, grinning while taking off his robe, making the girls swoon over seeing his fit body. "Good man, Harry. Let's see how you get along with Buckbeak," Hagrid said and took off the collar around the hippogriff's neck. Harry stepped forward, but before he could bow to Buckbeak the whole hippogriff herd sank into low bows in front of him, surprising the whole class and Hagrid. Harry sighed. That had to happen. He had underestimated the connection that House Avalon had with all magical creatures. He walked forward and gently petted Buckbeak on the head, scratching him behind the feathery ears. Then he motioned to the other hippogriffs to stand up again with a polite nod. "Blimey, Harry, I have never seen something like that happen before," Hagrid commented. "I guess Buckbeak will have no problem with letting you ride him." Harry's grin got even wider and he easily swung himself onto the majestic gray hippogriff's back. A light tap with his heels and Buckbeak ran forward only to soar up towards the sky after getting enough speed. Harry easily stayed in perfect balance on his back, immensely enjoying the flight. This was a lot like riding thunder without a saddle, only in the air. He flew over the castle and the grounds, not going near the borders of the grounds because he didn't want to tempt the Dementors into attacking him. He still needed a few days before he could get rid of them. Still, the grounds were big enough for him to have a great flight before he heard Hagrid's whistle telling them to come back. He directed Buckbeak back to the rest of the class and landed elegantly. The Gryffindors cheered for him, the majority of the Slytherins glared at him, though he could see two girls having dreamy looks on their faces. Great, he had fangirls even in Slytherin. Once Buckbeak came to a hold, Harry climbed down, after stroking the hippogriff's feathers on his head, thanking him for the great ride. Encouraged by Harry's success, the rest of the class stepped forward, following the instructions that Hagrid had given them earlier. Malfoy seemed really disgruntled that none of the hippogriffs reacted to him like they had done to Harry. While he managed to get the black one he practiced with to bow to him, he had to perform the way Hagrid had told them to use. Harry was kept busy by Buckbeak, who wanted to cuddle a bit more. Really, he behaved like an overgrown puppy. Other hippogriffs also wanted some of his attention, and on top of the group that Hagrid had brought, some others appeared, two that were seemingly mothers with baby hippogriffs. Harry enjoyed playing with the two young ones a lot, under envious looks of his fellow students. None of them were let even close to them by the mothers. He prevented Malfoy turning the lesson bad by subtly hitting him with a silencing charm to prevent him from insulting the hippogriffs. Malfoy was a lot like Wilbur, but, thanks to seeing how the knights dealt with him and his arrogant buddy George, Harry had no problem taking him on now without letting the blonde goad him into getting into trouble. The lesson ended after some time and Harry promised the hippogriffs to come visiting when he had time. The two young ones nearly brought him to the ground, trying to nuzzle his face with theirs. Only Ron had an idea why the hippogriffs reacted like they did to Harry. Ron knew that Harry was destined to be the next guardian. It was said that all magical creatures instinctively knew a guardian when they saw one. And he knew that Harry was the last of the Avalon line. He could see that Hermione couldn't accept Harry's special powers and the truth of the nature of magic. Her beliefs from growing up Muggle were hindering her here. Ron knew that Harry would need support for his duties. And it was one of the greatest honors known in the magical world to stand at the side of the chosen guardian. This was something that none of his older brothers had achieved. While Fred and George were friendly with Harry, he, Ron Weasley, was Harry's best friend. And if he knew one thing, Harry never deserted his friends. After History of Magic, which had been as boring as ever, Harry left his book bag at his dorm and walked towards the headmaster's office. He had a very good idea what the old man wanted. Information about his summer whereabouts. Not going to happen. He strengthened his occlumency shields. While not being perfect, all his meditation exercises had helped him build one strong enough to detect weak intrusions and zap the intruder to get out. As long as nobody launched a full legilimency attack at him, he would be fine. He gave the gargoyle the password and rode the stairs up to Dumbledore's office. He knocked at the door and was called inside. "Hello, Harry. Please take a seat, Lemo. Drop." Dumbledore asked. "No, thank you," Harry declined, sensing something on the drops. "Hello, Fox," he greeted the phoenix who trilled a greeting. Harry sat down and looked expectantly at the headmaster. "Do you know why I called you here, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "The only reason I could imagine would be to give me my signed permission slip for Hogsmeade in case you were really my magical guardian, sir," Harry replied. Dumbledore didn't let anything show on his face. "I called you here to talk about your disappearing act over the summer break. That was completely irresponsible of you. We were worried you could have been in danger with Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban," Dumbledore replied. "You should at least have asked for permission from your guardians and me." "Why would I do something that stupid?" Harry asked, shocking Dumbledore. "Let's list the facts, headmaster. You, as far as anybody informed me, are just the headmaster of my school. While you are a very knowledgeable and powerful wizard, that has no meaning in my decision where to spend my holidays. I respect you for your knowledge and experience, but you have no say in how I spend my time when I am not at school." Second point, the Dursleys are completely unfit as guardians for any child, be it magical or mundane. I learned over the summer that their babying of Dudley, feeding him way too much food and letting him get away with all the misdeeds he does is another form of child abuse and will probably result in Dudley getting extreme medical problems in his future if he doesn't change his eating habits and does more sports. Now, they clearly hate everything that has to do with magic, and my healer had a lot of discussions with me how what they did to me was child abuse, which I at first had a hard time accepting. My healer also decided, in his capacity as my healer, that returning to the place where I was abused for 10 years on end, and then the summer after first year when I returned there, wasn't good for my healing. Therefore, he let me stay at the clinic, which had been recommended to me by the goblins. An old wizard that I met in Diagon Alley at the beginning of the break told me that I looked like I really needed to see a professional healer. Now, while Madame Pomfrey is a very capable Medi-Witch, she isn't a fully qualified healer, so I decided it wouldn't hurt to take that advice. As I didn't know how to contact a good one and I was already in front of Gringotts, I asked the goblins. They set me up with a portkey for a fee of 15 galleons and I spent the rest of the summer break at the magical clinic. Next to going through certain examinations and treatments, I was told that taking up a sport that I liked would do me some good, so I asked another patient there, who practiced staff and sword fighting, if he would teach me the basics. As his exercises looked interesting, Harry told his story with a straight face, keeping his shields up all the time. Next to that, the clinic held some horses and offered classes in horseback riding. Thanks to my balance, I seemed to have some talent in that area and learned to ride pretty well. Dumbledore pondered the information Harry had given him. His changed body seemed to support that he had sought out a professional healer. His changed behavior would also be perfectly explainable with having mind healing sessions over the past months. Now how could he get the boy to return to the Dursleys to keep the wards up? With how that healer had interfered, Harry would block all attempts of going back there. While your aunt and uncle may not have been the nicest people to grow up with, and I am very sorry how they treated you, you need the protection that the blood wards around their house give you. You only have to return there once a year to power them up, but if you don't, they will fall, enabling Voldemort and his followers to get there. Dumbledore tried the direct approach. I will never return there. If those wards are so important, why wasn't I told about them before? Do the Dursleys know about them? Harry asked. In the letter I wrote to your aunt to inform her of your parents' death and why you needed to stay with her, I explained the wards that are based on your mother's sacrifice for you. As long as you can call the place where your mother's blood lives home, Harry, Voldemort can't touch you there, Dumbledore explained. Then they should have realized that their behavior risked their own protection. I won't risk my health anymore, only for them to be protected. There are more than enough ways for me to be safe from any attempts to find me, like I proved this summer. There are numerous wards that can be used to hide my whereabouts. I have been starved to nearly death the summer after first year, just because Lucius Malfoy's house elf levitated a pudding over an important business partner of Uncle Vernon. I was beaten bloody after that and locked up in Dudley's second bedroom that I only got after they were too afraid that wizards were spying on them to keep me in the cupboard under the stairs anymore. What, didn't you know that? Didn't you read the addresses of the numerous letters you sent to Privet Drive to get me my Hogwarts letter? Harry asked sarcastically. I am not responsible for the repercussions the Dursleys have to face for their own actions. If you want to protect them when Voldemort comes back, inform them and advise them to move somewhere else. I won't keep those wards up. I don't want them dead, but I also don't want to see them ever again. Dumbledore was shocked hearing how casually Harry refused to power the wards up again. And it would be hard arguing against his valid points. There were other ways to magically protect him in another place. But they weren't as strong as those wards. He tried a weak legilimency probe but was rebuffed by strong basic shields. And I would appreciate if you didn't try to look into my head. My thoughts are private, Headmaster. Harry stated coldly. That had gone badly. Please forgive me, Harry, I am really concerned that you let your bad feelings for your family cloud your judgment for your safety. Dumbledore tried to save face. They aren't my family. Family is where you are loved, welcome no matter if you make a mistake, where people want you to be around. The only place where I got a glimpse of that was when the Weasley twins and Ron saved me from the cell my so-called relatives turned the bedroom, which I was only grudgingly given after the first letter was addressed to the cupboard I might mention, into, after the pudding incident, which cost Uncle Vernon that huge business deal. I was lucky if I got a tin of cold soup every 3 days, so don't tell me ever again I let my emotions cloud my judgment. To me it seems you let your plans cloud your sense of right and wrong, Harry accused. That's sad. Did he really do that? He looked at Fox and saw his Phoenix companion look at him accusingly. Fox seemed to agree with Harry. He better gave up on that idea. He would need to think of something else to keep an eye on Harry. For now, he could probably get a bit of goodwill back if he signed that Hogsmeade form for him. It wasn't really dangerous for Harry to go. There would be enough adult witches and wizards that Sirius wouldn't get the chance to approach Harry in any way. If he did, they would catch him. He would stand out like a sore thumb, as he wouldn't have access to usable means of disguise like Polyjuice Potion. I see, I will let this issue rest for now. As none of the ones named in your parents' will were capable of taking care of you, you were left at your mother's closest living relative. I was named your official magical guardian, but as your aunt and uncle were your direct guardians, we never told you about this, which I admit was an oversight on our part, as it left you without a contact person for your questions about the wizarding world. Dumbledore admitted, I will sign your form under one condition. I want you to promise me that you won't stroll from the village itself and keep to places where adults are present. As you probably have heard by now, Sirius Black has escaped and there is a high probability that you are his target. The Minister of Magic wants to keep this a secret from you to not worry you, but, as I can admit that leaving you without some important information in the past caused a lot of problems, I will tell you the basic information. Dumbledore was encouraged by the interested look on Harry's face. Good, he wasn't totally lost to listening to him, so he might be able to salvage the situation with time. Probably Harry only needed to calm down to understand that he needed to listen to his headmaster. As long as the Dursleys weren't part of the plan, it might not be too difficult to convince the boy. Your parents were part of a resistance group, called the Order of the Phoenix, that I had founded to fight against Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters. We tried to stop their taking over of the British wizarding world, but they were far more numerous than we were. The Ministry had lot of problems arresting the Death Eaters and countless people died. Those involved in the fighting and innocents. Now, we got information from one of my spies that Voldemort was targeting your family and your parents went into hiding. But they were still found everywhere. We were sure that someone close to them was forwarding information to Voldemort, but we couldn't find the spy. Hence why I suggested using an ancient spell, the Fidelius Charm. You hide the secret you want to protect, in this case your location, in the very soul of a person, the so-called secret keeper. Your parents' secret keeper was your father's best friend and your godfather, Sirius Black, Dumbledore said gravely. We thought that Sirius would never betray them, but only 1 week after the charm was done, Voldemort attacked your home and killed your parents. The only way he could have found the place would be if the secret keeper, meaning Sirius, had told him where to find them. Otherwise he could have looked through their living room window and never found them. Harry had to digest that story. While Tom had told him some things, this was the complete version with a lot of information that he hadn't had. Still, while this sounded like Sirius Black was without a doubt guilty, Harry had doubts about the information of the mass killing that had taken place in Manchester. What happened in Manchester? Tom told me a few things, but only rudimentary information and the Ministry still hasn't sent me a copy of the trial transcript, Harry asked, fighting to keep his calm. Another friend of your parents, who was also an Order member, Peter Pettigrew, found Sirius in Manchester and cornered him. He asked how Sirius could have done what he did to your parents. Then Sirius shot an explosive curse at Peter and killed him and 13 muggles that were close by with it. The street was ripped open down to the sewers. From Peter only a finger was left in his robe. The Department of Magical Catastrophes were the first ones at the scene and found Sirius laughing uncontrollably. He always repeated like mad, I killed them. It was taken as a confession of his guilt. Barty Crouch, the head of magical law enforcement of the time, sent him directly to Azkaban. The evidence that was found was collected and it proved without a doubt his guilt. Being the secret keeper and finding evidence how Peter had died was enough for Barty to decide to skip the trial and not waste time for a cut-and-close case, Dumbledore informed Harry. Because of how dangerous Sirius is, Minister Fudge insisted on placing Dementors around Hogwarts to stop Sirius. I don't like that at all, because Dementors aren't good guards in any case. I fear they will target the students if they start feeling hungry or restless. Harry thought about the information he had been given. He wouldn't tell Dumbledore that they would need new guards very soon, as he wouldn't waste any time to banish the remaining Dementors behind the seal again as soon as his power levels were up again. They would see that for themselves. But with how it sounded, he would need more power than he had planned. If there were also those guarding Azkaban to consider, he needed to have help. And they needed to secure Azkaban to not let the worst prisoners escape after he took out the guards. Perhaps an anonymous letter would be appropriate, addressed to the head of the ministry and the head of the DMLE. I can agree to that condition, Headmaster, Harry said, though I would advise that all students at least get informed about basic countermeasures against the Dementors. I read up on them in the Monster Book of Monsters and know that only the Patronus charm is really effective against them. If your fears come true, perhaps the older students could get started on it to avoid a catastrophe. Dumbledore nodded, agreeing that it would be a good idea. He would tell Remus to show the Newt students how to do the spell. Even mist would help a bit until a real Patronus could be used. He signed Harry's permission slip and handed it to the boy. He got a nod in return while Harry put it into his pocket. Harry bid goodbye and left the office, leaving Dumbledore to ponder about his next steps. He would regret not having asked Harry about his performance in Care of Magical Creatures, as that could have warned him about things about to happen. Harry was hidden behind 3 big stacks of books, which were placed on his table at the library. He had placed a Notice Me Not charm on the table to be able to study in peace. Recently Hermione was annoying him with more and more questions about his sudden jump in his class performances. Did she really need to know everything? She should be busy enough with her 12 classes. He by now knew that she was doing some form of time magic, but not the exact way. He wondered who in their right mind allowed that kind of time manipulation just to let one girl take all the classes that were offered at Hogwarts. He could understand that Hermione wanted to learn as much as she could, but really, as a Muggle-born she knew all there was to know about Muggles, so wasting time in that class was useless, no matter how interesting she might find the viewpoint of wizards on the subject. Next to that she was ranting a lot about divination being a completely woolly subject. If she disliked the subject and the teacher so much, she should simply drop it. She had more than enough other subjects that would be more up her line. And then she could switch into his runes class, to have a normal timetable again. But no, she was too stubborn and proud to even consider being smart about this. She insisted she could do the work, so she would. Currently Harry was reading his book on ancient curses, trying to find a way to help Aunt Guinevere conceive a child. Something had to be in here. He had already calculated how much magic he would need to banish all Dementors in existence behind the seal again and secure the seal for another 1,000 years at least if there was no new powering. But for that magic to work he needed to use a magically powerful time. Normally he would attempt something like that on a day like Beltane, because the powerful magic of life would work against the Dementors, but he felt that he didn't have that much time. Imbolc would be another possibility, but again it was too far away. Samhain would be the worst possible day with its connection to death, and therefore the Dementors would be more powerful than normally that day. And he doubted they would leave him alone for long. He was the only one capable of banishing them again. Hence why he suspected that they would use the first opportunity to attack him, that being the first Quidditch match of the season, where he would be out in the open and they could disguise an attack as an interest in the high emotions the match would bring with it. Harry wanted them gone before that. Especially as the first match was always close to Samhain. Any advantage he could get he would need to use. Therefore, Harry would use the help of the unicorns in the forest. With him being the next guardian, it would be easy to win them for this cause. They hated the demons as much as he did, and they would gladly add their pure magic to help him banish them again. The centaurs would perhaps help as well with their knowledge of the stars. They could tell when the best time for such a ritual would be. He intended to go into the forest soon to ask. Probably one day when he went to visit the hippogriffs again. Hagrid had told him he could come and ride one whenever he wanted. That was great and helped with his wish to keep practicing his riding skills. After 2 hours he had still found nothing that could be Aunt Guinevere's problem. But the book still had many more pages and the library had other books on this as well. Perhaps some healing books would be a good choice. He would find a way. His aunt and uncle deserved to be happy. Harry sat in charms listening attentively to what Professor Flitwick told them about the drying charm they were covering today. It was really useful to dry clothes, either on one's body or not, or make wet paint dry quicker. They were warned though to not use it for their hair, as it would look completely messy after that. He demonstrated the effects of the charm if used for drying your hair on himself, and the class got a good laugh out of the afro that their small professor sported now. Professor Flitwick chuckled and corrected his looks again. They were each given a wet towel to work on drying it with the charm. Harry, to the utter surprise of Hermione, got it to work nearly perfectly on his first try. She meanwhile only got half of the water out. "Very well done, Mr. Potter, take 5 points for Gryffindor," Professor Flitwick said pleased. "You need to add more power into your spell, Ms. Granger." Hermione looked displeased and continued practicing the charm. By the end of the lesson she had it down, but Harry was visibly better than her. He could easily dry 2 towels at once now. Professor Flitwick set an essay on the requirements for the drying charm to work properly and let the class go. The pattern repeated itself in many classes. Harry now easily performed better than Hermione in all practical parts. To not have her be too stressed out, he refrained from showing off too much on the theoretical side. He only answered questions if he was asked. Though he showed his knowledge in his essays, he rarely got anything below 95%. Not that he told Hermione. He didn't understand where her urge to be best came from. While he knew that studying was really important for her, he had never realized how much she hated not being best in class. Ron meanwhile had proven to be really supportive of Harry. He more than once told Hermione to lay off of Harry. He reminded her that she had told them many times to study more, and now that Harry seemed to do so, it still wasn't right for her. The two started to bicker about things and Harry really wanted for them to stop. It was giving him a headache. Thankfully he found a distraction. He overheard Neville saying that his grandmother had him take lessons in sword fighting, because it was a traditional part of the education of the Longbottom heir. Harry jumped at the chance to get a training partner. Thus, he asked Neville if he wanted to spar once or twice a week, because he too had started learning it over the summer. Neville easily agreed. Probably the most interesting class that week was defense. Professor Lupin really knew what he did and let them practice banishing a boggart. Harry was curious to find out his greatest fear. He really had a hard time determining it. When the boggart, that had formerly been the giant spider of which Ron took the legs away, turned to him, Harry only got a glimpse of a dead-looking world, sand over which the dry wind blew, before Professor Lupin jumped between them. Seemingly he had already been about to interfere. Did he think that Harry wasn't capable of facing something as simple as a boggart? The boggart turned into a glowing orb. Was that a full moon? Or a crystal ball? It didn't stay for long and was turned into a balloon which was pierced. Neville got to finish the boggart off. His Snape in a dress boggart was really a funny sight. But he would really need to find out why Professor Lupin had interfered with Harry facing the boggart. Dealing with Dementors. On Saturday of the first week Harry went down to the hippogriff herd to ride one into the forest to find the unicorns. He briefly spoke with Hagrid and then took a brown hippogriff called Jadi's for a ride. First, they flew a bit over the grounds and Harry told the hippogriff his plan. "Do you by any chance know where I can meet the unicorns and the centaurs, Jadi's?" Harry asked and got a positive squawk. "That's good. I need to find a date on which I can banish the remaining Dementors behind the seal again. Without the power of Imbolc or Beltane to increase my own power, I need pure magic and as good a star alignment as I can get for it to work without knocking me out for long. I don't want to reveal my position too early on. I know that all magical creatures recognize me instinctively now, but the wizards wouldn't. Too much has been forgotten." Jadi's squawked again, this time sounding angrier. "Yes, I know. They shouldn't have forgotten. They should remember how important balance is to magic. And they should have realized how foolish relying on the soul suckers is." Harry agreed with the squawk. Jadi's turned to the left and went lower. Harry saw that 2 centaurs were standing close to a small clearing. Jadi's prepared to land and Harry helped by shifting his weight back. They landed and came to a stop 5 meters away from the 2 centaurs. One Harry recognized as Megorian. He had been in the forest when he had his detention in his first year. The other one he didn't know the name of. But she was female. Harry got off of Jadi's back and nodded politely to the centaurs. "Good morning, future guardian of magic, Megorian greeted Harry respectfully. Good morning, Megorian. It's nice to meet you again under better circumstances than 2 years ago, Harry replied friendly. I'm honored you remembered me. I'm very sorry that I didn't recognize you back then, Megorian said. May I introduce you to my daughter Calissa? He nodded at the female centaur. It's a great honor to meet you, Guardian, she said, inclining her head. Thank you, it's a pleasure to meet you, Calissa, Harry replied smiling, and please call me Harry. What brought you this deep into the forest, Harry? Megorian asked. I need to banish the soul-sucking demons that are known as Dementors back behind the seal that my ancestor Vivian and the Merlin Taliesin created to save the world from them. Normally I would attempt something like that on Imbolc or even better Beltane, because of their powerful magic that is connected with life. I already banished a few of them that were around to search the Hogwarts Express back behind the seal, which I restored to full power. It cost me about half of my power to do that and I had to rest to regain it for a few days, but by now my power level is back to full capacity. But for the banishment of all remaining Dementors I need more power, if I can't rely on Imbolc or Beltane magic. Therefore, I wanted to ask the centaurs for advice which date would be best to use. I fear they will try to attack me shortly after Samhain when the first Quidditch match of the season will commence. They will know who I am and that I am the only one with the power and knowledge how to banish them behind the seal again, Harry explained. Indeed, a noble and just cause to ask for our help, Megorian replied. He pondered about the information the stars had revealed to the centaurs recently. There was one time where a lot of power would be available. The greatest power will be available when Diana's blessing can be used. But beware of the cursed child, Megorian said. Harry hated that centaurs didn't answer clearly, but he could figure this out. He knew the name Diana. It was the Roman goddess of hunting. Probably she had other meanings as well. He would see. Thank you for the advice, Harry said. I need to ask the unicorns for their support of my mission too. Their pure magic will help me find enough power to banish all the Dementors in one go. Otherwise I fear some might try to do something desperate and attack innocents. You are probably right, Harry, Megorian agreed. At the chosen night the centaurs will stand guard and defend you against any of those demons if they attempt to stop your mission. Thank you, Megorian, I appreciate the help you are willing to give to me, Harry replied, nodding his head. Then Megorian and Calissa retreated into the forest again and Harry and Jadi's took off again to find the unicorns. Hermione was angry. Harry was not himself anymore. After he returned from the summer break, he was completely different. Not only did he look different, that was a definite improvement to before, he behaved differently. He was more secure of himself, did well in classes, seemed to study a lot and worked out in his free time. That all should be positive, but somehow, she didn't feel like it. Before last summer Harry had told her and Ron everything, now he was keeping secrets. When she wanted to know how he was so good now, he held some information back and that irked her. Ron of course didn't seem to care that Harry suddenly had secrets. She wanted to demand that Harry told her what was going on, but he wouldn't let himself be forced to reveal anything, stating that he was allowed to have secrets just like she was. And Harry was gone from the tower a lot doing one thing or another. She knew he wanted to go down to see Hagrid's hippogriffs. But she really couldn't understand why. And why did they react to him like they did in their first class? It wasn't typical behavior. She knew that much. While Harry had always had a good connection to animals, one just had to watch how he interacted with his owl Hedwig. This was not like that. It was much more. And none of the books in the library could give her an answer so far. She had looked up all about hippogriffs she could find, but there was no mention of something like that happening. Then Harry's disappearances from time to time. And to her annoyance she couldn't follow him, because she had too much work to do for her 12 classes. She hadn't seen Harry in ancient runes, as they were in different classes, but from what she had heard, he had performed well in the first 2 lessons. She would find out what was happening with her best friend. Ron watched Hermione brood over Harry's sudden changes. For him it was obvious what happened, and it was somewhat funny to see Hermione not making the connections, even if she normally was so smart. Harry was changing because of his heritage. It happened in small steps. Ron guessed that the incident in the chamber had more of an effect than Harry was willing to admit. Well, getting bitten by a basilisk and being healed by a phoenix would do that to a person. having a close call with death again as well. Now that Harry knew that he was the last of the Avalon line, combined with understanding the meaning of that, it was logical that he would be different to prepare for that responsibility. Ron wasn't stupid. He simply didn't like studying a lot. He had a lot of knowledge about legends and old wizarding knowledge, because his mother loved those stories and had told him and his siblings about them. He suspected that more than Harry's visit at the clinic and getting healed had happened to Harry over the summer. He knew better than to bother Harry about it though. From what his mother had told in her stories, the Avalon line kept many secrets of magic. They had an instinctive understanding of magic, which would explain why Harry suddenly was so good at performing spells. All creatures revered them, which explained the reaction of the hippogriffs. And they would try protecting magic's people, which explained Harry's reaction to the Dementors. Ron knew that Harry would try to get rid of all Dementors. The question was just how and when. And if he was prepared for the reactions that would cause. Ron was also thinking how to help his best friend in the future. Not everybody would be happy about a new guardian. Many would lose power once Harry stepped out into the open and started causing changes. Changes that the older generation wouldn't like. He knew from his father that things at the Ministry of Magic weren't good, mainly because many people only looked out for their own benefit. While Harry would have a lot of political as well as magical power once he was Lord Avalon, which would happen when he came of age, as far as Ron knew, many old politicians and businessmen wouldn't want to let him tell them they had to do things differently. And in the stories about the Guardians of Magic in the past, there had always been protectors that would shield the Guardian from those trying to kill them. Ron knew that magic needed a new Guardian and that people would assemble behind Harry once he revealed himself. But if certain people succeeded in taking Harry out before he could truly do what was needed, it would be really bad for magic itself. Perhaps he should look into what kind of people the protectors of the Guardian of Magic had been in the past. He knew he was a good strategist, which could be valuable for Harry. And the idea of losing his best friend because he had been too weak to protect him from something like an assassin made him feel sick to his stomach. No, as much as he liked lazing around and goofing off, he would not let anything truly bad happen to Harry. Harry again was in the library reading up on Diana. He knew that she was the Roman goddess of hunting, but how would that be in any correlation to stars? The unicorns had easily agreed to help him in his quest with their power, now he only needed to find out which time Megorian had referred to. Finally, in one of the books about gods and goddesses of old, a really dusty tome that clearly hadn't been read for some time, he found that there were more aspects to Diana. She was not only associated with the hunt, but also the moon and birthing. So probably the night Megorian meant was the next full moon or new moon. Birthing could mean that it meant the night of the new moon. Perhaps the second clue could help. Beware of the cursed child. What child could be cursed in combination with a phase of the moon? The first thing that came to his mind was werewolves. A human cursed to transform under the light of the full moon into a vicious beast. Malfoy had said that there were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest when they had had their detention in first year. Could that mean that Diana's blessing was the night of the full moon, because then werewolves were running around? It would make most sense. But to be sure he would look up things about moon phases in an astronomy book. Harry out of interest looked through the descriptions of other gods, both Greek and Roman. The Romans had the habit to adopt other gods anyway to not risk offending one of them unintentionally. He came across one very interesting goddess. One that you better didn't offend if you wanted children. Juno, the queen of gods. There were rumors that she could send a curse to a woman that offended her, refusing her the joy of motherhood. That sounded like a possible start to find out what Aunt Guinevere's problem was. Harry didn't believe in Roman gods, but there was a possibility that a revengeful priest of Juno had developed that curse to make people believe that they had gained Juno's ire and had to make certain payments to her temple to be able to have children. If somebody had come across that curse, it might explain why Aunt Guinevere, despite being completely healthy, couldn't conceive a child. Seeing that it was nearly time for dinner, Harry checked out 2 books on astronomy that dealt with the moon and one on legends about Juno. He would read them tonight in the common room. Harry only needed an hour to get his homework finished. As he hadn't left it for the weekend this time, he had only had the charms essay left. It was much nicer to have more free time on the weekend. Soon Oliver would take some of that time again for Quidditch training, but normally the first week was training free to get back into school rhythm. That and the Gryffindor team had decided to boycott Oliver's ideas for early morning training this year. They had told Oliver at the end of last year that, while they all wanted to win the cup, they wouldn't get up earlier than 8 on the weekends for training and not under the week, because they would be too tired for classes that way. Oliver had grumbled about that but caved in. He had announced that the training would start the second week Monday evenings, and next to that they would train Wednesday evenings and Saturday afternoon, because Ravenclaw had the field in the morning. Hufflepuff and Slytherin would get Sundays. More training time would be set up where necessary, which meant in Wood's speech, whenever he could get it in before a match. He got his book on astronomy out and started reading about connections of Diana and the moon phases. He hoped to determine if he should attempt banishing the Dementors on full moon or new moon. He didn't really notice much of what was going on around him. Most others were still working on their homework to have tomorrow for themselves. The fifth years in particular seemed to be stressed for those that looked around in the common room, but it was even topped by Hermione, who was working with a whole table to herself. She sometimes shot suspicious looks at Harry, which he would have wondered about had he seen them. Hermione finished her work before Harry was done with his book, and after putting her things back to her dorm she decided to find out more about what Harry was doing. "What are you reading, Harry?" she asked. Harry looked up and was confused why she looked annoyed. "A book about phases of the moon," he replied. "What for? We aren't covering the moon phases in astronomy at the moment," she said bossily. "I need to find something out and this book might give me the information I need," he replied, not knowing why she seemed to be annoyed with him. She normally nagged him and Ron to read more. "So, what are you trying to find out?" she wanted to know. Harry pondered if he should tell her. She wasn't really involved in this and he didn't want to get her into trouble for what he had planned. The Ministry would undoubtedly be angry about the loss of their prison guards, but they didn't realize that the demons were using the Ministry for their own gains. If they were allowed to leech too much life energy of humans, they would be able to breed and slowly reach levels where they could simply make the humans their avs. That was why they had been banished in the first place. Harry didn't want to get his friends dragged into this. It was his duty to prevent them from having a chance to Avenue the humans and feed of their energy. "I have heard something about Diana's blessing. I want to find out if that is the night of the full moon or the new moon," Harry answered, giving her some information, but not all. "For what?" she asked, not liking the vague answer. "Certain dates have special powers and I want to know more about this one." "It might be needed in the future," Harry answered. "Shouldn't you concentrate on your schoolwork instead of looking up something that sounds this vague?" she asked. "My homework is completely done, so I can do whatever I want with my time," Harry replied, not liking the look on her face as if she didn't believe him. "Hey, I can do my homework on my own and on time." "You never did before," she said with a raised eyebrow. "Things change and finding out about my heritage made me realize that I needed to step up my work if I want to take up my family's position in the wizarding world," Harry said, hoping she would quit arguing. "You're not talking about those ridiculous beliefs about how magic is sentient?" "I found no mention about that in any book," she countered. "Because it is something that is passed down from father to son and mother to daughter," Neville to their surprise spoke up. "My grandfather told me about it when he was still alive. He also said that in past times it was part of the history of magic classes, but since Binns took over, it was ignored." "You don't believe that, do you?" Hermione asked disbelievingly. "Of course, I do. Everybody has some magic inside of him. The question is how much magic and how it shows. I know for a fact that my family on my mother's side has a connection to Earth, and that is why I am doing much better in herbology than in my other classes." He blushed at that. "I can feel the magic in plants and the earth. I know it is alive. But magic is just energy that witches and wizards can use," she tried protesting. "It doesn't have a will of its own. Then why do some people have more problems learning certain spells than others?" Percy now spoke up. "It isn't a matter of how powerful the witch or wizard in question is either, it is a matter of being in harmony with your magic. Silent casting, which you learn after taking your owls, requires you to get a better understanding of how to contact your magic. Gaining that understanding takes some time, and it is the reason why silent casting is only taught to Newt level students, as they have learned enough to already have a feeling for how to use their magic. You will learn that in the introductory part of Charms and Transfiguration if you take it at Newt level." It was hard to argue with Percy on something like that, especially if Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were telling their students that. Hermione huffed and walked away, trying to find a place where she could think in peace. She really has a hard time accepting certain things that aren't logical, Seamus mentioned. Yes, she is too fixated on the beliefs she was taught growing up, Harry said. She is limiting herself by doing it. How come you are accepting this so readily, Harry? I mean, you grew up with muggles too. Dean asked. I had a lot of trouble getting it when Seamus explained it to me in first year. But then again, having magic in itself wasn't logical, so I simply went with it, and by now it's something I simply take as a given. My muggle relatives hate magic and told me lots of lies about my parents and that magic doesn't exist. I have come to the conclusion that everything they said was a lie, and with some discoveries I made over the summer I am absolutely sure that magic is sentient, Harry replied. Therefore, I don't believe in what I was taught growing up, but what I find out in the magical world. There are a lot of fascinating things to discover if you just look around. Others nodded. They knew that that was true. Hermione didn't talk to Harry for 3 days, more or less taking up residence in the library to find out something about magic being sentient in any book. There were mentions in some books covering wizarding religion, but the beliefs were too far-fetched for her to take seriously. She tried asking Professor McGonagall, but she was only told that what her housemates had said was true and that it was knowledge that was passed down from one generation to the other. She didn't like that at all, as it went against everything she had learned so far. On top, Harry was getting more admirers, which he didn't outright send away, but talked with politely, which made him more popular with the girls. She simply didn't understand why all these things were suddenly so different. She had got a look at the marks Harry got in his assignments for classes, and he was constantly getting over 90% in each essay. He had never done so well before, and never without her help. How did he do it suddenly? But she couldn't find out, because her 12 subjects took all of her free time. She was doing homework all day and only got to rest while sleeping. She knew from what Parvati and Lavender told her in their dorm that Harry was working out each day on the grounds before breakfast for 2 hours. He got up really early to run some laps around the lake and then worked out physically. Many girls were considering already getting up early too to watch him. He was becoming a much desired boy. Not only was he hot, he was also the only heir of the Potter family, which entailed a title and a nice family fortune. But many also said they would even take him if he was poor, because he was so yummy. The third day she didn't speak with Harry. She saw him walking up to Neville, who then nodded to whatever Harry had asked and stood up from his game of exploding snap. They walked out of the common room. She kept an eye on the door, and they only returned 2.5 hours later, wet with sweat, but looking very pleased with themselves. What the hell was going on? Harry was pretty sure that Diana's blessing meant the full moon now. There had been a legend that originated from the time where the Roman gods had been worshipped. Speaking of, the world was bathed in Diana's light, receiving her blessing. This magical night where all animals were safe from the hunter, only taking place once every year when autumn is about to fall, was the one night I dared requesting news of my loved ones that I had been separated from while fleeing the demons. The legend was longer and talked about a hero who was trying to find his family, from which he had been separated in a demon attack, with the help of the goddess Diana. Of course, in the end he found them after fighting off the demons with the light of pure emotions, probably the Patronus charm, which required the user to concentrate on happy emotions before conjuring a Patronus to defend you against the Dementors. It led to Harry making a mental note to research the Patronus charm more, to see if it could possibly be powered with more than just happy memories, if it was called the light of pure emotions. There were many other pure emotions after all. So, going by his research, he needed the full moon closest to the start of autumn. The start of autumn was in the last week of September, and thankfully the 22nd of September was this year a night of the full moon. Now he only needed to figure out why Megorian had warned him of a werewolf. Sirius Black was constantly walking towards Hogwarts in his animagus form. He avoided big Muggle settlements, because Lily had told him that they had people who caught stray animals. Well, more like threatened to find a way to lock him in his animagus form, if he didn't stop driving her up the walls when she had been pregnant with Harry, and give him to the dog catchers, which would put him into an animal asylum and castrate him first thing. Never piss off a pregnant, red-haired witch. He had backed off then, and now he really didn't want to get caught and be put into an animal asylum. He had a purpose, that purpose was finding the rat that had betrayed James, Lily and Harry to Voldemort. Who had caused the deaths of Sirius' best friends. Who would attack little Harry if he ever thought the time was right to get back into the good books of Voldemort. He needed to protect his godson from the traitor. He knew that the Ministry was looking for him and had the Muggles involved. But he didn't really care. Nobody but Remus knew about his animagus form and, from the little he had managed to overhear, Harry didn't live with Remus. He lived with Petunia. Of all possible people to let Harry grow up with, Dumbledore had to choose Petunia, who hated magic. He didn't want to imagine how Harry's life had been during his childhood. He blamed himself for letting Hagrid take Harry away. If only he had protested more, if only he had accompanied Hagrid to Dumbledore to demand custody of his godson. He could have avoided the whole trip to Azkaban by explaining the deception they had come up with to trick Voldemort and his Death Eaters. But no, he had to be stupid and let his hothead take charge. But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He had a mission. Only he knew that the rat was still alive and close to Harry. He needed to reach Hogwarts. Hopefully the Dementors wouldn't notice him slipping into the grounds, but then again, they hadn't noticed him slipping out of his cell. Stupid monsters. He was now fairly far north. By his estimations he should reach Hogwarts around the 20th. Then he could see where to hide best. There were many places around Hogwarts he could use to hide, not the least the Shrieking Shack. He sighed mentally, so many good memories were connected with that place. From a time where the Marauders were still united. Harry was getting ready for the ritual. It required him to cleanse himself to not disturb the magic of the night. Therefore, he meditated in only a white robe within a circle of herbs that supported the cleansing after taking a thorough shower. He had asked Ron to distract Hermione tonight so that she didn't disturb him. While it was improbable, he wouldn't take the risk tonight. Finally, after an hour of meditating, he opened his eyes, determined to banish all Dementors from the world again. He had already sent a message with a school owl to the Ministry while Hedwig delivered hers to the head of the ICW. Harry figured that with a Danish wizard she wouldn't be known as his owl. The letters were written in letters which he had cut out of newspaper articles. He didn't want to reveal himself. Neither was he ready to take the attention that his revealing as the next guardian of magic would cause, nor the accusations for endangering the British society by banishing their prison guards. Harry put on his invisibility cloak to sneak out of the school undetected. He had already organized that Buckbeak would wait for him at the entrance of the castle to fly him to the prepared ritual site. He had placed the elemental stones, which he had got through use of an owl order catalog. Of course he had looked up what they could be used for except this ritual to have an alibi, in a pentagram on the ground. Fire, water, air, earth and lightning. 1 stone for each of them. The flight didn't take long. 5 unicorns were already waiting for him, standing behind the stones at the tips of the pentagram to add their pure magic to the ritual he was going to perform. He bowed slightly to them and got bows in return. The centaurs also gave them bows of their upper bodies. They were, as Megorian had promised, standing guard around the clearing he had chosen for this ritual. Harry was barefoot and stepped into the center of the pentagram. This ritual was more difficult than the one on the train, because he had to reach out much farther than just around the Hogwarts Express. I call upon thee, goddess of the moon, bless my quest tonight. Harry started intoning the long prayer in Gaelic to use the full magic of the night. His arms were staying relaxed by his sides. I come before thee to right a wrong that was committed decades ago. I seek to banish all soul suckers behind the seal that my ancestor, High Priestess Vivian, and the Merlin Taliesin created to save this world from the darkness of the demons. Harry felt something like a light presence answering his call, but it didn't feel like that presence agreeing to help him yet. I am Harold James Potter of the Houses Potter, Peverell, Slytherin and Avalon. As the next in line to become the guardian of magic, it is my duty to free this world from the darkness that the soul suckers are. I seek for Diana's blessing to help me fulfill my quest, he called out, and this time the answer was stronger, but still not fully on his side. I seek the power of tonight's magic to regain the balance of magic in itself that was carelessly destroyed by people. Be they Grindelwald, Voldemort or others that thoughtlessly slaughtered thousands of magical people, which were needed to keep magic itself strong. Let me be magic's servant in this task and protect the balance. I pled my power and magic to this cause. This time he had the support of the magic and felt his oath taking place. Magic swirled around him, filling him with power and a feeling of complete peace. It was incredible. Harry reached out to the stones that lay around him and the power the unicorns freely offered. It was incredibly pure and powerful magic. He needed to concentrate to keep it all under control and directed at their common goal. Without the mental library guiding him in this, he wouldn't manage, that much was clear. By my word, I call upon the power of the Avalon seal. Pull in the demons that fled you, pull in the offspring they produced in the time they were free again. Take the magic freely offered by me, the elemental stones and the unicorns to power up the call. Free this world from the demons that would slaughter innocents whenever they feel like it. Free this world from the demons that would condemn a soul to eternal torture to satisfy their hunger. Free this world of those demons that place everybody they come close to in despair. Free the world from the stealers of life energy. I willingly give you all the magic you need for this task until I can't give more without forfeiting my life. The power crescendo was now at its height and Harry was sure it must be felt at Hogwarts. Power of Avalon, hear my call. As magic's next guardian I call on you. Free this world. The last words he shouted and then the power blasted off. Harry felt a major part of his magic being pulled from him. More than at the train when he had given half of his magic to banish the first patch of soul suckers and recreated the seal. He fell down to the soft ground. From the corner of his eye he saw the water stone dissolving into dust, and he could faintly hear the shrieks of outrage from the Dementors that had tried to stop the ritual. He had felt them coming closer, they had sensed the danger the ritual posed to them. They were all sucked away into light vortexes and the sky was alight with them. It would be difficult to explain his absence now that he thought about it. He wasn't sure if he was up to the task of returning to his dorm tonight. Once the shrieking was over, he only felt himself being lifted from the ground. You did well, Herald of Avalon. You performed your duty flawlessly. The centaurs will acknowledge your ascendance to the throne of Avalon once the time has come. Now go back, Buckbeak will make sure that you reach the school safely. Harry heard a male voice that he knew didn't belong to Megorian or any centaur he had spoken to yet. But he simply couldn't keep his eyes open. He felt Buckbeak's soft back under him and then his invisibility cloak was placed over him again. Buckbeak started walking towards the castle. Harry assumed. He fell into a daze. He only made sure to hold onto Buckbeak, because he wouldn't be able to do anything if he fell off. He heard the sound of hooves walking alongside. So, one of the centaurs was guarding him until they reached the edge of the forest. There Harry heard people shouting into the night. But they were a good distance away. Buckbeak silently continued his path towards the windows under Gryffindor Tower. There Harry was surprised when the invisibility cloak was taken from him. Don't worry, Harry. We will sneak you in. He identified the voice as the one of Fred Weasley. Can't have our hero fall into the hands of authority, George Weasley added. Harry was lifted from Buckbeak's back and put onto the back of one of the twins. He couldn't say which one. All right, the route is free. Everybody is around the entrance hall and streaming outside to investigate the light show, Fred said. Good. Put the cloak back over us, Fred, George replied, and Harry heard the rustle of his cloak. How? Harry managed to get out. Dear Ron was behaving a little bit suspicious while trying to deter Hermione from marching up to your dorm and lay into you for supposed irresponsible behavior. He accused her of wanting to peek on you in front of the whole common room. We didn't know he had it in him. While it made Hermione furious, she didn't want to go up there anymore. We, being more resourceful than her, simply looked up where you were and saw you heading out into the forest, and then suddenly you were surrounded by a great number of names we never read on the map before, Fred explained while leading the group towards Gryffindor Tower. Map? Harry asked confused. Damn, was he tired. Yes, a map that shows all of Hogwarts. The secret to our success. Taught us more than all the teachers combined. We will tell you more when you are fully restored. But you have to tell us what you were doing. We promise to not tell anybody you don't want to know. It must be really important though, and the results were spectacular, George commented. Right, Harry mumbled. The return to the tower was interrupted twice by Filch and Mrs. Norris. But they got back undetected. It was already 2 in the morning now and nobody was left in the common room. Fred and George carried Harry to the third-year boys' dorm and put Harry into his bed without changing his clothes. They supposed that Harry would rather do it himself when he woke up again. All right, sleep well, Harry. Anything you need before you are out like a light. Fred asked. Potion in my trunk. Green, Harry mumbled. George looked through Harry's trunk and found the potion he wanted. Do you need to drink it now or after you wake up? George asked. Now. Restores energy faster, Harry mumbled and felt the bottle being pressed to his lips. He opened his mouth enough to let the potion flow inside and he gulped all of it down. Thanks, he managed to say before finally falling asleep. The twins left the room silently after storing all of the things that could look suspicious in the morning in Harry's trunk and putting the blankets of his bed over Harry's sleeping form. Harry woke up around 12. While he wasn't at full power, he could pretend that nothing was wrong. It wouldn't be that different from the beginning of the year. And as it was Sunday, nobody would comment on him sleeping in. Others did that a lot more often than he did. He quickly took a shower and put on some comfortable clothes. When he walked down to the common room, he saw that Hermione was glaring at him. Just what he needed. Where have you been? You have been breaking rules again, haven't you? She accused him. Do you have any evidence to that, Hermione? Do I need to remind you that you two have broken many school rules during your time here? Where does this negative attitude towards me come from? I am tired of having you lay into me every chance you get. What the hell did I do to you? Harry asked, being short on patience today. He still felt drained from the ritual he had performed, and Hermione's attitude didn't sit right with him. This had been coming for a while and he had enough of her insulting and accusing him over things that didn't concern her. You are cheating to be good in class for once. You are doing things that are against the school rules, like going into the forest, and you are insisting on that nonsense you are talking about being the truth. There are no books about magic being alive or sentient. You are all making that up to be more important, she snapped. I don't need to cheat to get good grades, I just need to put my mind into my work, something I didn't really do the last 2 years, because I had it ingrained into myself, sometimes very harshly, that I couldn't do well at school. Something many talks with a mind healer managed to accomplish. I have very good reasons for my actions, reasons you refuse to accept, because you are too narrow-minded to accept anything that goes against the things you learned growing up. Magic isn't always logical. You can't rely on books, because many things aren't written down, but passed down by word of mouth or through the power of family magic. Haven't you learned anything last year with Lockhart? None of what he wrote in his books was true. How can you say that books are always right? And if I have to deny my heritage, which I am really proud of by the way, to just satisfy you, I find myself doubting if you really are my friend. Why can't you simply accept that I have changed over the summer thanks to finally getting help that I desperately needed? Harry exclaimed loudly at the end. He then turned away from her and stormed out of the common room. Even his patience had an end and she had just caught him at a bad moment. But still, what right did she have to criticize all he had done? He was finally putting more effort into his schoolwork like she had nagged him for 2 years. Why couldn't she bloody accept it? Hermione stood shocked in the Gryffindor common room. She couldn't believe what had happened. Harry had never lashed out against her like that in all the time she had known him. Are you happy now, Hermione? Neville asked accusingly. You couldn't simply ask nicely, could you? What do you mean, Neville? She asked, still under shock. He was keeping his negative feelings about what you did bottled up for some time now. He was really annoyed and hurt that you couldn't accept the changes in him. You can be happy if he accepts an honest apology for your behavior. We told you that your beliefs about magic aren't shared and that we were taught about magic being sentient from the time we were little. Think about this, do you want to lose your best friend? Because that will happen if you continue like you did, Neville said and left the tower, hoping to calm Harry down. Hermione sat down, really thinking what she had done. After an hour she came to the conclusion that she had made a horrible mistake. While there were still some things she couldn't accept, why did she hold them against Harry so much? Just because she couldn't deal with competition for the top spot in classes. Neville was right, she had been a horrible friend. She really needed to apologize to Harry. The Ministry was in panic. Not only had the Dementors disappeared from Hogwarts, but from Azkaban too. The only good thing about the situation was that Amelia Bones had been informed about this going to be happening beforehand and had mobilized a group of Aurors to take up the slack of the missing Dementors, if the warning was indeed genuine. Now there wasn't one single Dementor to be found. The Aurors made sure that Azkaban was still secure until they could set up wards that would take up the slack that the loss of the Dementors would cause. Due to that, all magic-inhibiting cuffs were used on the prisoners. They first needed to get more to be able to use them in their normal jobs, which would cost a lot of money, but letting more prisoners escape from Azkaban would be so much worse. Fudge was in panic mode. He tried to blame somebody for this event, but nobody could explain to him what had happened. Nothing like this was reported anywhere. And as much as he wanted to blame Sirius Black for all of this mess, everybody with some sense would tell him that even the infamous Blacks couldn't have achieved this incredible bit of magic, or there wouldn't be so many of their family members still at Azkaban. And Sirius Black would need to recover from being stuck with Dementors for over a decade, no matter how he had managed to escape from Azkaban. There were studies about the effect of long-term Dementor exposure that the Department of Mysteries had done in the past. The Department of Mysteries was also very unhelpful, as they said they should celebrate the Dementors being gone, because they were much too dangerous to be left roaming freely, and that the only reason they had been instated guarding Azkaban was that the wizards hadn't found a better way to get rid of them. They sacrificed the prisoners to the Dementors to keep them peaceful, though they had been working for decades on a way to get rid of them, because they had the habit to join Dark Lords. They had been on Grindelwald's side and later on Voldemort's. Many politicians tried to milk the situation, but nothing really came out of it. Nobody was claiming credit for the act, probably smart with how the minister criminalized that heroic act, and the ones to profit from the situation were warding specialists, as Azkaban needed to have the wards upgraded to a level that the worst criminals couldn't escape once the effect of the missing Dementors would allow them to get a bit stronger again. Though some seemingly didn't take the sudden disappearance well. There had been 5 reported deaths already, probably from the changed magical balance around the prison. Not everybody could take sudden changes after being in a certain environment for years. Especially as nobody cared to supply the prisoners with the potions that would help with adjusting faster. The wardens suspected that others would follow. Among the dead were 3 high-ranking Death Eaters like Rabastan and Rodolphus Lestrange and Antonin Dolohov. Fanatic Voldemort supporters, and nobody was really sad that they were gone forever now. It was the one light in the darkness that the Ministry was able to announce. Though there was also one effect of whatever had happened that would only be noticed months later. The main problem Fudge had was that he had to withdraw members of the DMLE to guard Azkaban, simply because without the Dementors the few wardens weren't enough to prevent a possible escape if several prisoners tried once they got over the first effect. And, which the Ministry until now had never cared about, even a Muggle would be able to break out of that prison. The place was old, and maintenance had never been high on the agenda of the Ministry. Why would they care, as the Dementors dealt with any attempts to flee easily? If a physically large prisoner threw himself against the bars of the door often enough, they would break out of the hinges. And then the few wardens would be overwhelmed quickly. Once one prisoner figured that part out, others would follow. And the prisoners outnumbered the current wardens 50 to 1. Those odds were impossible to overcome, even if the wardens had magic on their side and the prisoners had theirs suppressed by the cuffs. It was a political nightmare, caused by mismanagement and greed in the past. Purebloods like Lucius Malfoy had managed to get budget cuts for the DMLE through after the war, and once they had consolidated their power again. Many Muggle-born and half-blood Aurors as well as lower law enforcement officers, had been fired when the need for them had not been seen anymore. Now these people would be needed urgently, but most wouldn't want to return to their positions. They wouldn't let the bastards that had only used them get power over them again. Halloween attack. Harry ignored Hermione's attempts to talk to him for 2 weeks. She looked terrible, but this was needed so that she would learn to not expect all people to do what she wanted. True, Harry and Ron had mostly followed her ideas in the past 2 years, except when Harry led them into an adventure, but she needed to accept that things changed, and the boys could make their own decisions. During that time, he concentrated on his studies and getting back to full strength. The ritual had really drained him. Probably 90% of his magic had to be replenished. The one good thing was that none of the professors noticed, because they did a lot of theoretical work that didn't require much magical power. Sadly, the potions lessons were the ones where he needed most magic to keep his cauldron protected from flying ingredients that Malfoy and his goons tried throwing into his cauldron. Did those idiots know nothing? Tempering with potions was dangerous. If one didn't concentrate on it, one could kill people in this subject. And of course, Snape did nothing to rein his Slytherins in. But there was nothing Harry could do except protecting his work. He had charmed his vials unbreakable and therefore petty attempts to destroy his work were thwarted, much to Snape's ire. Snape was in a bad mood in general. The school was patrolled by Aurors all day, now that the Dementors were gone. And they gave Snape nasty looks. Most probably wanted to get back at him for his horrible teaching that had made getting into Auror Academy extremely difficult. A lot of work for an Auror was connected to brewing potions, so a Newt in the subject was a must. Now, getting into Newt classes required an O in the Owls, but with how Snape taught, it was a very small group of students that managed to do so. Nearly all Slytherins and Ravenclaws, and most had to get tutored during summer to catch up and then sit the Newt at the Ministry. The twins had told Harry about the Marauders map and how they had found it in their first year and how much it had helped them learn about the castle and its secrets. With how it showed everybody around, they could always avoid being caught by the teachers. Harry borrowed the map to see where all those secrets were hidden. It was amazing what the map could do. Though one thing he thought suspicious. There was a dot labeled Peter Pettigrew around Gryffindor Tower a lot. What did that mean? The map didn't show the ghosts, so he had to be alive. The only ghost it showed was Peeves. He asked Fred and George and they promised to keep an eye on this curiosity and try to find Pettigrew. It was time for the first Hogsmeade weekend and Harry was really looking forward to it. As Hermione still hadn't got over her problems with Harry outperforming her in class and generally catching up to her, Harry had decided to go to the village with Neville and Ron. Ron and Harry had more or less taken the shy blonde into their group and were working on his lacking sense of self-worth and confidence. It did Neville a world of good. Since they had started, he had managed to get better at using magic and his essays now earned really good marks. The teachers had definitely noticed his improvement. Not to mention that his regular training with Harry helped him to become fitter. And it showed in how he looked. Where he had been pudgy before, he now started to lose weight and developed some muscle. It wasn't a lot yet, but others had noticed. The three boys walked around, investigating what kinds of shops were in the village, buying what they liked, mostly sweets, and having a good time. The whole village was guarded by Aurors, which had replaced the Dementors. They didn't look good though. Probably there were too few to cover the new guard schedule at Azkaban and keeping Hogsmeade safe. Well, that was the result of wrong management at the Ministry during past years. Harry knew from Ron and Neville that the Auror office had hired very few trainees in the past years. Ron knew that Charlie had applied before he got the job at the Dragon Preserve, but had been refused, stating his grades hadn't been good enough. Charlie had graduated with O's in care of magical creatures, charms and transfiguration and E's in potions, herbology, defense against the dark arts and Muggle studies. Normally that should be enough to get him into initial training. But Neville also knew that his Gran had ranted about the cuts for the DMLE that had been passed by Fudge. She couldn't understand that such an important department was bled dry. She had been especially angry, because Neville's parents had been Aurors before they had been attacked by Death Eaters. By now all the Gryffindor third-year boys knew what had happened with Neville's parents. One evening they had exchanged stories about their families and who had been lost in the war. Seamus had lost his aunt, who had been caught up in a raid on Diagon Alley in June 1979. Dean was Muggle-born, though his father had simply vanished in November 1980 and, from the descriptions of the others, he figured he might have been caught in one attack on Muggles. Ron told about his uncles Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, who had died fighting, and Harry of his parents and grandparents. Neville then told them that, while his parents were still alive, they had been tortured to insanity. They had all been very sympathetic to him. None of them could imagine how it had to be to know your parents were still alive but didn't recognize you. The boys visited Zonko's, the joke shop, Honeyduke's, the sweet shop, the post office, the pub, the Three Broomsticks, and some general shops. They ate lunch at the Three Broomsticks and Harry really enjoyed butterbeer. On their way towards the Shrieking Shack they noticed a shaggy black dog sniffing the ground. First Ron thought it was a Grim and the dog looked up at them startled by the shout. Harry quickly stated that it wasn't a Grim. He had a feeling for those things. The dog was magical though, but there was no aura of the dead. Harry also cleared up the misunderstanding about Grims. They were spirit guardians, not omens of death. They guarded the rest of the dead by keeping dark spirits away from the graves. It took a while for a soul to completely pass on, So Grims were normally found around graveyards where a person that had recently died was buried. Dark spirits, and sometimes dark wizards or witches, regularly tried catching the souls of the dead and feed on their spiritual power. Grims prevented that by keeping the dark spirits under control. And they tended to attack dark witches and wizards that were out to steal the souls for their dark magic practices toughly. Normally it led to the death of the one that was attacked, and it was probably the origin for the myth of seeing a Grim causing the soon-to-follow death of the one seeing the dog. Both Neville and Ron were shocked to hear that. Harry meanwhile got the dog to come over to him and fed him with a bit of sandwich with turkey beast, which he still had in his backpack from lunch. He hadn't been sure if there was a place to eat something proper in the village, so he had made himself 2 sandwiches in case he needed to eat lunch. Now that he had eaten at the 3 broomsticks, he could easily give those sandwiches to the dog. The dog happily ate them and licked Harry's face for the food. Harry only laughed about it. Harry then told Neville and Ron about the strange appearance of Peter Pettigrew on the Marauders map that Fred and George had. But how can he be on the map if he is dead? Neville asked confused. That's what I want to find out, Harry answered. Really strange. I have never seen anybody that didn't belong into Gryffindor Tower, only the students, Ron said. I mean, even Professor McGonagall only was there once last year, when she made those announcements after Hermione and Percy's girlfriend were petrified by the Basilisk. And when she tells us off after the Quidditch team has won a match and we party till 2 in the night, Neville added grinning. That too, Ron agreed chuckling. By the way, Ron, how is Scabbers doing? I haven't seen him in a while, Neville asked. Not good. That stupid cat of Hermione's doesn't leave him alone. He has lost a lot of weight already. I keep him in our dorm all the time now to prevent that beast getting him, Ron growled. He would recover if that cat would only leave him alone. You said it started after you returned from your family trip to Egypt, didn't you? Harry asked. Yes, I guess he didn't like the sun and heat too much. He is old after all, Ron admitted. How old exactly? I only know he was once Percy's pet, Neville asked, and Harry also wanted to know that. Let me think. Percy had him since I can remember. I don't know exactly how long, Ron answered. Harry frowned. That would mean Scabbers was over 10 years old. How could that be if he didn't show any magic? Did Scabbers ever show magical powers? Harry wanted to know. I mean, for a common garden rat that is way too long to live. No, he didn't, Ron said, frowning now. That's definitely not normal. We should investigate that more, Harry said. What could be the reason? Neville asked. I don't know yet, but it is strange. Perhaps there is more to Scabbers than we think, Harry pondered. None of them noticed the dog listening intently to their conversation. That evening the students enjoyed the great Halloween feast. They laughed, talked about the Hogsmeade trip and ate more than their fill of the treats that the house elves had prepared for them. Finally, they went back to their common rooms, still laughing and talking. Though the Gryffindors were for some reason stopped before they could get into their common room. What's the matter? Ron asked. No idea. Perhaps someone forgot the password. Lavender, who was behind them, suggested. Not this many people. Someone would know it, and the fat lady only changed it yesterday, Neville stated, as he knew perfectly, because he always forgot the passwords. Maybe she is at some other portrait. Ron suggested. Not likely. She knows that we would come back from the feast around this time, Harry replied. Let me through, I'm head boy, they heard Percy's pompous voice. What's the matter? You can't have all forgotten the password. The group parted and Harry got a glimpse at the portrait where normally the fat lady sat. It had clearly been attacked, probably with a knife. Just who would do something like that? Get Professor Dumbledore at once. Percy shouted, and some of the students in the back reacted and went to get the headmaster. After some minutes Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall appeared and Dumbledore inspected the attacked portrait. We need to find the fat lady to find out what happened here, Dumbledore said. Hiding she is, Peeves cackled. What do you know, Peeves? Dumbledore asked sternly. Peeves sobered. He didn't dare playing around with Dumbledore. He told him that Sirius Black had attacked the fat lady and that she had fled over the attack after she had refused to let him inside Gryffindor's common room without the correct password. All students are to go to the Great Hall immediately. The teachers will search the whole school for Black, Dumbledore ordered, and strode away to inform the other teachers. Harry stayed at the back of the group and inspected the portrait. Something was strange here. He felt a familiar presence, but where had he felt it before? It hadn't been long ago. Perhaps in Hogsmeade. Had he coincidentally come across Black without noticing? He would have to think about it and try to remember it. When all students were assembled at the Great Hall, Dumbledore conjured sleeping bags for all students after informing them that Sirius Black had been seen in the castle and that the teachers would look for him. They were to go to sleep in the sleeping bags. Harry lay down in his sleeping bag next to Ron, closest to one of the walls. He pondered the events and really tried to remember the strange presence. The most curious part was that Black's presence didn't feel like he would have expected a lunatic mass murderer's presence to feel. It was more like a deep sadness and rightful anger. And longing. But why would it feel like that? His ability to sense magical signatures wasn't that developed yet. He could only sense anything within a few minutes after a person had left a location. After that he wouldn't get anything. That would be part of what he would be learning next year when he returned to Camelot. His mother had told him that much already. How he wished that he could contact her now and ask for advice. But she lived in the past. Perhaps the room of requirement she had mentioned could give him some answers. He would look for it tomorrow. Sirius was cursing silently inside the shrieking shack. He had been so close. Peter was inside of Gryffindor Tower the whole time, but he couldn't get inside because he didn't have the thrice-cursed password. It had been so great to see Harry again in Hogsmeade, exploring the village with Frank and Alice's son, and the redhead was probably one of Arthur and Molly's brood. They had had 7 already when he had been arrested. Harry had looked well. He had been really worried when he had overheard during his escape that Harry had disappeared from his aunt and uncle's house. Finding out that Harry had grown up with Petunia of all people made Sirius angry. It was common knowledge among the members of the Order that Lily's sister's jealousy of her sister having magic had turned into hatred. To send a defenseless child into such a house was asking for disaster. No, he could fully understand that Harry had run away. After all, he had done the same when he had been 16. He only hoped that Peter wouldn't act against Harry as soon as he realized that the boys were investigating him closer. The man was dangerous if cornered. The blasting hex that had killed 12 Muggles was proof of that. And if he fired it inside of the Gryffindor common room, when students were there, it would end in a bloodbath. That was why he had tried to get Peter during the feast. There would be no students at the tower at that time. His movements had been a little more restricted since the Dementors had been replaced by Aurors, but it also helped him regenerate better. He didn't know what had happened, but he had seen the light vortexes sucking them in the day after he had arrived in Hogsmeade. Whatever that had been, it had been incredible and full of powerful ancient magic. He knew that. Somebody had used the Knight of Diana's blessing. His growing up in the Black family, who had been big on astronomy, sometimes had its uses. But to use that power, a witch or wizard normally needed a special connection to magic, and as far as he knew there was no guardian of magic left. The Avalon line had died out long ago. It had been one thing his mother had truly regretted. Walburga Black was a firm believer of the old ways, and she would have been honored to support any guardian of magic, even if that would have meant standing against Voldemort. Sirius knew that something was up with magic and the balance. It was part of his blood heritage. While the Blacks didn't have any talents that they could use from it, they could feel magic. It was part of why he had been so good at finding hidden passages back at school. He could feel the openings in the magic of Hogwarts. He had been the main intel giver for the Marauders map and found the needed runes. James had worked out the arithmancy to connect the map to the wards to show everybody in the castle and their movements. Remus had done the charms work for showing the map and deleting it by using passwords. Peter had brewed the potion to make the parchment hold the charms and runes indefinitely. Back at that time they had truly been the best of friends. How he wished that things would never have changed. That they would have stood together all the time. Then James and Lily wouldn't have died, Harry would have grown up with them and his marauder uncles and would have learnt the noble art of pranking from them. The next generation of the Marauders. But because Peter had gone over to Voldemort, all of that hadn't happened. Now Sirius could only try and protect Harry from the traitor. And he wouldn't fail again. Harry used the next day to ponder all the information he had. Peter Pettigrew was somehow alive and showed up at the Gryffindor common room regularly. At the moment he wasn't there though, the twins had checked. Sirius Black had managed to get past all the Aurors that patrolled around and inside of Hogwarts during the Halloween feast, which should have been impossible. How could he have managed to get inside without being seen? Of course, now the stupid minister was again whining over losing the Dementors. As if they would have been able to stop Black getting inside. They had already failed to keep him at Azkaban. How would they have been able to stop him at Hogwarts? The reason for Fudge's whining was also very obvious. He was getting a lot of nasty backlash in the press for having been majorly responsible for the lack of Aurors at the DMLE. Not that he was the only one. Those that had voted for cutting down the actual teeth the DMLE had once had, the ones that had lobbied for saving the money and using it better, were now being verbally flayed by the public opinion. Several others that had argued against cutting the budget of one of the most important departments at the Ministry of Magic were now pointing out how stupid it had been. After all, while Black was dangerous, he was just one man. They used the opportunity to paint a much worse scenario. What if somebody decided to step into Voldemort's position? Most people didn't believe him to still be alive, but many argued that not all of his followers had been caught. What if somebody like Black would assemble those that remained unknown to the DMLE back after the war had ended? What if they continued the crusade for their sick goals? How would the toothless tiger that was the current DMLE deal with that kind of threat? They couldn't even successfully recapture one man. How should they do the job when several dozen or 100 dark witches and wizards revolted against their world again? Fudge was quickly rushing towards a very nasty end of his career. He realized that, which was why he was whining about losing a race of monsters that normal witches and wizards were actually glad to be rid of. Things that sucked out their souls were better off not threatening them and their children again. Especially as many people remembered how unreliable they had been in the war. There had been many suspicions of them helping Voldemort, as he would give them more power than the Ministry was willing to do. The ones that Fudge tried to push the blame to, the Aurors and general DMLE staff, had, in form of Amelia Bones, the head of the department, given a public statement, complete with schedules that each and every one of them was working under. Combined with the question, how they should manage to work 18 hours day after day without rest, most abusing potions to manage staying alert enough on their job to not fail at critical moments. It was impossible for any witch or wizard. It might work out for a week or two, but that was it. And it showed in how the Aurors at Hogwarts looked like, and how the DMLE couldn't send more than 2 teams of 2 at all times to be present at the school. They simply didn't have the Aurors that certain reporters cried out for. A nasty article from Rita Skeeter had been answered by a counter-article by Madame Bones, who had given the cold, hard facts of the situation, as she was sick of everybody only criticizing her department, when they already worked overtime as much as they could. She also explained with details how the remaining Aurors were nearly all over a certain age and how this situation would have been handled in the past, as it was simply fact that the older a witch or wizard got, the harder field work became. Normally, any Aurors over 50 years should have been transferred to mostly desk work, teaching positions at the Auror Academy or low-level guard jobs, like patrolling places like Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade during peace times. While their magic was still powerful and they had experience, their reflexes had dulled and that could cost them their lives in real fights. Amelia Bones, much to the chagrin of Cornelius Fudge, had laid open the hiring numbers that the DMLE could afford with the budget they had and how old their equipment actually was. They had replaced the dragon hide vests that Aurors were forced to wear by law on potentially dangerous jobs in 1980 the last time. At the height of the war against Voldemort, everybody knew that those vests, if worn regularly, needed to be replaced after 5 years with good maintenance. Since the end of the war, they had hired 3 new cadets for the Aurors, as certain politicians had claimed that they didn't need to keep a large force anymore. Amelia Bones was not willing to be blamed for things she had argued over for years. Especially not when she had proof how Fudge had built his rise to the position of minister on the votes of the ones that had got the laws that restricted her subordinates now passed. She had given an easy way out of the situation. The DMLE needed to get a one-time fund to replace all their equipment that was too old and didn't guarantee the safety of the Aurors on duty. Then they needed a generally higher budget each year, to hire young graduates from Hogwarts, the few that actually had the necessary grades to make it into their department, to train them up for the job. To have the DMLE ready for another conflict, they would need at least 50 new cadets on the spot. And she also pointed out that if the ones in charge of the budget hadn't saved money at the wrong end for years, she didn't openly say and directed said money into their own pockets, even if many could read that implication between the lines, they could have hired between 3 and 5 new cadets since the end of the war each year, to now not have to face this problem. Saying that nobody could have predicted the disappearance of the Dementors didn't cut it. Everybody had known that they were too dangerous to fully rely on. While using them as a filler until they had the numbers, okay, she could support that stance, but to foolishly reduce the number of witches and wizards that could even keep them at bay, that was insanity at the highest level. Harry was convinced that several heads would roll at the ministry, now that Madame Bones was done keeping her mouth shut. And Black had to know secrets about Hogwarts that others didn't know. He had to have a way to move undetected. A probably non-magical way, because the wards would have otherwise detected it. For some reason Harry didn't buy the reasoning that Sirius Black had tried to get into the tower to get Harry. After all, he must have been hiding around Hogwarts for a while to have managed to avoid the Auror patrols. Hence, he had to know that it was Halloween, the one day around this time of the year where all students would be in the Great Hall for the feast and not their common rooms. More, the perfect place for attack would have been in Hogsmeade. While Harry had kept his promise to Dumbledore to not go anywhere alone, if Black had wanted to, he could have attacked Harry there. He would have taken a major risk, but if his only goal was indeed to attack Harry, it would have been easiest there. Perhaps not in the village, but the way down there would have made it easy to simply hide in the bushes around and fire a spell. Then a thought hit Harry. What if Sirius Black wasn't after him but Peter Pettigrew? He had no idea how he could have found out about that, but perhaps after his escape he had done so. It was far-fetched, but it was a theory that wasn't too far off to be put off. Just how to find out? Thankfully he had managed to convince Professor McGonagall that if Black hadn't attacked him in Hogsmeade, he would be safe enough there to continue going there on the weekends when students were allowed to go. He wanted to see if he could find the magical signature he had recognized yesterday again. If he could, he might be able to give the Aurors the chance to arrest Black to question him. After all, without a trial there was no undisputable proof of Black's guilt or innocence. Albus Dumbledore was in a problematic situation. Despite all their efforts to keep Sirius out of Hogwarts and away from Harry, they didn't manage it. While Sirius hadn't met Harry, thankfully, or the boy would be dead already, he had managed to sneak the whole way up to Gryffindor Tower and only the missing password stopped him from gaining entrance. Now Cornelius, the fool, tried to change public opinions, again, of the ministry being incompetent by taking overly hasty actions. He wanted to place Harry under 24/7 protection. Albus knew that Harry would never let them do that and that he would lash out. And after how rebellious the boy had become since the end of last year, he would make sure to succeed. He was friends with the Weasley twins, which could only end in embarrassment for the poor guards Cornelius would assign. And Harry hated being in the spotlight. This could blow up in their faces, because, as Harry's magical guardian, even if Harry's request for emancipation was going through the official channels now, right now Albus was responsible for the protection of his ward. While he was sure that Cornelius was blocking the process where he could only stall for so long. Harry was right about being able to claim emancipation. He was the last of the Potters, he had the financial means to look after himself and the grades to prove he could live on his own. Since the beginning of the year Harry had incredibly improved and he was getting more and more confident in his abilities. And controlling the boy had become really difficult. While Harry was still respectful to his teachers, except for Severus, whom he fully ignored now, he didn't do anything he didn't want to. He even refused to go to any detention that was set unfairly, stating that he would only attend detentions that were conform with the school charter and not some tempered tantrums incompetent and arrogant teachers threw. That was clearly directed at Severus. Really, there was some merit to Harry's arguments, but Severus simply didn't want to see that Harry wasn't his father. And any sabotage attempts in class Harry directly brought up with Minerva and she rescinded all points taken unfairly and all detentions that were the same. Harry had even gone so far as to provide a pensieve to show his memories of each incident. And with that kind of proof, Minerva was not inclined to let Severus do as she had done previously. Where Harry got that pensieve or even knew what it was, he didn't know, but it was a highly efficient counter to Severus' claims. Albus feared that if Severus went too far and attacked Harry, he wouldn't like the consequences. Hermione was trying to get Harry alone, but that wasn't easy. He was always with Ron, Neville, Fred or George these days. His performance in class had been fantastic, and while she still was annoyed that she wasn't the undisputed number one in class anymore, she had managed to get used to that idea. Not that she wouldn't fight for her spot, but Harry completely ignored her. She knew he was really busy with the first Quidditch match against Slytherin coming up. But still, she had never felt as isolated as now. Well, at the beginning of her first year. She had thought she was over that, but it seemed with how she had treated Harry, the others were all against her. And Harry was more open with their other classmates too. She had observed him, and he talked a lot more before and after classes with those being in other houses. Well, not so much in Slytherin, but he treated those that never went against him or tried to harm him neutrally and politely. He also stopped general disparaging comments about all Slytherins being evil, which in return earned him some goodwill from the neutral faction within Slytherin. She simply didn't understand him anymore. He was so totally different than last year, and still there was a lot she associated uniquely with Harry. She had tried to pass him up when he came back from training, but the other members of the Gryffindor team were normally with him when they were done with that day's training, mostly joking how Oliver Wood was really desperate for the cup, which they somewhat understood but still had to suffer from. They were now training every day, no matter what kind of weather. And still, she didn't have as much time as she would have liked to find Harry, because her workload didn't get lower at all. The contrary was true, she got more and more work. She wouldn't openly admit it, but she really doubted secretly if she could do all the things she had decided to do this year. Especially all alone. The day of the first Quidditch match was overshadowed by horrible weather. A devastating thunderstorm was raging around Hogwarts. No one wanted to play Quidditch in that weather, but sadly Quidditch wasn't cancelled or moved just because of horrible weather. Thus, the two teams had to soldier through it. Not that the Slytherins didn't try to get out of it, but as they couldn't find any viable reason to have another team take their spot, they had to bite this time. Gryffindor was really eager to show them that their precious brooms were worth nothing in conditions where raw talent was more deciding. After all, speed alone wouldn't help them in a storm. Harry was now doubly glad that he had disposed of the Dementors. If he would have had to face them in these conditions, he would have been dead for sure. With the rain and wind, they would have been able to sneak up on him and either push him from his broom or suck his soul out high in the air. After all, with enough of them attacking him, their effect would have overwhelmed him quickly. And banishing them all at the same time would also have resulted in him being drained and falling down. Not to mention it would have revealed him as the one to deal with them permanently. Now he only had to work against the storm and hope that he found the snitch before he was drenched completely and frozen to his broom. Thankfully he only had to look for the snitch half an hour before he spotted it. And neither Malfoy nor the Slytherin beaters had a chance to stop him. He chased after it for a total of 10 seconds before he closed his hand around the small golden ball. He wondered if Madame Hooch had noticed that the snitch was caught. Seemingly not, as the game went on below him. He flew around, looking for the flying teacher who refereed and showed her the snitch in his hand. She blew her whistle, looking embarrassed, and ended the match. The end result was 210-20 for Gryffindor. Slytherin really hadn't done well in the storm. After the match, Hermione finally managed to pass up Harry to talk to him alone. While he looked at her skeptically, he agreed to talk in private. They went to an empty classroom. "All right, Hermione, what do you want?" "I really want to get a hot shower," Harry said. "Harry, I wanted to apologize for how I behaved. I shouldn't have treated you like I did. I should have known that you wouldn't cheat to get good grades, but your changes were so big, and things were suddenly so different than in the first 2 years that I couldn't understand it. And then we never really talked anymore, and I simply couldn't accept the concept of magic being alive." She rushed out. "I can't explain why those things around you suddenly happen, and that irks me immensely. I have realized that in my wish to know everything, I was a horrible friend, and when you explained to me why things happened to you, I didn't want to believe them. It's like last year when I fawned over the faker Lockhart because he was good looking, and his books were so amazing. You really hurt me with your behavior, Hermione, and it will take more than this to regain my trust. I forgive you for your behavior, as I can see that you are honestly sorry." But please realize that I won't share the secrets I would have shared with you before this as readily as I did in the past. Many of the things I don't tell you or others are dangerous in the wrong hands. I can't be found out too early on. Those who know my heritage, at the moment that's you, Ron, Neville and the twins, have sworn to not reveal it. While you know my heritage, you haven't really understood what it means for those raised in the wizarding world. I told you that the blood of Morgaine of Avalon flows in my veins. Morgaine was also known as Morgana Le Fay. Hermione's eyes widened at that. The House of Avalon has always protected magic, but she was vilified by those that hated that a woman had so much magical power and political influence. Harry said, my many times great-grandmother wasn't a dark witch, but neither was she a strictly light witch. The borders between light and dark aren't as stringent as people want us to believe today. Read up on magical balance and guardians and you might be able to understand a little why Ron behaves like he does and why the twins are willing to cover for me whenever I should need it. I will, I promise. And I will try to not blow up over things I don't have all information about again. It's just, I think I am doing too much, but I also don't want to give up any of my subjects, Hermione admitted unhappily. In that stress you suddenly started to compete with me for the top spot in most classes and it simply overloaded my understanding. No amount of knowledge is worth working yourself into the ground. You need to find a balance. You have 5 years remaining at Hogwarts. Concentrate on what you really want to do. Don't keep up with certain subjects out of false pride. You said we didn't talk anymore. Well, when would you have had time? You work from the time you go to the common room till late in the evening and then you fall into bed fully exhausted. You are burning yourself out. Take a break from doing your homework that isn't due the next day tomorrow and use the time to really think what you want to do with your life. For example, while Muggle studies might interest you because you want to know the wizarding perspective of things, you don't need the class and would ace any test without preparation. Next is divination, which completely clashes with your personality. It is a lot about belief, which is something you lack. And you have to simply accept that you can't be the best in everything. As soon as you accept that, you will see more about what we have tried to tell you since the year started, Harry told her. Now excuse me, I need a hot shower, I don't want to catch a cold. With that he left her to her thoughts. Till Christmas the friendship between Hermione and Harry was somewhat repaired, but she could feel how he kept her at arm's length. She knew she had only herself to blame for that. Her false pride and inability to accept change and other opinions had led to him losing faith in her. He was polite and friendly again, but he still kept a lot of secrets. Her nature wanted him to tell her everything she wanted to know, but she knew better than to push him. She had been lonely without her friends and she didn't want a repeat performance. Because she knew that Harry wouldn't offer her a second chance to redeem herself, should she do something that's stupid. She had followed Harry's advice and looked for books on magical balance. There she found a few methods that helped reaching a balance with one's magic, how the natural magic needed to be in balance so that catastrophes were prevented and that certain people, called guardians, were believed to be entrusted by magic with the job of protecting the balance. She found nothing about the Avalon line, except that it was legendary and believed to be extinct. But Harry wouldn't lie about this, that much she had realized. What she had found out was that Harry and Neville practiced sword fighting regularly. That was where they went together and why they were always drenched in sweat when they returned to the common room. She wanted to hit herself for being so stupid. Harry had told Ron and her on the train that he had started sword fighting. It was only logical that he would want to continue his training. And Neville had mentioned that he got lessons over the summer too. So far, she still hadn't given up any of her subjects, but she was seriously considering dropping divination. She really couldn't stand Professor Trelawney and her horror predictions. Perhaps Harry was right, and she should reduce her workload. And divination was rubbish for her and the teacher a fraud. Perhaps there was some merit to the subject itself, but, with how it was taught, it didn't help at all. Harry would be staying at the school this year again, even if she thought to see some kind of longing in his eyes when he looked outside at the snow. She wanted to ask, but she didn't want to destroy the little connection she had managed to regain with Harry. Ron and Neville were a bit more open, but they clearly showed her how she had messed up. And thanks to the stupid ministry trying to put Harry under constant watch, which he had blown up over, his nerves were already strained. The announcement of the next Hogsmeade weekend was met with great joy among the students. The guards the minister had placed around Harry tried to insist that he didn't go, but he blatantly told them that they had no say in his decision to go to Hogsmeade and that they could plan for him sending an official complaint about their dilettantish behavior to Madame Bones. What they did had nothing to do with protection but hurting his right of privacy. The DMLE head would get his complaint this morning, and if they wanted to keep their jobs, they should better shape up. There was no proof that he was Black's target. After all, he didn't say, "Harry is at Hogwarts in his sleep," therefore Black could mean somebody else. Harry had even gone so far to approach the niece of Amelia Bones, said head of the DMLE, to hand her a copy of his complaint in person, just in case that his letter was interfered with. He didn't trust Fudge a bit. The man seemed totally incompetent in his eyes, and he wouldn't trust him with a dwarf rabbit, not to mention his own safety. Why should he trust a man who threw innocent people to the soul suckers just to be seen doing something? Investigation of crimes was simply not done properly, and Harry detested that habit in the wizarding world. He refused to believe that Black was guilty until they had proven it. He had finally got some information about the investigation back in 1981, and he was disgusted on how flimsy evidence they had condemned a man to Azkaban. The statements were from mundane people who couldn't know what had happened. They found a finger from Pettigrew and no other body parts. They didn't even find blood, which Harry knew should have been there if he got blown up by a powerful blasting hex. Those things left a right mess if they hit a living target. When Professor Dumbledore had told him about only a finger being found, Harry had thought that it was just the biggest identifiable part. That everything else was too destroyed to be told to be a certain part of the body. But there wasn't a huge mess, with flesh, blood and gore, just a torn robe with some blood splatters on it and the finger. There was no way a finger was the only remains of a whole body, especially not with a more or less undamaged robe. Some tears is the only visible sign of a supposedly powerful blasting hex. Please, that was simply impossible. Then the fact that Black didn't put up any resistance. Which criminal would do that? An insane mass murderer wouldn't stop at taking out as many of the ones tasked with bringing him in if he could betray his best friends and kill one of them. Or who had just slaughtered 12 muggles with one curse. This didn't add up. For the trip, Harry, Ron, Neville and Hermione walked towards the village on their own. Harry had frozen his shadows unnoticed by the others. They simply didn't want to listen. Well, their problem. He wouldn't mind if they had simply joined the overall Auror Guard that was present during the Hogsmeade weekends and shadowed him from afar. That would have been okay, but he wouldn't let them single him out. On top of that, he wanted to see if he could find the magical signature of Black that he had noticed on Halloween. Perhaps that way he would find more clues to this mystery. Harry was walking through the village with his friends and enjoyed the snow-covered landscape. It was really beautiful. So far, his supposed guards hadn't turned up. He wondered when somebody would find them and use a finite incantatum to unfreeze them. He had intentionally set it up that that spell could stop the effect. It would be suspicious if a third year knew a charm that couldn't be undone by it, but, with how he had shoved them into Fluffy's former room, he suspected that it would take some time. Well, perhaps they learned something from this. Taking them out had been ridiculously easy. Just 3 stunners from behind and then 3 full-body binds. Levitating them into the room on the 3rd floor had been easy as well, as this part of the castle was rarely frequented. If they didn't turn up until the morning, he would give the teachers an anonymous hint. After all, who would be able to prove it had been him? The idiots surely not, as he had got them from behind without them ever suspecting a thing. Not professional at all, and if they were supposed to be his protection, he would go without and be better off, thank you very much. Of course, he wouldn't say that in front of Hermione. She would blow up and he really didn't need that now. While she had been better recently, she was a rule stickler and worried about him. Well, those 3 wouldn't help any in a dangerous situation. He also thought that it was a waste of personnel to assign 3 Aurors to him personally, as the others had to work even more to make up for that stupidity. And they were already at their limit. To his joy, they came across the black dog again. It looked a lot better than last time he had seen it. It had gained some weight and seemed to remember him. Harry smiled and walked over to scratch the dog behind the ears. Seems like you enjoy living in Hogsmeade. You look a lot better than on Halloween, he told the dog. Then he felt strange, then realization hit him. That dog felt the same as Sirius Black's signature in front of the Gryffindor common room on Halloween. But why? Was he Black's pet or an animagus? Harry's thoughts raced with the second thought. If Black was this dog, then Pettigrew could also be an animagus, and that could be the reason they never found him since Halloween, even if they had looked a lot. If he was a small animal, he could hide easily. Perhaps even one of the pets of the students. Cats were plentiful in Gryffindor, and then there was Scabbers, Ron's rat, Lee's tarantula. The owls normally lived in the Ollery, but he knew that there was at least a rabbit with one of the girls. What should he do to confirm his theory? "Why don't you come with me to buy you some sausages?" he asked the dog, and got a delighted bark and a wagging tail. "Guys, I'm over at the butcher's to get the dog a sausage. I will meet you at Honeyduke's in 20 minutes, okay?" "Sure, you really like that dog. Last time the sandwiches, and now you even want to buy him sausages," Ron commented, still not comfortable seeing how the dog looked like a Grim. "Well, I somehow think I remember a dog like him from somewhere. I don't know from where it could be. The Dursleys never had a dog, and the only ones I met were the horrible beasts from Aunt Marge." "Her precious Ripper, a vicious bulldog," Harry explained, thinking that the excuse sounded true in his mind. Harry and the dog went to the area where students rarely went to, and normally only the villagers shopped. Harry made sure to keep an eye on the adults around, and then took a turn into a small alley. He quickly cast a Notice Me Not charm. "All right, I know that you aren't a normal dog. I think you are Sirius Black, but too many things are strange that I don't really think you are guilty of everything you have been accused of, and I know for a fact that Pettigrew is somehow alive. What I want to know is he an animagus as well?" Harry asked, seeing the shocked look on the dog's face as confirmation that he had guessed right. "It wouldn't be good if you transformed back here. While I put up the Notice Me Not charm, the Aurors might be using tracking spells that are not working while you are in dog form. I want answers, and you can give them to me. So, this is my suggestion. As you can obviously sneak into the school, we will meet in the abandoned classroom on the 6th floor of the East Wing at 1 in the morning. I will give you one chance to tell your side of the story. If I think you are really innocent, I will see if I can help you prove your innocence. If not, I will go ape shit on you and invite the Aurors to help. You will be back at Azkaban within days after you got a trial this time." The dog nodded and looked grateful if Harry interpreted it right. Then he took down the charm. "Okay, for cover I still need to buy you those sausages," Harry stated, and the animagus barked happily. Harry was pacing in the empty classroom. He had set up ward stones around the area directly behind the door that would prevent any kind of magic above 3rd year level to be used. They would also trap anybody entering the area until he let them out. He needed to be sure that Sirius Black couldn't do anything really harmful to him, and he knew with his abilities that he had learned from his mother and Sir Edmund he would be easily able to take on the older wizard if he needed to. He had considered taking some of his friends with him to the meeting, but had in the end thought of an alternate option, as it wouldn't be good if Black smelled a trap and didn't enter the room. Instead, the twins were keeping watch with the map, both for actions of Black and Pettigrew. Ron had been given the receiver of an emergency alert, which Harry could trigger, in case he was wrong, and Black tried to attack. The Aurors would be here very fast if Ron called them there. And he could last that long with the ward he had set up. Finally, at 1:01, he saw the black dog slip through the open space between the door and the frame. It walked towards the space behind the door and transformed. In place of the dog now stood a tall man, ragged-looking with filthy hair, beard and clothes. Still, on his face was a small smile that reached his eyes. He seemed to be honestly pleased to get the chance to explain himself. He also didn't seem to notice the ward going active around him. "Hello, Harry. Thank you for giving me the chance to tell you the whole story," Sirius said. "With the many holes in the explanations that are spun around my parents' death and your involvement, I decided that taking this slight risk was worth it. Especially after I found out that Peter Pettigrew was still alive and appears on the Marauders map constantly," Harry replied, his wand ready in his hand. "I would like to know how that works. It would be great to replicate the effect on other areas. The recognition is tied to the wards of Hogwarts. The school can always tell where a person is. In crisis it informs the headmaster or headmistress of this. It's the reason why Dumbledore seems to know everything that goes on around here, not to mention that the portraits report to him," Sirius explained. Harry looked surprised. "How do you know that?" he asked, honestly curious. "I was part of the group that created the map. My nickname at school was Padfoot for my animagus form," Sirius answered. "So, my dad," Harry started, thinking of the piece of parchment that was currently with the Weasley twins, considering it in a new light. Was Prongs. His animagus form was a stag. The other two, Moony as Remus Lupin and Wormtail as Peter Pettigrew, he growled the last part, we were the best of friends at school. We were young, felt invincible and never thought that any of us could betray the other. That's what led to the biggest mistake I ever made in life and the second biggest one shortly after that. Sirius sighed. Perhaps you should start at the beginning. I need to know the truth finally, Harry stated. Yes, you deserve that. Well, when we left school, we were full of idealistic opinions. We would make a difference in the war and bring the Death Eaters down. After one battle against them, all of our assumptions were torn apart. You can't truly understand war until you have been in one. You can prepare, you can train spells, hand-to-hand combat, dueling and train your endurance, but before you have truly fought, you can't imagine what it is like. The blood, the screams and the fear of falling next, thanks to the ruthless use of unforgivable curses that the Death Eaters used. Such a situation either brings the best out in a person or the worst. For James and me it was the former, for Peter the latter. Remus fell somewhere in the middle. Peter was always scared of those who had more power and sought out powerful protectors. He could be courageous, but very rarely and only if nothing major was at stake. I should have seen it earlier, but I trusted my best friends. Remus started to withdraw from us more and more and was unable to find a job because of prejudices against him. It was probably that behavior that made me fall for the concerns Peter raised about his behavior. Peter one day joined Voldemort. I never suspected it. I don't even know when it happened. Here Sirius looked to be far away. We were all part of the Order of the Phoenix, a secret group that Dumbledore had founded to fight against Voldemort and his minions. Many good people belonged to it too, and many of them lost their lives in battles against the Death Eaters. Too many. Before you were born, Dumbledore was told a prophecy about somebody being born that could defeat Voldemort. It could have been you or Neville Longbottom. Both of you fit the description of the prophecy. A Death Eater overheard part of it and told Voldemort, which led to both your and Neville's parents going into hiding with you to protect you both. But you were constantly found and had to flee from several safe houses. We deducted that we had a spy in the Order, but we couldn't find out who it was. Someday Professor Dumbledore found an ancient spell called the Fidelius Charm. It hides a secret in the soul of a person. If the secret keeper doesn't give up the secret, nobody would ever be able to find out what the secret keeper was hiding. In this case it would have been the hiding place. Dumbledore offered to be the secret keeper himself, but with how he always was at the front lines of the battles, there was a risk of him dying, and with the death of the secret keeper all those that have been told the secret become the new secret keepers. Hence, we needed somebody who didn't always have a prime target painted on his back that was still completely trustworthy. And you should have been that person. Harry asked. Yes, but I thought I was too obvious. I was your dad's best friend, we were like brothers, and if Voldemort found out about the charm being used, and I don't doubt he would know its workings, he would think that I was the secret keeper and come after me. Therefore, I decided to trick Voldemort by tricking everybody else too. I suggested to your parents to use Peter as the secret keeper and I would play decoy. Even if they caught and tortured me, they wouldn't get anything. I also planned to go into hiding myself and have Peter hide to make things even safer and keep up the ruse. Peter wasn't the most magically powerful wizard, but I thought he was on our side. And his small animagus form would have allowed him a quick escape, even if he were found, especially as nobody but us knew about those animagus forms. But 1 week after the charm was put in place by your mother, Voldemort came to your house and, you know what happened. Here Sirius looked really pained. Harry had tears in his eyes. This was what had happened. Peter had been the traitor. So, the events that led to the Muggles being killed were out of revenge. He asked hoarsely. Not completely. True, I went after Peter because I thought I had nothing to live for anymore. Your parents were dead. Hagrid had told me that Dumbledore had decided to have you grow up with your aunt, probably not trusting me in the least, which meant it would be horribly hard to get custody of you, and the only thing in my head was getting Peter. I wouldn't let him get away with what he had done. But in my fury, I got careless and that was my downfall. Peter shouted for all the Muggles around to hear. Lily and James, Sirius, how could you? Before pointing his wand behind him and blasting the sewers open. I believe he also hit a gas pipe, as the explosion was so big. I was so shocked and had to shield myself against the blast and flying debris that I couldn't do anything about him cutting his own finger off, turning into his rat animagus form and disappearing into the sewers which had been blasted open, Sirius explained. But why didn't you tell the Aurors what had happened? Harry asked. If you had told them about your innocence, they would at least have questioned you under Veritaserum and it would have proven your innocence. Do you really think I got the chance? I was in shock when Peter had disappeared. I had already been blaming myself for James and Lily's death because I had been the one to suggest the changing of the secret keepers. I was the one to suggest Peter. I as good as handed them over to Voldemort. Well, that was what I told myself in my grief. I don't know why I started laughing, probably the stress and shock getting to me. I was carted off to Azkaban the same day without a single question being asked. I never had the chance to tell anybody what had really happened, Sirius said. But why did you break out after all this time? Why not earlier when you could? Harry wanted to know. I never had a motivation. Some subconscious part of me perhaps even felt that I deserved punishment for getting your parents killed. Even if now, that I'm away from them, my head has become a good bit clearer in that regard. But Dementors influence emotions, so those subconscious bad ones were dragged to the surface. The Dementors are blind and they can't really tell one person from another. Most human guards at Azkaban avoid them like the plague and leave them to deal with the prisoners. Thus, when things became too much for me, I turned into my dog animagus form. In that form, with its simpler thought processes, I managed to keep my mind, even if I won't say that I wasn't affected. I was. I relived the scene of finding your parents dead over and over again. I saw Peter blowing up the street. I remembered the torture my own parents inflicted on me for not following their dark views. The one thing the Dementors couldn't take from me was the knowledge that I was innocent. But I also felt that guilt for suggesting Peter as the secret keeper, Sirius explained. Survivor's guilt, Harry lowly said. Something like that. But during Fudge's last inspection visit, I asked him for his newspaper. I was seriously bored in my cell and thought doing the crossword would be nice. But on the front page was Peter with the Weasleys. And nobody but me knew that he was still alive. And with the boy being close to you in age, I knew that Peter had the perfect position to attack you, if there was ever a sign of Voldemort returning. The one thing I wished for was for you to be safe. I didn't realize that with your Aunt Hagrid meant Petunia. I honestly thought he was speaking about Andromeda. While she was a cousin of your dad, for you she was an aunt and you even called her Aunt Dommy, Sirius told Harry. Harry was really surprised finding out that he had more relatives than the Dursleys. But perhaps he shouldn't have been with how many titles he had inherited. There had to be others, even if a bit distantly related. The knowledge about Peter created a burning fire inside of me that the Dementors were unable to extinguish. One day, when I was brought what they call food, I slipped through the bars in my dog form. I was so thin that I just got through. I used my form to swim to the mainland and then took some time recovering. I made my way towards Hogwarts. While I was really concerned about you being missing, I knew that the only place you were bound to appear was Hogwarts itself. I watched you from the Forbidden Forest whenever I could. I have to say you are good in form, Sirius grinned saying that. Harry had to smile. Thanks, I try my best to be in top form physically and in my studies. I want to prove myself worthy of my heritage which I have just discovered this summer, Harry said, now fully believing his godfather. More than the Potter heritage? Sirius asked curiously. Yes, but please don't be cross that I won't tell you right now. I first need to find out more about you to trust you completely. Right now, the knowledge of my full heritage could cause major problems for me, Harry apologized. It's okay. We can take our time. But first we need to get the rat, Sirius said. I can take care of that. It's the pet of my best friend and we were already suspicious of him, Harry stated. As much as I want to believe that you can, Harry, Peter is dangerous. If he uses a blasting hex like in Manchester, there could be too many injured. That was why I wanted to get him on Halloween. There wouldn't have been any innocent bystanders if he tried cursing his way out, Sirius warned. I can simply stun him when he is in rat form. I learned the stunning spell over the summer, Harry said. After that I would simply have to let Professor McGonagall transform him back, right? Best with lots of witnesses and a vial of truth potion ready for use. That way the ministry can't hush this up and has to give you a trial. Sirius pondered about it. It sounded like a good plan. If you are really worried, I will ask Fred and George Weasley to help out as well. They are in 5th year already and really good at magic, even if they don't get good marks because they like playing pranks more than studying for class, Harry offered. Okay. It probably is the best plan, but where would you get Veritaserum? Sirius asked and was surprised when Harry pulled a vial with a clear potion from his pocket. How the hell did you get this? The potion is highly controlled by the Ministry of Magic. No apothecary or potions master would ever sell it to a child. I brewed it myself. I also had a very good tutor over the summer. Someone who wanted me to excel in all my studies and helped me deal with the neglect and abuse my relatives put me through as a child. It took some time, but, in the end, I am finally able to put the time at the Dursleys behind me and concentrate on the future, Harry replied. I am really sorry that you had to grow up there. But I never thought Dumbledore would be that stupid. All members of the Order close to your parents knew that Petunia hated magic because she was jealous of Lily. Any member would have happily raised you and your parents left instructions who you should go to if they didn't survive the war. All those with children in the Order did, Sirius commented, pained. In their will was nothing mentioned. Only that I inherited everything in case they both died. Probably those instructions were left somewhere else, Harry pondered. Each of your possible guardians got a letter, Sirius stated, so somebody should have tried getting custody over you after I was illegally imprisoned. Who was on the list? Harry asked. Well, after me were the Longbottoms Frank and Alice, then Andromeda and Ted Tonks, said Aunt I mentioned before, Sylvie Myers, but she died before James and Lily, Mary McDonald and last was Edgar Bones, Sirius listed. That's why I was really surprised. While I, by now, found out that the Longbottoms, Sylvie and the Bones were unable to take you, you should have gone to the Tonks and Andromeda would have been given custody by the Department of Child Services at the Ministry without problem. She was your dad's closest living relative that wasn't in any way connected to Voldemort and his ilk. Her younger sister is married to Lucius Malfoy who is a Death Eater, no matter how much he managed to pay the Ministry to get off on flimsy excuses, and her older sister is in Azkaban. I am related to Malfoy. Harry asked horrified. Sadly yes. From what I observed, Draco is a worse brat than Lucius was when he was at school. Arrogant asses the whole lot. Not that Narcissa, my cousin, is better. Andromeda was really the only one of my rotten family I could stand after I was sorted into Gryffindor instead of Slytherin like all of my family, Sirius commented. I guess the family tree is complicated, Harry mentioned. Yes, and on my side of the family too closely related for my liking. All those pureblood fanatics led to second or third cousins marrying, Sirius shuddered, and Harry could only agree with him. Your grandmother Doria was the first black in decades to marry outside the circle our family moved among. The only reason she wasn't blasted from the Black family tree was that Charles Potter was a pureblood and the Potters are about as old as the Blacks. That really doesn't sound like a good place to grow up. How did you stand it? Harry asked. I didn't. I ran away when I was 16. Went to your dad's place and your grandparents took me in and treated me like a second son. Nothing of what happened to me would have been possible had your grandfather not died before your parents. I still believe it was foul play that got him and Aunt Doria infected with that disease that Street Mungos couldn't find a cure for in time. Sirius looked really sad now. Your grandfather was a good man. A powerful duelist as well. He was well respected at the Wizengamot even if he refused joining the Ministry, stating he wouldn't enter that swamp of corruption willingly. It miffed a lot of politicians, but Uncle Charles was too smart to be open for attacks. Not to mention that nobody in their right mind would have angered Aunt Doria. She was a force to be reckoned with and she had a knack for gathering information on all the pureblood families, especially dirt that they tried to hide, and to point out that she would have no problems publishing the information she got if her family wasn't left alone. Harry laughed hearing that. His grandmother sounded awesome. When Harry went back to Gryffindor Tower, he was already awaited by Fred, George and Ron. They were very relieved to hear that his instinct had been right, and that Black was innocent. The true culprit behind everything shocked them greatly, especially to find out that Scabbers, their family rat, was the true traitor that got Harry's parents killed. They took personal offense to him choosing their family to hide until he felt it was a good opportunity for him to shed the rat form and return to his despicable master. Thus they were eager to help Harry catch that rat in more sense than one to help free his godfather. Especially as that would ensure that nobody could ever even suggest Harry had to return to the Muggles. There were still some idiots that brought it up from time to time. Capturing Pettigrew turned out easier than Harry had thought. He got Fred and George to act as backup when he went upstairs to stun the rat. He knew that Scabbers stayed at the boys' dorm during the day, because Hermione's cat Crookshanks hunted him down whenever he could. Not to mention that with Ron being in on the suspicions about the true identity of the rat, he didn't want to carry him around anymore. Harry pretended to want to get something for Quidditch training, which was why the twins were up at the third-year dorms with him. He used his wand to light his search in his trunk while the twins closed the door behind them. Harry aimed carefully at the sleeping rat and shot his stunner. The rat didn't even attempt to run away. Fred took a cage out from under his robes while George put the rat into it. They had enchanted the cage unbreakable beforehand to avoid Scabbers transforming back and escaping by breaking the cage. Harry activated the map and checked it to be completely sure. There was clearly the name Peter Pettigrew on it next to his own name and Fred and George's in the third-year boys' dorm. They nodded at each other before setting off downstairs. Behind the door to the dorm, they were joined by Ron and Neville, who had stood guard, in case Scabbers smelled a rat, and ran before Harry or one of the twins could stun him. Hermione hadn't been informed, as she wouldn't have gone for the option where they would only tell a teacher after the action and not before. Which wouldn't have worked anyway, like Harry was sure. After all, the teachers never believed him when he had warned them about a danger before, so why would they suddenly start now and with something as far-fetched as this without giving up the map, which he wouldn't do at all, knowing they would confiscate it. The group of 5 quickly made their way over to their head of house's office. Neville knocked and after they got called and opened the door. Professor McGonagall looked very surprised to see 3 of her third years and 2 fifth years trooping inside. What is the meaning of this? She asked suspiciously and Harry could only internally sigh. Why couldn't their head of house be more open-minded for the problems of the students in her house? We caught the true traitor of my parents who was also responsible for the murder of the Muggles in Manchester, Harry stated. What, you caught Black? Where is he? She asked agitated. Black is innocent, and you will soon see the proof, Harry said and nodded at Fred who held the rat cage. This is an illegal animagus by the name of Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew. Preposterous. I don't know why you suddenly think you need to start pranking, Potter, but let me tell you I don't take jokes like that well. McGonagall snapped. So, you won't even test my statement. You simply follow the masses without proof. I thought better of you, Professor, but after first year I shouldn't have placed any trust into your sense of responsibility to investigate the information I tell you. Ron, Hermione and I tried to warn you about the impending theft of the Philosopher's Stone, but you blew us off. Had my friends and I not gone after the stone, delayed Quirrell and Voldemort, Voldemort would have found a way to get the stone out of the mirror before long. What then? We would be at war again right now and I would probably be dead, because Voldemort can't stop coming after me for some reason, Harry gave back icily, shocking his teacher into silence. The easiest way to see if I lie or not is doing an animagus revealing spell on the rat, something that takes only a few seconds. So why don't you try seeing if our statement is preposterous? Harry challenged her. She looked disgruntled but nodded. Be aware that if this is a prank, you will all be in detention for a week, she warned them and did the spell. To her surprise the rat glowed red, indicating an animagus. But how? I would know if he became an animagus, she spluttered. If he and his friends kept it a secret, how would you? Now would you please do your job and call the Aurors that are patrolling the corridors that you determined an unregistered animagus in the castle. And while you are at it, call Madame Bones as well, she as head of the DMLE should be present at the interrogation. I also have some questions I want to ask this rat, Harry told her. Mind your tone, Mr. Potter. McGonagall warned, but Harry ignored her. She fumed but went to her flow and called for the DMLE head. Soon after she sent a Patronus to Dumbledore and called the Aurors that were patrolling the corridors. Harry made sure to wait until he had enough witnesses that this matter couldn't be hushed up. Then he took the stunned rat out of the cage and McGonagall cast the animagus reversion spell on it, making Peter Pettigrew appear. The twins acted faster than the Aurors and had him tied up on a chair and dosed with Veritaserum before anybody could protest and cast an enervate spell on the man. They were briefed how the minister, who had sadly also come, would try to hush everything up to not have the ministry look bad. Harry stepped forward. "This is Peter Pettigrew, the man who handed my parents over to Lord Voldemort and killed the Muggle in Manchester, blaming everything on my godfather, Sirius Black. I will ask him several questions and it would be good if you set autodicta quills up to record everything. He will testify under the influence of Veritaserum," Harry said, seeing most of the adults flinch at the name. "Preposterous, Pettigrew died," Fudge protested. "Minister, you are here out of courtesy, thanks to your position. This is a family affair of House Potter. Under the British magical law, I have every right to interrogate the man whom I think sold my parents out to their murderer in every way I see fit. I had Professor McGonagall call you all here, because I want to make sure that the law is followed, and justice done. I won't accept any attempts to prevent the truth from getting out," Harry declared and turned away from the stumped man. "What is your name?" he asked, knowing the answer already. "Peter Pettigrew," he answered monotonously. "Who is my parents' secret keeper?" Harry continued. "I was." This caused gasps from the adults and rolled eyes from Harry. "Why does everybody believe Sirius Black to have been the secret keeper?" Harry pressed on. "Because it was meant to be a trick to deceive the Dark Lord. Sirius was to play decoy and I would be safely hidden, nobody ever thinking I could be the secret keeper," Peter answered. "Are you a Death Eater?" Harry asked, shocking the adults again, ignoring the protests of Fudge completely. "Yes. When did you become a Death Eater?" "In my 7th year. Why did you join Voldemort?" "I had realized that the light was doomed to fail, and I didn't want to die for some foolish notions of right and wrong. I wanted power and the protection of the side that would win. So, when Severus asked me to join, I did," Peter confessed. This time Harry turned his stormy glare at the headmaster, who involuntarily flinched seeing it. "We will talk about that piece of information later, Headmaster," Harry spit out before concentrating on Pettigrew again. "He had a job to do first. When did you tell Voldemort our hiding place?" "As soon as I was made secret keeper. The Dark Lord attacked a week later, because he wanted it to happen on a special night." "What should happen?" Harry asked. "The death of the one who was prophesied to be able to destroy him, you. Had your fool of a father not married the mudblood, he could have been spared, but he was a blood traitor and deserved what he got." "What happened that night?" Harry asked, wanting to know how his parents had died. "I don't know. I was told to wait at headquarters. When I felt the charm break, I thought the Dark Lord had succeeded and now the dark side would rule. I apparated to Godric's Hollow, but I didn't expect what I found. The roof was blown apart and there was no sign of the Dark Lord. I transformed and searched the house in my rat form. I only found the Dark Lord's wand in the nursery. I would have finished the Dark Lord's work, but that oaf Hagrid arrived, and I had to hide. With him being half-giant, he wouldn't fall to any of the spells I could use, and I wasn't sure what had happened to the Dark Lord, so I hid. I watched how Sirius tried to convince Hagrid to hand you over to him, but he refused. If the oaf had orders from Dumbledore, he couldn't be reasoned with, ever. So, Sirius gave him his motorbike. The fool always loved you as much as he would his own son. It was great to make him of all people look like the traitor. Wizards, especially Ministry wizards, were so stupid. It was easy to set him up. One false accusation in front of all the Muggles, blasting up the street behind my back and faking my death, and they sent him to Azkaban without ever letting him tell his side of the story. I, the weak Peter Pettigrew, the one who was always belittled, got one over the mighty Sirius Black." Peter laughed at this. "Why did you hide as the Weasleys, Pet?" Harry asked, knowing that Ron wanted to know that. "To be informed when the Dark Lord would return. I knew I had to hide, because the other Death Eaters would think I had led the Dark Lord into a trap that led to his downfall. I needed to be taken in to get access to information in the wizarding world. Once the Dark Lord returned, I would kidnap you and bring you to him, proving my loyalty. Then I would have been honored above all others. I would have finally brought him the one capable of destroying him," Peter said. "What would you have done if you had been discovered?" Ron asked, looking green. "As long as only one person found out, I would have obliviated him or her, otherwise I would have attacked. The Weasleys are all blood traitors anyway, so they don't matter. I perhaps would have taken the time to have some fun with Ginny before killing her too. I didn't get much action as a rat," Peter grinned maliciously. The three Weasley brothers had to be restrained by the Aurors to not attack the bastard for what he had planned to do with their sister. "Where is Voldemort's wand?" Harry asked, disgusted. "In my pocket. I took it, as I was sure I would one day find the Dark Lord and give it back, giving me more power in his army, Peter said. Harry used his wand to summon all wands from Peter and took Voldemort's. His skill surprised the adults. Summoning was after all only taught in 4th year. Have you heard enough? If you don't send this piece of scum through the veil, I will personally execute him by my right as the next Lord Potter, Harry said. Harry, as much as he deserves punishment, you can't wish for people to die, Dumbledore protested. Oh, why not? If this piece of scum is put into prison, one day Voldemort will break him out together with his other followers. And he is a rat animagus, he could sneak up onto people easily to kill them without them ever suspecting anything. Hey Peter, what crimes did you commit besides betraying my parents and Sirius? He snapped. I gave up the location of Fabian and Gideon Pruitt's safe house. I killed several civilians in raids, BPD Muggle girls on raids after we killed their parents before killing them too. I spied on the Order of the Phoenix for the Dark Lord. I used all of the unforgivable curses, and at school I planned and executed ambushes on girls with other Death Eaters. We took turns raping them and afterwards obliviated them to not be expelled, Peter said. Do you regret your actions? Harry asked. No, I enjoyed the feeling of power it gave me to do those things, Peter answered. Can anybody be forced to take the Dark Mark? Harry asked, remembering that Imperious Curse had been a very popular excuse for getting off punishment after the war. No, you have to prove yourself to the Dark Lord by torturing and killing a prisoner in front of him to be worthy of the mark. Peter revealed, and Madame Bones looked furious. So, you want to repeat your statement, Headmaster? This man is scum and doesn't deserve to live. He would repeat his actions immediately if he was set free. I am all for allowing those that truly show remorse to have a second chance, but murder and beep are crimes that can't be easily forgiven, Harry stated. I assure you, Mr. Potter, that we will make sure to hit him with the full power of the law, which includes execution through the veil of death in the harshest cases, Madame Bones promised. Orders, cuff him and put him in one of the holding cells at the Ministry. And after that, arrest those that pleaded Imperious Curse last time. I want them all questioned under Veritaserum. Messrs. Potter, Longbottom and Weasley, I will contact you for giving testimony in the trial as soon as a date is set. Harry nodded and had to suppress a smirk seeing how the minister protested the arrest orders on the forced Death Eaters. Probably because he was bought by them. This was very likely going to be the last strike against him, after his name had been dragged through the mud for months already in the press. I expect you will also declare Sirius Black innocent now that you heard Pettigrew's testimony. Harry asked. Of course. He will have to present himself for questioning, but the arrest warrant will be taken back. He will be asked to testify as a witness and inform us how he escaped Azkaban so that we can prevent future escapes, she informed him. Okay, that's fair, Harry admitted. He would have to send Hedwig with a letter to Sirius to inform him about the events. Probably it would be good for him to wait until the Daily Prophet had announced Sirius' innocence and a lot of the Death Eaters were arrested. That way there would be less risk of Sirius having an accident on his way to the Ministry. After all, such a major blunder would come expensive. The next morning outcries went through the Great Hall when the Daily Prophet announced that Sirius Black was innocent, and the true traitor of the Potters had been caught. An exclusive interview with Amelia Bones informed about the interrogation that Harry had performed, and which students had caught Pettigrew. It even told about the crimes that could be put at Pettigrew's feet next to betraying the Potters and murdering all the Muggles in Manchester. The one thing that wasn't mentioned was that the Dark Mark couldn't be taken unwillingly to not give the Death Eaters that had gone free time to run away. The DMLE would be very busy the next few days and wouldn't want that information out in the open. It was also not said what would happen to Pettigrew, perhaps because they first wanted to get more information from him. Harry had agreed to let them question him as much as they wanted, as long as his fate would be death. A nice side effect of the arrest would be, by decision of Madame Bones, that the reward for the capture of Sirius Black would be transferred to Peter Pettigrew. After all, he was the one behind the crimes that had caused the size of the reward, and Harry, Neville and the Weasley brothers would get it. Considering that the Ministry had put 5,000 galleons on Sirius' head, each of them would get 1,000 galleons, which was a fortune for the Weasleys. Ron and the twins had ridden home to their parents after the interrogation had been over, to inform them what had happened before they would read it in the Daily Prophet. Harry had allowed them to borrow Hedwig for this task, as she didn't get enough exercise during the year anyway, as Harry didn't have anybody he could send letters to regularly. They would wait for the reply of their parents before deciding how to proceed, but all of them agreed that some money should be used for the family as a whole. Hermione had been worried about Harry's opinion, but she agreed that people like Pettigrew didn't deserve mercy. She had clearly been hurt that she hadn't been involved in the handing over of Pettigrew, but she thankfully didn't voice her complaints, probably remembering that she still was on thin ice with Harry. The students whispered about the story, but most were more concerned about going home later this morning. The Hogwarts Express would take the students that wanted to go home, which was the majority, back to London at 10. The luggage that they wanted to take was already down at the train station. Harry would remain at the castle. He wasn't sad about that, he had planned some exploring. He wanted to find the room his mother had told him about, the one Rowena Ravenclaw had created that took the form of whatever one wanted it to become. He had tried finding it before, but so far, he didn't have any luck. He would have to test lots of places. While he knew the method to get inside, he didn't know the location. But there were only so many stretches of wall he could walk past 3 times. And if he was one of the founders, he would have placed some kind of marker to find the room. His magic sensing would be useful for this endeavor. Dumbledore discussed the handling of affairs with Amelia Bones and Cornelius Fudge. Neither of the first two was impressed with how the latter had handled the situation. Blind panic had reigned instead of proper investigations. Sirius Black had appeared at the ministry yesterday afternoon and had given his statement to Amelia Bones. He told exactly what had happened and how the Aurors, on explicit orders of Barty Crouch, had thrown him, like many others, into Azkaban without a trial, just because Crouch wanted to get the top position and the hardliner way was, in his opinion, the only way to get there. If innocents were sacrificed on his way to power, it didn't matter. The statement didn't sit right with Madame Bones at all. She prided herself and her department on doing their job properly. Having it shoved into her face like this that huge blunders had happened, and not only in the past, irked her immensely. They were all surprised when they found out that the method of escaping had been an animagus transformation that had been made possible thanks to the fact that Sirius knew that he was innocent. The faults of the Dementors, which were still missing, were pointed out clearly. A human guard wouldn't have been hoodwinked. Madame Bones forced the minister to agree to rearrange the warding scheme for the prison so that the prisoners didn't get a chance to escape, even now that the Dementors were gone. And all the cells needed to be made stronger, as the problem with prisoners forcing their way out was still there. The main reason it didn't happen yet was that wizards generally didn't think of doing things the Muggle way, to use that spells made things very easy. They needed to find ways to suppress their magic and prevent attempts from the outside to free the prisoners. It would take some time to get a solution, as many different opinions were voiced. One success was the arrest of 6 Death Eaters that had confessed under Veritaserum that they had willingly supported Voldemort. The number of crimes each one had committed was horrifying, and Fudge was in a bad position as most of them were his biggest supporters. The only reason he still had his position for now was that Lucius Malfoy had somehow heard about the arrests and had fled with his wife. Draco had taken the train back to London normally, and it would be seen if he returned to Hogwarts after the Christmas holidays. Madame Bones had, after hearing the confessions of the caught Death Eaters, which included George Goyle, Bert Crabbe, Walden McNair, Evan Travers, Richard Knott and Severus Snape, who even Dumbledore couldn't protect anymore from being interrogated, truly thought about sending the worst ones through the veil and be done with it. Snape didn't really regret his actions, the only thing he regretted was that he had been the one to let the Dark Lord think that the Potter's son was the child of prophecy, which meant that the woman he was obsessed with, even if he thought he loved her, Lily Evans, would be the target and probably die. Snape clearly hated anybody related to the Marauders, especially James Potter, which caused his less than stellar performance in a classroom. The Marauders had all been in Gryffindor, hence why that house had to suffer. Harry Potter was the child of his archenemy, so he would bully him worse than he had ever been bullied by the boy's father. Not that he accepted that he had started a lot of fights by bullying other students, which the Marauders retaliated for. While they had gone too far sometimes, most of their meaner pranks targeted those that followed Voldemort and harmed other students. But Snape was incapable of accepting any fault in himself. It was why Lily had drifted away from him more and more. He would spend the rest of his life in Azkaban for his involvement in crimes under Voldemort's terror. He had murdered, BPD and sabotaged the light by teaching abysmally and shattering the spirit of potentially dangerous students. Without proper potions education there were less healers, aurors and potions masters that could work against the Dark Lord after all. And Snape had now been a teacher at Hogwarts for 13 years. Serious deductions. The Board of Governors, after the debacle over the Snape issue and the actions of the Ministry at Hogwarts, decided that it was time for them to do their jobs properly. Dumbledore tried to prevent the complete investigation in how the school was led, how the teachers did their jobs and how the funds were used. The investigation still took place and would go on for the next month. All teachers were going to be interviewed and their classes would be visited once the next term started. The board organized for a replacement teacher for potions to take over Snape's place for the time being until a full-time teacher could be contracted. The students found out about the decision through the Daily Prophet. Many were open to the investigation as they complained greatly about the history and potions classes they had had so far. Those taking divination were split. Worshippers of Trelawney and haters reacted differently. Overall most thought that it wouldn't hurt to have inspectors in the classes. Harry meanwhile had finally, after looking for a week all over the castle, found the room of requirement. It was really a fantastic place. He could ask for anything he needed, and the room would provide it for him, except food for some reason. But that might have to do with the laws of transfiguration that it wasn't possible to conjure food because of the life spark his mother had mentioned. Harry got some books about curses that prevented pregnancies in healthy women. Next to their counters, now he had a list he could try when he went back in time to help his aunt and uncle. He didn't think that there were so many of those. Next to that the room gave him training dummies for accuracy training with his wand and some to practice hand-to-hand combat against. It was one area where training with Neville didn't help much, as the blonde boy only knew how to use a sword. Though Fred, George and Ron had also started working on their overall fitness, as they wanted to support Harry in the future. For that, this would be very helpful, and Harry had shared his exercises to harmonize with his magic with his friends. Especially Neville had a much easier time in class once he had some success there. While his friends wouldn't follow his much more intense program, Ron, despite his dislike to get up early, joined Harry in running in the morning, which Harry really appreciated, and Neville also joined them. The blonde had come more out of his shell since Harry and Ron took him into their group. Fred and George did train their own way, but it was clear that they were physically fitter with each passing week. The fact that the girls seemed to be interested in all of the boys that exercised was only a benefit to them, even if Ron and Neville were mainly confused by the sudden increase of looks from the girls. Fred and George, being 2 years older and more experienced in relationships, took it happily and sometimes flirted with girls they liked. Well, Harry wouldn't begrudge them those benefits of the exercising. He also found Muggle training machines inside the room that would help him work on his different muscle groups, including manuals that told him how to use each machine. After all, it wouldn't do to simply work by trial and error. The great part was that he could get a swimming pool. He liked swimming as a way to keep fit, and as running inside a room on a set track got really boring over time. Even if one had some different sceneries, it was limited inside the room. He was glad for the diversity. This year Harry was alone in the Gryffindor common room. After the whole episode with Sirius and Pettigrew, the Weasleys had all returned home because their parents wanted to know what exactly was going on. Harry had told Ron that he didn't mind and that he would find more than enough to do to not be bored without him, and that his family was more important right now. Not to mention that Sirius had promised to take him on a trip the weekend after Christmas to get to know him better. After being declared innocent, he had started medical treatment, and until it was finished, he wouldn't be able to take Harry in full-time, but he could arrange for trips for up to a week, according to his healers. They were honestly surprised that he was doing as well as he did and allowed this concession, even if the big reveal had only taken place a little over a week before that trip. Harry was all for it, as he wanted to get to know the best friend of his father. The one thing he didn't know how to solve was his return to the past next summer. If Sirius really wanted to take Harry in full-time, it would be impossible to hide that he was getting training in King Arthur's time. Perhaps he could ask Fawkes. After all, he was the one taking Harry back in time and bringing him back to the present at the end of the summer. Harry didn't want to leave Sirius alone during the summer, but he also wouldn't interrupt his training. too much was at stake for that. He would never let magic die, he would do what was necessary to prevent that. And for that he needed to learn how to get rid of Voldemort and how to keep the balance of magic. Sirius was happy to see his godson, dressed in warm winter clothes, walking down to the gates of Hogwarts accompanied by Professor McGonagall. He had planned this trip, hoping that Harry would like to see some of the sights of the wizarding world. In some talks with Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore he had found out that Harry had decided to get out of his relative's house before he returned there last summer. He stated health issues and determination of abuse through a healer had caused his vanishing act last summer. Sirius, on the one hand, found it really funny how his godson had tricked all of magical Britain, on the other hand he was seething that those muggles had abused his sweet little godson. He really wanted to hex them, but after 12 years of Azkaban that had been caused by his hot head, he had learned some restraint. He wanted to be part of Harry's life and he wouldn't blow this chance, no matter how much the muggles deserved it. The thought alone that Harry had been left with Lily's sister, who had been absolutely horrible to Lily whenever he had seen her, made him feel even guiltier for leaving Harry alone for all those years. If only he hadn't gone after Peter but had cleared up the confusion about who had been the secret keeper. Then he could have convinced Dumbledore that he, as Harry's godfather, should be the one to raise him, like James and Lily had wanted in case something happened to them. But he was also angry at Dumbledore for even thinking about leaving Harry at Petunia's without ever checking on him in person, otherwise the abuse would have been spotted earlier. He had seen a photo of Harry in his second year, thanks to that kid with the camera that was a second-year Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall had confiscated it at the time and handed it over to Dumbledore, who had shown it to Sirius when he had met him to get more information about Harry. Harry looked nothing like he had back then, and Sirius couldn't help but wonder if 2 months of treatment at the clinic could really make that much of a difference. He would have to wait to ask Harry though, as he knew that the boy had no reason to trust him yet and would probably not reveal anything personal. No abused child did, and it was already a great achievement that Harry could say that he had been abused. Most children couldn't, and that was a reason that it was so hard to spot a lot of abuse that happened. Healers got special training to notice it, which made him wonder why the school Mediwitch didn't spot it. But most others wouldn't have the knowledge what to look out for. Even if some things were obvious. He knew from personal experience how much of a hell a home could become, if you didn't meet the expectations of the inhabitants. His own family had turned against him after he had been sorted into Gryffindor, not that they had been really happy with his behavior before, but then he hadn't felt their anger as much. No, he could completely understand that Harry had taken the first chance to escape the place where he was hurt. Harry and Professor McGonagall reached the gate and he saw that Harry had a black backpack shouldered. "I expect you back tomorrow evening at 10 at the latest, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said. "Understood, Professor," Harry replied calmly and then stepped through the gate. "Hey Sirius, how are you?" Sirius got the distinct impression that Harry wasn't happy with the Transfiguration teacher for some reason. "I'm as well as I can be. The potions I have to take suck, as does having to talk to the mind healer, but it helps getting over the effects of the Dementors and that alone is worth the procedure," Sirius answered smiling. "Now, are you ready for a fun weekend?" "Sure, where are we going?" Harry asked curiously. Professor McGonagall, seeing that she wasn't needed anymore, sniffed and walked back to the castle. "I want to show you some impressive magical sights. By the way, what's the matter with you and McGonagall?" Sirius asked. "She never believes me when I tell her something that is important for the safety of the school, and I have taken to showing her what I think of her attitude. I guess she was also annoyed about the number of times I delivered proof that Snape was a biased ass and forced her to take action against him before he was arrested. I will tell you the stories later. For now, I would like to get going," Harry answered. Sirius nodded and let Harry take his arm after explaining side-along apparition. Then he turned on the spot and they disappeared from the gates of Hogwarts. When Harry felt the apparition end, he looked around. He was at a small village at the coast. He looked at Sirius to find out where they were. "This is a pit stop, Harry. Apparating over large bodies of water is strenuous and attempting it should be done from one coast to the other when there are no more than 100 kilometers of ocean between the coasts. We are in a small village close to Dover. We will apparate over to France in a few minutes. I just need to concentrate to get this right." Apparating over the ocean is harder if you side along apparate somebody, so it needs more concentration, Sirius explained, though most people would rather take a portkey to not risk anything, but I am trained in this type of apparition. Harry nodded. It made sense that Sirius was being careful. Finally, his godfather gave him the signal that they would continue their journey and then turned on the spot again. They arrived in another small village. Let me guess, somewhere close to Calais, Harry said grinning. Correct, now we have a few options. We could go to Paris and take a tour of the magical sights of the city as well as the Muggle ones, enjoy the good food and visit a theater. I can apparate us over to a magical bathing resort where we could relax and enjoy magical free time activities, or we could go to Euro Disney and simply have a lot of fun, Sirius asked. I think for now I choose Paris. I would like to do the other two later though. I have nothing in my backpack for a bathing resort and I think one weekend is too short to really enjoy that. Same for Euro Disney. To see everything, you would need a few days without having to stress out, Harry decided. Good idea, perhaps we could visit the bathing resort and Euro Disney over the Easter break. You could simply take the Hogwarts Express with the other students and then we have the full 3 weeks to spend time together, Sirius suggested smiling. I like that idea. I have heard a lot of good things about Euro Disney and the only reason the Dursleys never went there was that it is in France and they speak no word French, which leads to them already disliking it. Not to mention that Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon always look down on foreigners, Harry told Sirius. Stupid, the French are great, especially the women, Sirius waggled his eyebrows suggestively. No beaked behavior while I am around, Sirius, Harry warned. But looking as allowed, Sirius demanded. I can hardly stop you. Just don't make a fool of yourself and bother the women you find attractive. There is a fine line between admiring and ogling, Harry said. Harry, I can be the most charming man in the world. Just watch and you will learn. A lot about wooing a beautiful woman, Sirius countered and then apparated them over to Paris where the Blacks had an apartment that they used for visits in the city. And he had made sure that the apartment was ready for their visit, in case Harry chose to do this. Harry had to admit Sirius really was capable of being perfectly charming. Many women he flirted with giggled at his behavior and were quite taken with him. Though Sirius was really surprised to see Harry charming girls without outright flirting with them. They approached him and from what he could see Harry blocked them all politely and they left talking about how shy Harry was. He asked Harry about that and was told that while he liked watching pretty girls, he didn't feel ready for anything more. He was after all just 13 and girls were a mystery to him and before he didn't feel more confident about this, he wouldn't start flirting or even dating. Sirius didn't understand that opinion, but he didn't comment on it more. He suspected it was due to Harry's lousy childhood that relationships and emotions were something he first needed to get used to before he would try dating a girl. Hence, he decided to concentrate on showing Harry the beautiful side of Paris from the Eiffel Tower to the magical botanic gardens that were home to some of the rarest magical flowers in the world. Magic was wonderful to allow all kinds of plants to grow all year around. Harry thought Neville would be in paradise here. He made a mental note to tell his friend about this place. Perhaps the herbology genius would be able to replicate something like this. Harry's ability to sense magic was in jubilation, feeling all the powerful and pure magic all around him. Magic called out to her next guardian and the plants gifted Harry with their heavenly scent and sometimes a fruit. The herbologists that ran the botanical garden were astonished how the plants reacted to Harry. They had never before seen something like this. Sirius thought hard why the plants reacted to Harry like that. Things like this had happened before when Harry was a baby. All kinds of magical creatures and plants simply loved Harry, even Lily's cat despite Harry chasing her on his toy broom. He thought he had once read about reactions like these, but he couldn't remember where. Probably he could find the book if he looked through the library at Grimmauld Place. He knew it had been when he had been a child. And he didn't plan to leave the things that were valuable and which he could use in the house to collect dust. While he wouldn't live there ever again, there was no reason to waste knowledge and wealth. It was one of the few philosophies of his mother that he could agree with. The others were that the magical world needed to stay hidden from the Muggles and that if there was a new guardian of magic, the Blacks would support him wholeheartedly. Wait, wasn't the phenomenon part of the legend of the Guardian of Magic? He wasn't sure, but it would be a good start. Too bad that he had forgotten some of the memories he had from his life. 12 years in company of the Dementors were hard on the mind even if he had managed to keep his sanity, thanks to knowing that he was innocent. He was really happy that the monsters were gone, and it seemed for good. The light show at Hogwarts had been impressive. Whoever had done that had chosen the night of Diana's blessing to perform a powerful ritual, that much he could tell from his observations. If he ever found that person, he would honestly thank him or her. The weekend had gone by too fast for Harry's liking and he was back at Hogwarts. He had thanked Sirius for the trip, and they promised to write regularly. Harry had the impression that Sirius was suspecting something about his guardian status, but he wasn't sure. The reactions of the plants had been a major clue. He could be happy that no one else had seen it in its entirety. The employees had only seen a little part in the end. Not enough to connect Harry to House Avalon. Well, he would have to be careful until he was ready to reveal his position in the wizarding world. Many would eagerly stand by his side, but many others would try and get rid of him, fearing his power. It was the fate that each guardian had to deal with. This time Hagrid greeted Harry at the gates and let him inside. Probably McGonagall didn't want to deal with him right now. Well, he couldn't care less if he stepped on her toes. She was the one always taking position against him and blindly following Dumbledore. Which responsible teacher would simply accept that a valuable magical artifact was used as bait in a school full of children? As deputy headmistress, her first thought should be the safety of the children, and still nothing had been done after the second petrification that worked. If the Basilisk had come across a group of students that were led to another class by a teacher, it wouldn't have stopped. The responsible thing would have been to get the students out of school and search it top to bottom and check the wands of all inhabitants of the castle for dark spells to control a strong magical creature, check for possession and check for dark artifacts. The whole fiasco could have been avoided by that, especially as Dumbledore had had suspicions about the one to open the chamber the time before. With that knowledge, it should have been obvious that someone was used as a middleman, if one believed that Voldemort didn't have any children. Then the way that the Ministry was able to place Dementors around the school without any protection for the students being given. Every single time it had been up to Harry and his friends to deal with the problems that the adults simply let take place or were responsible for. Harry then reached the entrance doors and went up to Gryffindor Tower to put his things back into their places from his backpack and get a nice hot shower. Spring had finally arrived, and with it the restart of the Quidditch season. To many people's surprise, Draco Malfoy had been transferred to Durmstrang. Well, most only knew that he had been transferred. Obviously, Lucius had decided that for security reasons he needed to go to the ground. With Fudge just barely holding onto his position, and that only till the elections in July, as was common opinion, there was nobody who would protect the arrogant blonde from legal persecution this time. And the only reason that Fudge was allowed to stay in office was that there were only a few months till elections. It would be a waste of money and time to prepare the emergency elections before that and then the normal elections. Because, for some reason, elections in the magical world only happened at set dates and additional elections didn't change anything about that. He was watched closely and instructed to simply not put his name up for re-election and he would get away mildly. Other candidates were positioning themselves and were trying to win supporters. After the first victory against Slytherin, Oliver Wood was fully determined to keep them on the training regime they had done before. Harry was eager to test his new firebolt. While he had tried to talk Sirius out of buying him an expensive present like that, Sirius had told him that it was for 12 years of missed birthdays and Christmases. Harry hadn't stopped thanking Sirius once he had his new racing broom in hands. He had got the broom on Christmas Day with all of his other presents, and Sirius had been more than happy to see Harry's astonished face over the fact that his godfather would spend so much gold on him. Oliver was of course over the moon when he found out about Harry's new broom. They kept the existence of the firebolt a secret for as long as they could to have greater shock value in the match against Ravenclaw. While Harry doubted that they could keep it a secret for long, the Hogwarts rumor mill was simply too fast. It was entertaining to see how Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory looked pale when they looked at him now. Going up against an international standard racing broom was not encouraging. Next to his Quidditch training, Harry continued his working out and extracurricular studies. He enjoyed learning about things that interested him, and the Room of Requirement offered him fantastic options to get exactly the books that covered the topics he wanted to research. With his main project for the year being done for now, he would see if one of the spells he had found would help Aunt Genevieve. He could start on other areas like runes and warding. The true history of Hogwarts was also very captivating. Who would have thought that Slytherin had been the one to set up all the wards that Hogwarts was famous for? Or that Gryffindor had been the one to bring the unicorn herd to the Forbidden Forest because hateful non-magicals tried killing anything that had magic, even creatures known to be as pure as unicorns. The Christian Church really did a lot of harm in those days. He could appreciate the fight of Uncle Arthur for equality and preserving all life that was good all the more. It was an incredibly big task and a huge responsibility. It was humbling to think that the burden to continue all of this until Uncle Arthur and Aunt Genevieve had a child of their own was currently on his, Harry's, shoulders. The history books described how during the reign of King Arthur Hogwarts was fairly safe, not to mention that most non-magicals had no chance to get through the hostile parts of nature that acted as natural obstacles for most non-magicals. The part of Scotland where Hogwarts had been built, including Hogsmeade, was completely magical. Hogsmeade had in fact been founded by those that worked at Hogwarts to help supply the school with food, clothes, potion ingredients and other items. In fact, Hogwarts was a sovereign entity, what with it being the property of Gryffindor. The other three founders brought their knowledge. Rowena, for example, gifted her library to the school and it built the base of the large collection of texts that it was today. Helga was one of the most famous healers of her time and Salazar had incommensurable skill in warding, not to mention his rare gift of speaking Parseltongue. Together they built the school and added to it until they were satisfied, which took several decades. During the time of Uncle Arthur's reign, Hogwarts cooperated with Camelot. If anybody found a magical child, it was brought to Camelot from where one of the founders would fetch the child after getting a message. It got harder the longer the people were poisoned by some hateful priests that saw all magic as the work of the devil, but as long as Arthur ruled, they were powerless. Only after his death they got more power and the local lords started giving into their demands more and more and handed over any magicals that they found to the church, which led to burnings on the stake if help couldn't arrive in time. Mostly that was true for children born to non-magical parents. Harry swore that he would do everything to make sure that as many witches and wizards as possible could live in peace. He knew that his abilities set him apart, and if he could perhaps convince many of the heirs of the lords that were in charge of the trials for magicals that were caught that only learning to control those gifts was going to be the right way, and the children would therefore be sent to Hogwarts, it would be a success. The classes had been inspected by now and the results were kept a secret. The rumor mill could only say that many inspectors hadn't been happy with certain teachers. Sirius had finally found the books that described the legend of the Guardian of Magic. He spent a whole day reading up on how the Guardian was chosen and that House Avalon was entrusted with the responsibility to keep magic in balance. House Black was one of the protectors of House Avalon. No wonder that his mother would have turned her back on Voldemort if a true Guardian had appeared. Over the course of history, the line had disappeared and only briefly reappeared when a guardian was needed. There were perhaps 200 years at a time where it could be determined who was descended from House Avalon, but then it suddenly couldn't be told anymore, because some dark wizard or another had tried to kill all members off, and the children were hidden if they were to survive. Marriages also did their part to conceal the lines. Often branch lines produced a new guardian when the main line was extinct. Though there had also been other families to produce a new guardian. Avalon just had the highest number of them in their ranks. The signs how to recognize a guardian of magic were really interesting. It was said that all magical creatures instinctively recognized a guardian and obeyed him or her without question and would do everything to assist in the duty that the guardian had. Magical plants would feel drawn to him and even the most vicious of them wouldn't harm him. Others would gift him with their fruits or make him feel happy if they were capable to do that. The guardian had the power to banish truly dark creatures and would reign in others. There was an example how a previous guardian in 1426 had negotiated a peace treaty with the vampires of Transylvania where the vampires were allowed to feed on muggles and wizards, as long as they didn't kill anybody and only took a little blood from every person they fed on to not reveal their kind, as that would only lead to more superstitions among the muggles, which would in turn lead to witch hunts. The vampires to this day kept the treaty and, while there were tales of vampires existing in the country, even among muggles, most thought it was a fairy tale. Could Harry be the new guardian? The reaction of the plants was telling, and from the little he had seen and overheard, Harry had a certain connection with magical creatures. There had been stories going around about a whole herd of hippogriffs bowing to him before he could bow himself. That definitely indicated that Harry was a new guardian. And with the state of things after 2 wars against dark wizards in 1 century, it wouldn't be strange if magic had chosen a new guardian from a family that had a deep connection to magic, or, even if that was less probable, a dormant line of House Avalon had been reawakened. The best way to find out would be asking Harry when they were alone. He didn't think that Harry would want to reveal this, if it was true, to everybody yet. He was 13 and needed to learn a lot before he would be ready to face all the challenges that awaited a guardian of magic. Harry sat in a compartment of the Hogwarts Express with Ron and Neville. Hermione had decided to stay at Hogwarts to get ahead of her work in her now 11 remaining classes. After one too many horror prediction of Trelawney, she had stormed out of divination. She still had too much work on her schedule. But she wouldn't listen that she didn't need that many classes. She was making herself sick, but she needed to learn it the hard way, it seemed. Harry was going to spend the holidays in London with Sirius. So far, he hadn't found a way to solve the problem what to do during summer. He didn't want to leave Sirius behind. He had enjoyed the regular contact via mail with his godfather, and he would love to spend more time with him. If only he could go to the past as well. But he hadn't had a chance to ask Fawkes if he could make contact with his mother Morgane to ask for her opinion. He needed the training, and he wanted to see his friends in the past again. He needed to get this done soon, because Fawkes would take him back to Camelot the day the Hogwarts Express arrived back at King's Cross Station. Ron planned to spend the holidays lazing around and enjoying his mother's cooking. As far as Ron had told Harry, the Weasleys had found a very reasonable way to deal with the money that they had got from Ron and the twins, part of the reward for Pettigrew. All 3 had told their parents that they wanted to help the family out with part of the money, which had made their parents immensely proud of them. Each of the 3 had got 100 galleons to spend as they wanted. The twins also got 1 vault for both of them together, where they deposited 1,000 galleons for their dream of their own joke shop. It would be the needed starting capital for when they had graduated school. While Mrs. Weasley wasn't happy about their career plans, she had agreed to let them have a chance to convince her that this wasn't some half-arsed plan. They would have to show her business plans, suggestions for products, calculations for costs, and estimated income and alternate options if their plans failed. She also demanded that they would do their best in their OWL and NEWT exams, to have something to fall back upon, should this fail, which she feared. The twins could live with the stipulations they were given. Each of the 3 had given 400 galleons into the Weasley family account, which made living expenses much easier to cover. Ron's remaining 500 galleons were put into an investment vault, which the goblins would manage for him until he graduated Hogwarts. He had discussed his options with his parents, who advised him to not waste the money for unnecessary things, as he would want to have his own house one day, and the money would allow him to buy a nice one. And the goblins were masters of investing money profitably. Ron was happy enough with the 100 galleons that he could spend in any way he liked, but he also made sure to not waste them. He had put 90 of them into a trust vault that he had asked his parents to open for him, as he didn't want to have that much money lying around unprotected. Harry knew that the Weasleys had used part of the money to replace the school robes of all Weasley children, next to buying Ginny her own wand. He truly hoped that with the money, this really nice family would have a better life. The absence of Malfoy might also help. Neville had planned a trip with his gran and his uncle. The one thing that had been mentioned so far had been the Quidditch World Cup, but Fawkes could time his reappearance in this time, thus, if Harry got an invitation from Ron, which Ron had hinted at, he would be able to arrange that with the Phoenix to avoid suspicion of his summer activities. He was sure that Dumbledore would try something to get more control over him again, but with Fawkes' help those would be easy to thwart. Sirius sighed along, apparated with Harry to his flat in London. He had used some of the money he had got as reparation for his unjust imprisonment to buy it. It was really a whole floor of an apartment building that was hidden from the muggles that lived below him. His apartment was the one on the top and therefore easiest to hide with muggle repelling wards and the like. He would never move into his parents' old house, even if he had taken a lot of things from there that he wanted to keep for himself. Many books that weren't completely dark had gone into his small new library, and the really dark ones were locked in boxes that could only be opened by the right password and had gone into his vault at Gringotts. He knew that destroying the books could come to bite him, because one needed to know the dark arts to fight them. It was very hard to fight the unknown properly. Hence, the books went to the safest place he could think of under triple security measures. He didn't want that, in case somebody he didn't approve of inherited the black properties after he died, and there were ways that Narcissa could try to place her son as the next Lord Black with enough bribes to the ones in high positions. They were abused, so the security measures needed to make sure that the really important things went to those he trusted. He looked at Harry, who looked around the flat curiously. "Well, welcome to my humble abode. The flat is protected against anything I or any black before me could think of, and trust me, that's a lot," Sirius informed Harry, grinning. "You can even use magic around here, as long as nobody sees you doing so. The underage magic radar won't notice. I know that you have filed for emancipation, but I also know that Dumbledore always tries to interfere with anybody that attempts getting emancipated," he growled, saying that. "Personal experience?" Harry asked. "Yes. You see, I ran away from home when I was 16, because I couldn't take their abuse anymore. The blacks were really dark, and my parents tried pushing me into Voldemort's service. The only way I could get away was finding a way that they didn't have power over me anymore. I tried to get emancipated with the help of your grandparents. It would have worked, if Dumbledore hadn't stopped the petition, saying that it was too big a step to make and that I should try to find an understanding with my parents and that I shouldn't let myself be ruled by anger. With as much pull as he has, the decision was postponed. Thankfully, I only needed to survive one summer and one school year before I turned 17. But I was basically fair game for my darker family members as long as I didn't get my emancipation or came of age. And my cousins Bellatrix and Narcissa were on Voldemort's side, and they were pressuring Regulus, my brother, extremely to also join their cause. While Bellatrix had thankfully graduated the year before, there were more than enough of the Death Eater circle around that gleefully targeted me whenever my friends weren't around. That was definitely the year I got hexed the most," Sirius stated. "Once I turned 17, I had more protection. You see, coming of age doesn't only allow you to use magic outside of school, operate legally after you pass your test, and give you the freedom to decide where you live, you also gain the right to do anything you see fit to defend yourself and those around you. I used that to make the wannabe Death Eaters rue the day they targeted me. I'm not a black for nothing. While I despise the dark arts, there are ways to make people realize how foolish they were without resorting to that foul magic," Sirius pointed out. "And none of the teachers stepped in. They must have noticed how you were targeted," Harry asked. "Of course, they did. But none of them cared enough to act. They believed too much in Dumbledore's policy of giving second and third chances. Passive resistance. It simply doesn't work against people that are willing to torture and kill to reach their goals. He never understood that. He thought that they could be redeemed," Sirius snorted, "as if my cousin Bellatrix could be redeemed. Not after what she did." "You are talking about the Longbottoms, right?" Harry asked. "Yes. I am ashamed that a member of my so-called family could do that to another person. Hell, the Longbottoms are one of the oldest families in the magical world, nearly as old as the Blacks. Not to mention that Frank was my second cousin once removed. His grandmother was Cladora Longbottom née Black. By the reasoning pureblood fanatics were giving, they should have been the last ones to ever be targeted. Shows how hypocritical they truly were. Calling people blood traitors, just because they didn't agree with the cause of a madman, is simply wrong. It takes the term completely out of concept. A blood traitor is a person who committed a horrible crime against his own blood. And simply disagreeing with a view of the world doesn't justify it. Things like raping a family member, torturing one, or killing one in cold blood are things that get you branded as a blood traitor. Or if you do something like that to a sworn ally of your family," Sirius explained. "I see. I can understand the reasons you listed for calling somebody a blood traitor. Doing something that horrible truly deserves that punishment," Harry agreed. He realized how much work he would have to do once he was ready. He needed to completely change the point of view of a good part of their population. Why have people forgotten so much about the fact that magic needs balance? Harry asked. Why did they start to kill off magical people? Sirius saw this as another proof that Harry was really the next Guardian. They didn't forget it as such. My mother was a very strong supporter of the old ways. She just decided to ignore that for magic to stay strong, the number of magicals needed to stay high. I was taught as a child that the reason that the pureblood lines needed to be preserved was that with magic being weakened by dirty muggle blood being inserted into the lines, the balance would be thrown off, Sirius said. But that's nonsense. Magic is magic, and if you marry too closely to your own bloodline, there can be problems with the offspring. You need at least 3 generations distance to not have to fear immediate trouble, Harry exclaimed. He had learned the problems of inbreeding from his mother. I know, and before Grindelwald most pureblood houses knew it as well. It was just a problem that there were so few real purebloods left. Many then took the stance that they would at least accept halfbloods into the families to avoid the problem, breaking the pure lines of their houses. It definitely helped them keep their magic strong. Others decided to look in foreign countries for long magical lines to keep the purity of blood and still avoid the issue. But some went extreme and it deteriorated the common sense of many. Actually, before the whole pureblood mania started fully, some lines also accepted good-looking humanoid creatures as spouses, Sirius informed Harry. Vila, sirens and vampires, Harry listed. Indeed, the Malfoy line has a Vila 5 generations back, which gives them the pale blonde hair and good looks. Lucius was in fact the first male descendant that was a firstborn. The Greengrass line has siren blood from 7 generations back. Vampires are less common, but there was one in the Black line 10 generations back. One reason why many of my relatives were quite bloodthirsty. In other countries you find humanoid demons that have taken magical human spouses. It isn't a well-known part, but it did happen, Sirius confirmed. Ones like fox demons that are natural shape-shifters, some powerful dog demons and the like in Japan are commonly known about. Interesting. Is that where your slight affinity to blood magic comes from? Harry wanted to know. I have no idea how you found that out, but yes, it is, Sirius answered. I have looked through a lot of books this year trying to find out certain things. Mainly counter curses to rare curses, and some books told about the Blacks being rumored having invented some based on blood magic, Harry informed Sirius. Ah, yes, those rumors have been around for some time. Right now, the blood magic affinity mostly comes into play in wards, Sirius explained. Blood-based wards are some of the most powerful known to wizard kind. There are only a few that are more powerful. Special seals that certain families could create based on their bloodlines. Harry nodded, knowing that the Avalon bloodline was especially famous for that kind of seals. The one behind which he had banished the Dementors was one of them. Sirius then led Harry to the room he had set up for him. Harry looked around smiling. The room was like he had always imagined his room to be when he had still lived at the Dursleys. It was bright, the walls painted in a soft yellow, which, in combination with the sun falling through the window, made it look warm to him. The bed was queen-sized and he had a wardrobe, desk, chair, drawers, some bookcases and a lot of space on the walls to hang posters if he liked. Thank you, Sirius. The room is great, Harry declared. It was the least I could do. You should have grown up in a room like this from the beginning. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you before, but I intend to change that, Sirius said sincerely. Harry felt another stone in his stomach. How should he explain having to go back in time over the summer? I know that you are going to have to do special training for your future position, Sirius then said, making Harry turn around to him surprised. What are you talking about? Harry asked, not sure if Sirius really knew. I can read the signs, Harry. You are the future guardian of magic, Sirius spoke calmly. The reaction of the plants in the Botanic Garden in Paris were pretty telling. Then the stories I heard about the reaction of magical creatures to you, especially the hippogriff heard in your first Care of Magical Creatures lesson. The Blacks are one of the protector families of the Guardians. Harry felt immense relief. He hadn't known that the Blacks were chosen protectors. His mother had only briefly mentioned the term once and told him that there were families that had a close connection to Avalon and helped the priestesses do their duties to magic. And any guardian, current or future, could tell if the one claiming that status lied. And Sirius was clearly telling the truth. That meant he could tell him a few things safely. You're right. I'm the last of the Avalon line and I will become Lord Avalon once I turn 16. It's on my dad's side of the family, Harry confirmed. Sirius looked incredibly shocked. He had been sure that Harry was a guardian, but he hadn't really suspected House Avalon. The most important house in magical Britain, next to the Pendragon line, which was said to be extinct. I will do all I can to help you, Harry, I promise. But why didn't James say anything about this? He asked. He didn't know. I only found out after the soul piece of Voldemort that had attached itself to me was destroyed by basilisk venom, Harry told Sirius. What? Sirius shouted, where the hell did you get basilisk venom? Do you know how dangerous that is? Hey, that wasn't my fault. Harry exclaimed annoyed, but I had to prevent that. Ron's sister got killed in the Chamber of Secrets and no teacher would help us. When I rammed Gryffindor's sword up the head of the basilisk through its mouth, when it tried to eat me, one tooth got stuck in my arm and I was poisoned. Fawkes knew that the soul piece needed to be destroyed and this was a perfect chance to get it done. He waited till it happened and then healed me with his tears. They completely neutralized the venom. But the destroyed soul piece opened my access to the family library, so to speak, in my head and gave me a lot of information on what House Avalon was about and why our duty to magic was so important. Sirius tried to calm down. The thought of his godson, who wasn't even 13 at the time, fighting a basilisk for his life wasn't a comforting one. He knew he had a difficult task as the guardian of magic, but taking on monsters like that as a child went too far. He could have lost him before properly meeting him for Merlin's sake. We are going to have a long discussion about your time at Hogwarts, Harold James, and we will talk about taking acceptable risks and avoiding unacceptable ones, Sirius said sternly. Harry cringed hearing his full first name and middle name. His mother only did that if he was in serious trouble. You know that punishing me for things that happened in the past and that I couldn't avoid if I wanted to prevent catastrophes would be very mean. Harry asked, hoping it would work. We will see what kind of actions that were and what made you take them, Sirius answered, so why don't you start with your first year and we work our way through the rest. Sirius' look told Harry that, like with his mother, Sirius wouldn't be deterred and that talking was really his only option to get any say in what would happen. With his mother it had resulted in intense training, which made him truly understand the ramifications of his actions. It curbed a lot of his rashness and his urge to simply do things by himself. They went to the lounge and sat down on the couches. Soon some butterbeer was in front of them and Sirius motioned Harry to begin. Harry started with his first year, the incident at his first flying lesson that got him onto the Quidditch team, the following fake challenge to a wizard's duel by Malfoy, Fluffy, how he and Ron had fought a troll to save Hermione, and then the quest to find out who Nicholas Flamel was. The suspicion that it was Snape who was after the Philosopher's Stone, puzzling out the clues to the secret, the trouble with Norbert and the following detention in the Forbidden Forest and then the rescue of the stone after McGonagall ignored their warning. Well, I think we can safely say that Troll was in no way your fault and you only wanted to warn Hermione. I can't and won't hold that against you, as I would have done the same when I was your age. Perhaps not for everybody, but if one of my friends had been responsible for the girl crying and being in danger, I would have gone to help her too. With not knowing much magic, you performed as well as you could. Agreeing to the wizarding duel was stupid to the extreme, but I can see where you were coming from, especially as your best friend had agreed for you. The first encounter with the Cerberus was also an accident, so you don't have to fear me being angry about that. Your father and I would have been the first ones to intentionally investigate the reason why the third-floor corridor was forbidden to be entered, Sirius stated grinning. Any nighttime wandering under the cloak is also forgiven. I would be a hypocrite if I gave you a hard time over that when I did the same at school. But what the hell possessed you to take the transport of the dragon into your own hands? While helping Hagrid was honorable, you should have lent him the cloak to hide the crate with the baby dragon and let him take it to the astronomy tower. He is allowed to be out in the school at night. Honestly, we never thought about that. We only needed the dragon gone. And Hagrid wasn't really happy about that. He wanted to keep it and having to hand it over to Charlie's friends would only have caused a new teary episode from him. Harry admitted, it was hard enough to convince him of letting Norbert go. I need to have a chat with Hagrid about acceptable pets at a school where children live, Sirius sighed. Next point, did you really think you could stop the thief from getting the stone? A fully qualified wizard. And while I know that Snape is an ass, he is a powerful wizard. The man is a mean dueler and has invented some really nasty spells and potions during his life. He is a genius as much as I hate admitting that. Hey, we wanted to let the adults deal with the problem, but McGonagall only told us that the stone was well protected and that we shouldn't talk about it. She threatened to take away points from Gryffindor if we continued, and we had to go. After I realized that the same day the attempt at the stone would be made, I didn't see any other option than getting it myself before the thief could do so, Harry explained. That reasoning might have worked had you been 5th years perhaps, but did you honestly think you could overcome protections meant to stop a fully grown wizard? Sirius asked. We didn't really think about that. My one concern was that I couldn't allow that Voldemort came back. I didn't want the horror that the war against him was to happen again. He had killed my parents, and after the incident in the forest, I feared he would come after me again any time. I had nightmares for weeks from that time on, Harry admitted. I only later realized that everything had to be a huge test for me. He had discussed that particular issue with his mother in length and had realized that for some reason the protections were too easy to overcome. It could only mean that it was to either test him or lull a thief into false safety before springing the real trap on him. As the trap part hadn't come to pass, it had to be a test. After all, why else would 3 first years get through 5 supposedly strong protections for an invaluable magical artifact? I can agree with you there. Well, what happened in your 2nd year? Sirius asked, and was then baffled by a story about a fraud of a defense teacher, Harry hearing voices all over the school that nobody else could hear, the Chamber of Secrets being opened, students, a ghost and a cat being petrified, and a dark magical object in form of a diary. You mean to tell me that Voldemort made a Horcrux? Sirius asked, horrified when Harry described the diary and how it found its end. You know what it was? Harry asked, surprised. Harry, I'm a black. My family was one of the darkest there is. Though it did start out as being those tasked to fight dark arts, soon the magic they studied corrupted them a lot. There also is one problem to consider. I told you that the blacks are part of the family's task to protect the guardian of magic. Without one, the balance that allowed my family to study the dark arts, to understand them and to fight them efficiently, was destroyed. The more dark arts they studied, the more they fell into the lure they posed. Sure, magic in itself is neither dark nor light, but if you don't have strong mental discipline, you can get lost in the so-called dark arts. Being close to a guardian ensured that this balance was kept. With the last known one dying about 300 years ago, there was nothing left to keep it. With each generation the blacks lost more of their mental strength, but still studied the dark arts like it was our legacy. I think I probably developed that balance thanks to your dad, knowing what I know now. Even the blacks don't start teaching their children about the dark arts before they have the second major stabilizing power boost in their magic, which is when they turn 13, Sirius told Harry the story. By that point I had spent 2 years in Gryffindor already and could reject the dark arts as a means to achieve my goals. I could study them as a way to know what I was up against. And my parents didn't keep any of the darkest arts from us. But even they warned us about black magic. We were told to never ever attempt using black magic, as it hurts your magic irreversibly. And a Horcrux is the worst form of black magic. You split your soul to gain fake immortality. The soul is meant to stay whole, as it ties one's magic to one's body. Breaking your soul apart means breaking your magic and your body apart. But detecting if somebody made a Horcrux is difficult. The person will perhaps look slightly unhealthy after the ritual, but that could also be attributed to other rituals that have similar effects. Why did nobody question Voldemort's looks then? Harry asked. I mean, the man is bald and has a face like a snake with no nose. Those that knew him in his youth must have been able to see that something like that was going on. They could, if they knew about Horcruxes, Harry. And there are precious few, thank Merlin for that have enough knowledge about black magic that could have made the connection. When Dumbledore became headmaster of Hogwarts, he cleaned out the library from all books about the darkest arts. A wise move if you ask me, even if my parents ranted about his meddling ways. School children shouldn't learn about black magic and the worst dark arts. Not even under strict watch, as the books were in the restricted section. There are enough books that hold dangerous magic in them to satisfy the needs of children and young adults. If there was a university level after you take your newts, those books would be something the mastery students of defense should learn about, Sirius pointed out. That makes sense. There is too much potential for abuse with that kind of knowledge, Harry agreed. It will be damn hard to get the people to see the difference between black and dangerous magic. Well, nobody ever said being the guardian of magic would be easy. How much out of balance are things really, Harry? Sirius asked. Very. The problem is the number of magicals and the destruction of nature. Grindelwald and Voldemort killed so many people. And while even the Muggles have a small spark of magic in them, there isn't enough to counter the massive losses. Add to that the problem of wizarding families only having one child or at most two, the population isn't recovering. Mundane borns are born more often to counter it, but they don't believe in magic's sentience. Not that the pureblood bigots help any with that. They shun those without magical parents and complain about them not fitting into the wizarding world, but they also do nothing about it. Add to that the standards of teaching falling at Hogwarts and you have a ticking bomb. Harry showed the problems up. If only the old pureblood houses would all get over their notions of superiority of pureblood lines and refusing to marry at least half-bloods. That would solve a lot already. After all, it would slow the decrease of magic in their families down. Then the ministry needs to give more support to families with lots of children and not mock them like they do the Weasleys. Why do you think all the Weasley children are so magically powerful? It's certainly not because Molly helps it with potions and good food. No, both Molly and Arthur are at a normal level in magical strength, Sirius agreed. From what I heard, their oldest is a curse breaker now and the second oldest is a dragon handler. Both jobs require raw power to be good at them. Correct. I could tell after I returned that all Weasley children are more powerful than their parents. That only happens when a very good combination of individuals comes to pass. Molly and Arthur are the perfect match from a magical point of view. Their traits enhance each other, with him being calm and like a rock in the storm and her having a fiery temperament. Next to that, Arthur is really good with wanded magic while Molly has a knack for things like potions, herbology, runes and creatures. In their children both sides come together and therefore the Weasleys all get through Hogwarts successfully. The greatest part is that Molly and Arthur didn't stop after 3 or 4 children but had 7. I think magic had something to do with that. It was an attempt to get as many powerful children from this perfect match as possible, Harry stated. The land around the burrow also seems to be blessed. No matter how poor the Weasleys might be, they never have to fear hunger. Their animals thrive and have lots of offspring that gives the Weasleys eggs, meat and milk without having to buy them. Molly's fruit and vegetable garden also never suffers from garden pests other than gnomes, and there is always a big harvest. Ron told me about that peculiarity. It makes sense. Many wondered why the two had so many children, but when asked, Molly said that for some reason contraceptive potions and spells didn't work for them, so they simply decided to have children until magic was satisfied. Which was after Ginny. Sirius told Harry, I guess you're going to have to train a lot more until you're ready. While I think that it was you that got rid of the Dementors, there is a lot more you'd need to be able to do as the Guardian. You're right. And I need to go back to the place where I train next summer again. I just feel bad that I can't spend time with you while I'm there. I want to spend more time with you and get to really know you, Harry admitted. Couldn't I simply accompany you? Sirius asked. I don't know. I would have to ask, and Fawkes is the only one that could get an answer from the person who trains me, Harry answered. Dumbledore's Phoenix. He's in on this? Sirius asked, surprised. Yes. As I said, he was the one to save me when I was bit by the Basilisk. The Basilisk venom destroyed the Horcrux, but it hurt like hell, I can tell you. Since it is gone, I can access my family's metal library, and it helps me learning what I'll need to know in the future. The way to banish the soul suckers behind the seal and how to restore it to full power is part of that. You see, Vivian of Avalon and the Merlin Taliesin were the main persons to create the seal and banish the soul suckers the first time. That seal is part of the collective memory that the House of Avalon keeps, Harry explained. On the Hogwarts Express I first restored the seal and then banished all soul suckers that were close to the train behind it. It took about half of my magical reserves to get it done and I needed to rest before I could even think of getting rid of the others. But I didn't account for their numbers. It took lots of magic to get them all. Which is the reason you used the magic of Diana's blessing, Sirius realized. It's about the most magically powerful night before Halloween. And Halloween wouldn't have given you the power you needed. It would have made the Dementors stronger. Yes, the centaurs told me when it would work best. They and the unicorns also protected the clearing where I did the ritual. Without them, the soul suckers would have probably managed to stop me before I finished, Harry confirmed. Wow, that's incredible. You did the world a huge favor by getting rid of those monsters, even if some stupid ministry. Bureaucrats will disagree, Sirius praised him. Thanks. I know about that issue and therefore I won't tell anybody I don't trust. None of the teachers know, but I think Hagrid and Professor Flitwick suspect something. Their part giant or goblin blood will tell them that I have special magic, even if they won't be able to fully tell what kind of magic it is, Harry told Sirius. That's a blessing right now. I guess we will need to wait to find out what your instructor says about me accompanying you during the summer. But for now, we can enjoy the Easter break. I have booked us for a wizarding beach resort in the Seychelles. We will be there for 2 weeks, everything is all inclusive. That means we can try out all kinds of free time activities, have 3 meals and all drinks we want already paid for, Sirius declared. Really? Thank you, that's incredible. Harry exclaimed excitedly. The Seychelles were a small island east of the African coast, at the Indian Ocean. They had some of the most beautiful white sand beaches in the world and warm weather all year around. It had been one of Harry's dreams to go somewhere like that. Harry had truly enjoyed the time since he had gone on Easter break. The trip to the Seychelles with Sirius had been incredible. They had spent most of their days at the beach and in the evenings, they explored the clubs at the island where the wizarding resort was located. Between dancing, some flirting, enjoying drinks with low amounts of alcohol in them and watching pretty girls with little clothing, Harry had learned a lot about girls in his time. The ones back at the time of Camelot followed other ideas of proper behavior. And he didn't let it go too far. Even if the temptation had been there. He had returned tanned and a lot more relaxed than before. He had taken up his studies with new vigor and kept in contact with Sirius by all post. Hermione had improved her behavior even more and now she was nearly back to a casual friend level where he told her some secrets and what was going on around him. His friends had also improved, taking him as an example. Ron's grades had steadied at an above-average level and Neville was doing much better than in any years previous. He had mostly needed some proper support and a wand that fit him. Having arranged for both, Harry could observe how Neville slowly crept out of the shell he had created during his childhood. The regular exercising they did, both inside and outside the room of requirement also showed results. While Ron still tended to mow, and about having to get up early for morning training, he still did get out of bed, and he did remark how much more energy he had and that casting spells became easier and he was able to do it for longer times. And now that they all were on the way to reaching harmony with their magic, the power of each spell they cast also increased. It was noted by the teachers, even if they didn't understand the reasons behind the development. Right now, only Hermione, Ron, Neville, Fred, George and Sirius knew about his heritage and they all had promised to not tell anybody until Harry gave the go-ahead. Thanks to the deal with their mother, after the reward money had given them the starting capital for their dream of a joke job, even Fred and George were taking their preparation for their owls much more serious than before. They were now seen looking through their books regularly. They planned to only take 4 or at most 5 Newt-level classes each, but Harry as well as Molly could easily live with that. He knew that the twins were brilliant and as long as they did their best, he wouldn't nag them about things. At Hogwarts and the general wizarding world things had changed a good deal. All those Death Eaters that had previously been let go with the excuse of being under the Imperious Curse, had been brought in, except Malfoy, who got away in time, and questioned under Veritaserum. Malfoy was placed on the wanted list, but everybody at the DMLE knew it would be hard to get a hold of him. After the reading of Pettigrew's testimony to the Wizengamot, they couldn't protest anymore, as Amelia Bones had listed 5 laws alone that covered her having the authority to act like she did for the safety of the country, against the wishes of the Minister of Magic and the Wizengamot. Being threatened to be considered accomplices of criminals like the Death Eaters shut the critics up quickly. And the things that had come to light had been horrible. Crimes had been committed and many people only now found out what had truly happened to their loved ones. The articles in the Daily Prophet for the trials hadn't kept much hidden, as these people had deceived their people for far too long, getting away by claiming rights given to them thanks to their pureblood status. This time around it didn't help them. They all were sentenced harshly and, beyond a certain number of crimes committed, that meant the veil of death. Nobody truly missed those people, instead the public had cried for the harshest punishment possible. At Hogwarts meanwhile, the teaching standards inspection had brought up major problems. A few teachers got away easily, mainly Professors Flitwick, Sprout, Babbling, Vector and Sinistra. It was decided, as this time around no claims of everything being under control were accepted by the inspectors, which were neutral agents from the Department of Magical Education, with no connections to any of the major players that had used Hogwarts for their own goals in the past. Clear changes had to happen. Professor McGonagall was told to give up one of her positions, either head of Gryffindor or deputy headmistress, as she clearly was incapable to do the work for both of them acceptably in addition to her teaching position. She had neglected her Gryffindors in favor of looking after the school, which was clear to not have worked out in the past, as she allowed clear conflicts in interest to disadvantage the students, like when she had to also cover for the suspended headmaster last year. It was simply too much work for one person alone. The inspectors weren't happy to find out that Remus Lupin was a werewolf, but they kept their last verdict for the results that the students achieved in their end-of-year exams. The fact that he could prove that he had dutifully taken all doses of Wolfsbane potion and also had Madame Pomfrey place a ward on his rooms that made it impossible to escape from them in his werewolf form was in his favor. Not to mention that he had a clean record for ever being noticed in connection with criminal investigations. They allowed to wait and see the results as long as the supply with Wolfsbane was guaranteed, which the replacement potions teacher promised. The verdict on Professor Binns was clear: they needed to find a new history professor, as the conversations with the students made it absolutely clear that nobody but a handful among all students could learn anything in the class. It was one thing to have a teacher that was a bit boring, but another to have nearly the full student body fall asleep in class or use it for playing games and doing other things that had nothing to do with the class itself. Ravenclaw even had a system of older students selling a history guide to the younger ones to manage passing their tests in the class, as even they couldn't stay awake in the class. One student 20 years back had managed to enchant a quill to record all of Binns' classes for all years, and then over the following weeks of summer break created a self-study guide that was used to this day. Though outside of Ravenclaw the guide wasn't really known for some reason. The reasons for the results of the OWL exams were now very obvious. And no argument about Binns being tradition helped. The class should teach the students the history of their world. It didn't do that at all, and therefore it had to be overworked. Professor Burbage was given the task to actually go into the Muggle world over the summer to see how the Muggles live these days. Her curriculum, while she clearly didn't consider Muggles beneath wizards, wasn't up to date, which was a disadvantage for the students that took the class. Still, overall, she got a good review on how she taught the material she covered, and if she did the last part of keeping informed about newer developments, she would be a good teacher for the subject. For potions, the change had already been implemented and the inspectors wanted to see how the replacement teacher worked in the long-term results before making a final decision. As Snape was executed as a Death Eater, they needed a new teacher anyway, therefore the temporary solution was for now enough. It was clear though that whoever took over the position needed to have more than the qualification of the subject. He or she needed to be able to actually teach. That was the major fault in Snape's way of conducting classes, next to the man's blatant bullying of students. The divination teacher also would need to either shape up or find a new job. Her way of horror predictions didn't prepare the students for their exams, and the mental stress put onto the victims of the annual death prediction wasn't acceptable at all for a teacher. Next to that, she got guidelines of what needed to be taught in class, as just predicting the future didn't do the full subject justice. Not many students had the gift of sight and would do better with a general overview over the subject instead of trying to do something they didn't have the talent for. Dumbledore wasn't happy at all with all the criticism about his teachers and the way he led the school. Still, he had to accept the changes, or he would have been replaced, which he needed to avoid at all costs. Thus, he was busy working out how to implement the demands of the inspectors until the beginning of the next school year. And those demands included that there was also an orientation class for Muggleborns into the workings of the wizarding world, as it couldn't be that they demanded that they integrated into their world properly but didn't give them the means to do so. It would suffice to have a class taught during first and second year, with a similar class on the basics of the Muggle world being taught to the wizard-raised children. And the Board of Governors was forced to free the funds for it. The inspectors didn't like it at all how the education and safety of the children, and with the lack of knowledge, the safety of the statute of secrecy, was endangered by them being too greedy in what they got for their work as governors. They cut their annual salary for the job down to a quarter and switched the freed funds into the general budget of the school. Next to that, they went over the books with a fine-toothed comb and found ways to enable the school to better manage the money they got from tuitions and what the ministry gave the school. Among the first things they started was reactivating previous fields for growing food for the students. Hiring some people to take care of them was easy, as there were more than enough unemployed witches and wizards that would be happy to finally get a job. Mainly those whose qualifications didn't suffice for better jobs, or who had been discriminated against, like Muggleborns. While working at the Hogwarts farm wasn't a glorious job, it was honest work and gave them much needed money to live better lives. It was very clear that Dumbledore was not good at managing finances creatively and was mostly doing things the same way Professor Dippet had done so. That wasn't good at all for a school like Hogwarts, but as the headmaster was always chosen among the previous teachers, nobody could truly expect any of them to be an expert in finances, as that subject wasn't taught at Hogwarts at all. It was a suggestion for an elective after the Owls in the overall report of the inspectors though, as they saw the need to prepare the students for keeping their finances in check once they had graduated. With the fields giving the school about half of their supplies of food as soon as the harvest was ready, the school would be able to cut down on a major cost factor. And that money could be shifted to other areas. One of the inspectors even got the Clean Sweep Broom Company and Comet Broom Enterprises to donate a few basic brooms for the flying classes. Those old brooms were a safety hazard and were banned from ever being used again. The companies got the PR for the donation and Hogwarts could finally teach flying on proper brooms again. Madame Hooch was certainly happy about it. Not to mention that she easily agreed to take over the orientation class for Muggleborns and Muggle-raised students from the next year on. As her main duties were teaching flying and managing the Quidditch Cup, she easily had the time for that. It was much cheaper than hiring a new teacher. The inspectors simply decided to have her normal salary increased by the additional number of classes she would teach. The headmaster was at least relieved that he knew the person that would teach that class well and wouldn't tell the students extreme opinions about how things in the wizarding world should be done. One part the inspectors also wanted to keep an eye on was the setup and election of prefects and Quidditch teams. They had got the request from several Quidditch teams in the British League that they would like if the candidates that came from Hogwarts got better structured training. It was after all not a good thing if players that had attended other European schools of magic clearly outclassed the native ones. The inspectors had taken up the complaint and would look into finding proper coaches for the Quidditch teams. Many were fans of the sport and supporting the students in getting better chances at becoming successful pros was only a good thing in their opinion. And the prefects needed to be chosen for objective traits, not preferences of the teachers. Many of the current prefects, when the inspectors asked about how they did their job in the eyes of the students, didn't get good reviews. Many abused their authority or didn't really help the younger students. While for the current year, the inspectors let them keep their positions, mainly because there was too much to do otherwise. From next year on they would have a look at the way the heads of houses and the headmaster chose the ones that were given that responsibility and honor. Not to mention that they would implement a way to observe how their decisions concerning discipline and assistance for students were supported by the teachers. Some prefects had complained after all that certain teachers overrode reasonable punishments given by prefects all the time. Snape was in the lead for that. It was one more aspect that Dumbledore felt they shouldn't interfere in, but his opinion was currently not worth as much as he would have liked, as the inspectors put most of the blame for the problems onto his shoulders, as the one that should have managed the school a lot better. Harry sat through his end-of-year exams. His exams in potions, charms, transfiguration and history were already over. Right now he was working through runes and magical creatures would follow tomorrow. The last exam would be defense against the dark arts and he was looking forward to seeing what Professor Lupin had come up with. He was a really good teacher. Harry didn't have much interaction with the man outside of classes, even if he had been a good friend of his father. Harry was a bit sad about this fact, but he had heard from Sirius how Remus had had to sign a contract that forbid him to interact too closely with any student outside of educational issues. Probably another attempt of Dumbledore to keep more control over what Harry learned about his family. The need to control everything that the old man had really annoyed Harry to no end. Well, Remus didn't plan to stay longer than this year if the clause in his contract wasn't changed. He had already talked to Professor McGonagall about it and she had agreed to look into the matter, as it wasn't fair for Remus to be put into that position. Well, no matter what happened, Harry would be away for most of the summer. In Dumbledore's constant attempts to convince Harry to go back to the Dursleys or let him arrange alternate accommodations for the summer had been completely useless for the old man. Which Harry knew frustrated him to no end. Well, it wasn't his problem. Soon he would be back with his mother and his friends at Camelot. He would continue his training to become a knight and start the next level in his magical studies there. He was also looking forward to working with Thunder again. He missed his horse. He knew that for Thunder only 2 months would have passed, but Harry missed the constant work with his stallion. The level of understanding they had reached in their training. Riding the hippogriffs was nice and all, but he didn't have the close connection with any of them that he and Thunder had created. He finished his translation and looked over everything again. He really wanted to get good grades in this year's exams. Fawkes delivered a letter to Harry when he was reading on his bed with the curtains closed. His dorm mates were all really tired after the party the Weasley twins had arranged for it being the last day of their all exams. While some others still had the last exams to do, they had still joined the party. There was no reason at all to pass up a good party after all, especially as the Quidditch Cup had finally been won by Gryffindor and the House Cup normally should also be theirs again. Harry took the letter and thanked Fawkes, stroking the Firebird's plumage. Fawkes trilled happily before vanishing in a burst of flames. Harry opened the letter, knowing that Fawkes wouldn't bring him anything dangerous, and started reading. At the end of the letter he had a big grin on his face. His mother had allowed that Sirius could come with him to the past. He needed to directly write a letter to Sirius and send Hedwig out to deliver it. They could spend the next year together in Camelot. His mother was sure that a qualified wizard like Sirius would have a lot of options for things to do. And informing him more about what was expected of a protector to the next Guardian of Magic would also be beneficial. Harry happily looked at his report card. He had greatly improved his grades. He was now in overall second place of his year. Hermione had still managed to keep her top spot, even if she had run herself into the ground with taking too many classes. She had finally acknowledged that she had bitten off too much and cleared with Professor McGonagall that she would take 2 classes less the next year. She quit divination and Muggle studies. Harry was right now waiting for the carriages that would take the students down to Hogsmeade Station to go back to London. He knew that Dumbledore had prepared some stupid scheme to make Harry go back to the Dursleys, or at least one of his lackeys, but Harry had Fawkes on his side. He and Sirius had arranged for Harry to not take the train, as any kind of interception would happen at King's Cross Station. Nobody would think that Harry could get away earlier. Ron and Neville were in on the plan and would state that he had entered the train with them, but they wouldn't say that he left it after that. His trunk was shrunken in his pocket already. The only thing Harry needed to do was putting his invisibility cloak on after getting onto the train, getting out again without anybody noticing, and then waiting until the train left. Nobody counted the students after the train had left. The teacher at the platform, mostly Hagrid, only made sure that no student was left behind. But the check was only visual. Once Hagrid, or whoever checked today, was gone, Harry would leave the platform using his firebolt and fly towards the mountains. Sirius would be waiting for him there and Fawkes would flash them to the past. It was an easy, but perfect plan. After all, Dumbledore wouldn't expect any kind of trickery before the train reached London. And at that time, it would already be too late, and Harry and Sirius would be in the past. Dumbledore sat in his office, sure that his plan to get Harry back under control would work out perfectly. With the boy having told about his relatives being abusive, there was no way that any of the other teachers or order members would allow him to be returned there, even if Dumbledore claimed the power of the Bloodwards. Even after some time having passed, Harry hadn't relented in his refusal to ever go back there at all. But they were very open to making sure that Harry was in the care of a responsible adult, which Sirius Black certainly wasn't. It hadn't been hard to convince Molly Weasley to take the boy with her to the burrow from where he would be brought to Minerva's house after she was done with the last things that needed to be done before the school went into summer mode. The boy was being difficult, but he would learn that he had to follow the instructions of those older and more experienced than him. So far, the emancipation had been stalled, but it wasn't shut down fully yet. Something he didn't like at all, but there were too many arguments for emancipating Harry to be ignored out of hand. And his role in causing most of Harry's valid arguments by neglect restricted his influence in the case. At least he hadn't started to hang around the wrong crowd. His friendship with Molly's and Arthur's youngest son Ronald was still as strong as ever, if not stronger. Additionally, he had reached out and included Neville Longbottom into his group of friends. That was a good thing. Alice and Frank had been members of the Order and the family itself had always been stoutly light. So, normally, the boys shouldn't give them a hard time over going to the burrow. And after that Minerva would get him back to obey the instructions he was given. While he knew that technically Sirius Black should be Harry's guardian, now that his innocence had been proven, he had managed to delay that decision, mainly because the petition for emancipation was still handled. He didn't want Sirius to influence Harry too much. No, this summer needed to be used to bring Harry back in line with his goals and position. Sirius might be allowed to visit once Harry was back under control. Thankfully, many also accepted the argument that Sirius should at least finish 1 year of healing before he was fit to take care of a teenager fully. He didn't notice that Fawkes was gone again. And he wouldn't realize the importance of this until it was too late. Sirius looked up and saw a broom flying towards him. He grinned. It seemed as if their plan to have Harry slip through the net had worked perfectly. He stood from the boulder he had used as his seat when Harry landed. He had already put on the clothes that Harry had given him, and he had brushed up on his history of the time where they would go to. Next to him on a tree branch sat Hedwig, Harry's owl, who Harry had sent to him in advance to not have to transport her from the platform. "Hello, Harry, good to see that things worked out like they were planned," Sirius greeted. "Hi, Sirius," Harry replied smiling brightly, "it worked perfectly. We'll be long gone before anybody notices that I'm not even on the train." Then Fawkes flashed next to Harry, trilling happily. "Hey, Fawkes, good to see you. Give me a moment to change, then we can go," Harry said, and the phoenix trilled in agreement. Harry took his trunk out of his pocket and enlarged it. He had put the clothes he would wear on top of everything else to have easy access to them. He went into the cave that was behind Sirius and put on the older-fashioned clothes. Normal warm traveling clothes with a cloak that was held up by a brooch with the Ceredigion crest. He had noticed that Sirius had a similar one, just with the black crest. Once he was done, he left the cave and looked at his godfather. "Looks good on you," Sirius commented. "Which name do you use in the past?" "Herald of Ceredigion, son of Lord Benwick of Ceredigion and High Priestess Morgane of Avalon," Harry answered. Sirius whistled. "Wow, that's pretty high-ranking. And you're training under one of King Arthur's knights, I got that right?" Sirius asked. "Yes, I've been promoted to squire just 2 months ago, going by the timeline we will return to. For all others, I spent the last 2 months traveling with my mother to Avalon and learning some more about my family's magic and duties to the people. Upon my return, I'll have to take up my new duties as a squire and start harder training than I got as Sir Edmund's page," Harry explained. "You can keep your normal name and position as head of the House of Black. The plan is to introduce you as a wizard who apprenticed under one of the druids of Avalon and then traveled through the country learning more about magic. You said you were especially good with runes and transfiguration." "Yes. While I wasn't at James's level, I was second in our year and I was top student in runes. I was always fascinated with my ancestor Sirius Black, who was a famous warder in his time. He was also one of the honorable members of my family. Well, many of them were before some idiot decided to follow pureblood supremacy beliefs. As you know, without a guardian, in best case from the House of Avalon, to keep our studies of the dark arts in balance, many got lost to the dark," Sirius reminded Harry, who nodded. "Then you could offer your services as a warder. It wouldn't look too strange if people already knew about another Black that was active in the warding business. And that sons or grandsons were given their father's names isn't that unusual in that time," Harry suggested. "Oh, and you should know that until we managed to get Aunt Guinevere pregnant, I'm the current heir to the throne of Camelot. I've looked up as many ways of preventing a healthy woman from conceiving a child as I could this year, as well as possible cures, and I hope that mother can use that information to help Uncle Arthur and Aunt Genevieve out. That's something I really need to know. How comes that you were chosen for that position?" Sirius asked. "My supposed mother Morgane, who's really my many times great-grandmother, is King Arthur's older sister. Hence, I was introduced as the king's nephew when I arrived at Camelot. Thanks to several nobles plotting how to get more power and putting one of their daughters at the king's side to give him an heir, something needed to be done. I was gaining more and more approval among the knights of the Round Table as well as nobles that visited Camelot since I had started my training. Being the oldest known son of the king's sister, I was the best choice to stop them for a while. With me being a male heir, we bought time to find a way to overcome Aunt Genevieve's problem, Harry explained. I see. Well, I think we should get going now before anybody rings an alarm, Sirius said, and Harry nodded. He re-shrunk his trunk and put it back safely into his pocket while holding the cage in which Hedwig settled. She knew the procedure. Fawkes flew over and Sirius and Harry took hold of One Tail Feather. In a flash of fire, they disappeared to the time of Camelot's prime. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.